Tamales at High Noon. A Little Tombstone Cozy Mystery, Book 5. By Celia Kinsey. You are listening to an AI narration. If you'd rather read this book, you can find links to purchase ebook and paperback copies in the description. Chapter 1. Emma, my partner, said over the voice of Patsy Cline singing Crazy when I trod on his toe. You have to pay attention, or we'll both end up down there on the gravel. The parking strip below the rickety boardwalk in front of the Birdcage Cafe did not make an inviting landing pad for imbalanced dancers. Neither I nor Jason Wendell, who was attempting to lead me through something resembling a waltz last seen on the ballroom floor in 1942, were what you might call graceful and coordinated. It might not even have been the waltz we were attempting. It may have been that we were supposed to be dancing a two-step. Whatever it was, I was having fun. When the village of Amatista's most eligible bachelor asks you to dance, you don't turn him down. There were plenty who'd have indulged Mr. Wendell's impulse to dance if I'd told him no. Chamomile, one of the waitresses at the Birdcage, would have gladly forsaken monitoring the buffet table for a turn around the boards with Jason. Dancing is a traditional activity for wedding receptions, and although the newly minted Mr. and Mrs. Hank Edwards' wedding had been anything but traditional, as the reception inside the Birdcage Cafe wore on, a few couples had drifted out to the boardwalk in front of the cafe to dance. The boardwalk was not ideal for dancing. For one thing, despite the best efforts of Little Tombstone's handyman, Oliver, there were still spots where the warped edges of the boards created a tripping hazard. There were even a few half-rotten boards that still needed to be replaced. Fortunately, most of the older wedding guests, prone to brittle bones and less than ideal balance, had not joined Jason and me out on the boardwalk to dance to the oldies. Phyllis Ford, the bride, had chosen the playlist for the reception. She had come of age in the late 1960s, and her musical tastes reflected the fact. The groom had declined to give his input. Hank Edwards, the proprietor of Little Tombstone's curio shop and the Museum of the Unexplained, was not musically inclined. Hank's enthusiasms began and ended with conspiracy theories and a firm belief in mythological creatures. Hank owned the world's only complete family of taxidermized chupacabras, which comprised the star exhibit in the Museum of the Unexplained. Chupacabras weren't the only dubious beings Hank believed in. When I'd first moved to Little Tombstone, Hank had warmed up to me only after I'd managed to do away with the alien visitors who had persisted in landing in the vacant expanse of sagebrush and saguaro behind Little Tombstone's trailer court. There had never been any actual aliens, of course, but the truth was more complicated. Hank wouldn't have believed me even if I'd told him the real source of those mysterious lights hovering over the ground behind Little Tombstone, so I'd let him go on believing I'd kept our alien invaders at bay. You cold? Jason asked me as Patsy Cline's Crazy faded away and was replaced by the Supremes positing that you can't hurry love. I was cold. It was May, but the evening was turning out to be much cooler than I'd anticipated when I'd belatedly scanned my meager wardrobe that morning for something wedding appropriate. Also, my anxiety about getting the groom down the aisle before the bride's arrival may have clouded my judgment as I was getting ready. I should have worn a cardigan over my dress. Under normal circumstances, I'd have excused myself to go upstairs to my apartment over the Birdcage and put on a sweater. At the moment, however, I wasn't about to leave Jason Wendell to get snaffled up by pretty, little chamomile just because my forearms were sprouting goosebumps the size of green peas, and I had to clench my jaw at intervals to keep my teeth from chattering. You want my jacket? Jason asked. I started to say no, but he had already paused and was taking it off. Did you get tamales to take home? I asked Jason to cover up the fluttery feeling I was getting as he draped the jacket over my shoulders. There are tons left. Can't Juanita serve them tomorrow? Juanita Gonzalez, the owner of the Birdcage Cafe and my late grandmother's best friend, had protested when I'd suggested she might consider recycling some of the considerable leftovers from the reception. It wasn't that the guests hadn't eaten their fill, nor was it that there had been a poor turnout to wish Phyllis and Hank well on their long incoming marriage. It wasn't that at all. Juanita, who has never been one to skimp, had let her enthusiasm over Hank finally tying the knot cloud her judgment. One of our own was getting married, it was unthinkable that anyone should go hungry at the celebratory dinner. Juanita probably could serve all those leftover tamales tomorrow, I told Jason, but she won't. She says everything has already been paid for, so all the leftovers have to go to the guests. Who paid for the buffet? Jason asked. Phyllis? Nobody in their right mind would have supposed it was the groom. Hank never failed to balk at paying his purely symbolic rent of $10 a month, stipulated in my great-aunt Geraldine's will to remain in force for as long as Hank was a tenant at Little Tombstone. If my cousin Georgia and I would have decided to ignore Aunt Geraldine's wishes and raised the rent to a reasonable amount, I doubt Hank could have paid it. There are not many motorists who drive through on Highway 41 on a quest for cut-rate Southwestern-style tchotchkes or a gander at the only complete family of stuffed chupacabras in the Western Hemisphere, or any hemisphere for that matter. We do get the occasional looky-loo, but they generally make a flying trip through the museum before heading over to the bird cage for a plate of enchiladas and a cerveza, only one, mind you. Juanita maintains she's running a restaurant and not a bar, so diners are restricted to a single beer. I'm a bit hazy on who paid for the catering, I said, but I'm thinking it was Phyllis. It wouldn't surprise me if Juanita paid for all the food, said Jason. Juanita is notorious for doing things like that. Earlier in the year, she'd catered, for free, a lavish birthday dinner for a woman who was going around telling anyone who'd listen that Juanita was a thief and a liar, which Juanita most certainly was not. Juanita didn't pay for the food, I told him. How do you know? I asked her. Maybe, Juanita lied. I shook my head. She was telling the truth. Juanita rarely lies. When she does, it's painfully obvious, and there's always a good reason for her concealment of the truth. Besides, I couldn't think of any reason why Juanita would be unwilling to admit that she'd bankrolled Hank and Phyllis's wedding dinner. She and Hank had done business next to each other for the past 30+ years. It would have been a natural gesture to make. Maybe some of Phyllis's or Hank's family pitched in. Jason suggested. Hank and Phyllis don't have much family to speak of, I pointed out. Phyllis's sister, Lola, was here, but I think she gets by on Social Security. Lola? The accordion player? The wedding ceremony had been the oddest I'd ever witnessed, and not just because the entrance of the bride had been preceded by a polka-esque rendition of "She'll Be Comin' Round the Mountain When She Comes." To be fair to Lola, it wasn't quite as odd a choice as it sounded. The bride had arrived in the back of a pickup, seated on a hay bale. Phyllis had come around the mountain if one was prepared to greatly exaggerate the elevation of the road leading down from Nancy Flynn's ranch. What about Hank? Jason asked. Didn't he have any family at the wedding? Chapter 2. When Jason asked if Hank had any family at the wedding, I told him that it had just been Hank's cousin Al who'd shown up to represent the Edwards family. Hank and his cousin were on the outs. I supposed the only reason Albert had shown up at all was because he knew Hank's ex-wife would try to break up the wedding. Al had been the reason Hank's ex had found out her long-estranged husband had been marrying again in the first place. Maybe Hank's cousin financed the reception, Jason suggested. I don't imagine Albert ever did such a generous thing in his life. Besides, even if he wasn't the crankiest old codger to walk the face of the earth. He's crankier than Hank? I like Hank, I protested. I like Hank, too, but you can't deny he looks like he just swallowed a lemon most of the time. True, but Hank has a good heart. Possibly. Jason did not seem entirely convinced. Besides being a cranky old codger, why wouldn't Albert chip in for the reception? I don't think Al has any money. You've seen how he lives. Jason said he hadn't. Yes, you have. He lives in that house just down the street from Janie's. That place with all the peacocks? That's the one. It wasn't just the flock of peacocks that made AL's house stand out. It was the piles of abandoned appliances, old lawnmowers, and platoons of rusting metal barrels that made the place conspicuous for its slovenly appearance in what was hardly a community known for its cleanliness and conformity to social norms regarding neatness. I imagined the village of Amatista was regularly the subject of critical comment from Midwestern white picket fence-type tourists making the drive north to Santa Fe, and that was without them getting a gander at Al Edwards' property, which was several blocks back from Highway 41. According to Hank, the inside of Albert's place was even worse than the outside, and it takes a lot to impress Hank when it comes to dirt and disorder. Besides, I continued, even if Al did have the money, he's mad at Hank right now. That's why he tried to get Hank's ex-wife to break up the wedding. Why's Al mad at Hank? Hank wouldn't help Al stuff pig manure up Herbert St. Clair's tailpipe. What? You heard me. Herbert St. Clair lives next door to Albert. Herbert had been trying, without success, for several years now, to get Al's house condemned and his flock of peacocks confiscated. I couldn't entirely blame Herbert St. Clair for appealing to the authorities to do something about Al. It couldn't be easy to live next door to such a dump, never mind waking up most mornings to the ruckus of 20-odd peacocks. According to Janie, several of the peacocks had taken to roosting on Herbert's front porch, rendering it impassable from dusk till dawn. Herbert and his stepson, Colin, had been forced to start coming and going via the back door. The music had stopped, and we'd given up dancing. Jason and I sat down on the steps leading down from the boardwalk to the parking strip below. More guests were filtering out to join us. According to Janie and Oliver, who'd been dancing on the boardwalk with us earlier, the newlyweds were about to make their grand exit. "Where are Mr. and Mrs. Edwards off to?" Jason asked. "Las Vegas," Janie said, "but not until tomorrow." Hank and Phyllis would be spending the night in the brand new living quarters Oliver had cobbled together for them in the attic over the Museum of the Unexplained. Hank had lived for decades in an overstuffed studio apartment pasted onto the back of the curio shop. During the whole of Hank and Phyllis's lengthy courtship, Phyllis had never once spent the night at Hank's house. All their time together had been spent at Phyllis's house in Santa Fe. Now, Phyllis's house was sold, along with her pawn shop. Phyllis had retired, and she'd agreed to move to Little Tombstone under one condition. She refused to move into Hank's place. Thankfully, after all the effort certain members of the Little Tombstone family had gone to in order to get Hank to propose marriage, the Hank/Phyllis merger hadn't fallen apart over Hank's squalid living conditions. Oliver had worked overtime for weeks getting the apartment ready, but he'd ultimately succeeded in converting the leaky attic over the Museum of the Unexplained into a surprisingly cheerful living space. "I'm surprised Hank and Phyllis are going to Las Vegas," said Janie. "Casinos and shopping and shows don't really seem like Hank's cup of tea." "They aren't Hank's cup of tea," said Oliver. "He struck a deal with Phyllis." "What kind of deal?" I asked. "Phyllis gets Vegas, and Hank gets Area 51, Janie explained. I suspected that Hank would have agreed to accompany Phyllis down the Vegas Strip wearing a powdered wig and silk knee breeches if it had meant the possibility of getting a glimpse of the fabled site of where they were concealing irrefutable evidence of the invasion of planet Earth by alien forces. Area 51 is a favorite pet topic of Hank's. I'd discovered soon after taking up permanent residence at Little Tombstone back in November that if you wanted something from Hank, the best way to butter him up was to let him expound on Area 51 for a while. All evidence, according to Hank, confirmed that every attempt by the alien hordes to take over planet Earth had been successfully repelled. Furthermore, Hank believed captured alien invaders, living and dead, had been impounded in underground bunkers concealed beneath the sands and sagebrush of Area 51. Hank said it was impossible to predict when one of those aliens might break out of wherever they were being warehoused for research purposes and attempt to hitch a ride with a passing motorist. That's what made driving through Area 51 so exhilarating. Not that Hank himself would think of letting a real live alien into his car, he told me. It was well known that it was unsafe to entrap oneself in a confined space with an alien. Some were friendly. Some were not. Hank was adamantly against risking his life and limb just to be able to say he'd interacted with an extraterrestrial. All Hank wished for was a glimpse of one from the safety of a moving automobile. "Can you really see anything once you get to Area 51?" Oliver asked. "I thought it was just a stretch of lonely highway passing by a locked gate." "I'm surprised that Hank hasn't already made multiple pilgrimages to Area 51, said Jason. "He has," I said. "He goes every few years. He drives by hoping that this time he'll get lucky and see something. Plus, this time, he has Phyllis with him," said Janie. "What difference would that make?" I asked. Chapter 3. Hank thinks that Phyllis's presence will render him less suspicious, Oliver said. "Suspicious to who?" "Whoever is guarding the gate? Or possibly the aliens?" I didn't ask. I doubted Phyllis's innocuous presence would help much. Despite his spiffy new haircut, Hank Edwards was still the very essence of suspicious. Chamomile came out with a basket of mini bubbles. She instructed us to blow them at the bride and groom as they advanced down the boardwalk from the Birdcage Cafe to the Museum of the Unexplained. I wondered if anyone had run the bubbles by Hank. "Whose idea were the bubbles?" I asked Chamomile. She said she didn't know, but she was looking at Jason when she answered. Everyone who'd remained inside the bird cage began crowding out onto the boardwalk to see the happy couple off, or in this case, next door. Morticia, our resident psychic and the middle-aged maid of honor, came out ahead of the newlyweds and instructed us that Hank had, at the 11th hour, come out as virulently anti-bubble. He was threatening to sneak out the back door of the bird cage and skip the send-off if there was any risk of being caught in a shower of bubbles. "Just blow them into the street or blow them after the bride and groom have passed by," Morticia said. "It'll still look pretty." The street running past Little Tombstone was actually New Mexico State Highway 41, although it narrowed to what looked like a street going through town. Any trucks going past might have something to say about driving through a shower of bubbles, ditto any passing caravans of motorcyclists who favored the route. Morticia hoisted up her fuchsia taffeta ruffled skirt, navigated the steps down to the gravel parking strip, and instructed us to follow. Morticia, who habitually wears black, had resurrected her old high school prom dress for the occasion. I was impressed she could still fit into it 30-something years after the fact, but it lent a rather more bizarre tinge to the already decidedly odd lineup of the wedding party. "Where's Maxwell?" I asked my cousin Georgia when she joined me as I wedged myself between the bumper of a parked car and the waist-high boardwalk, mini bubbles open and at the ready. I was still unclear as to how we were supposed to blow bubbles into the street and still get a glimpse of the newlyweds as they paraded past. "Maxwell's in charge of the bride's guard," said Georgia. "Bride's guard? What in the world is that?" "You'll have to wait and see," said Georgia. "Maxwell swears that there are no explosives involved and that the bride has signed off on whatever it was he and Hank have planned. George's son Maxwell is just shy of 7 and has a great love of spectacle. This wedding was shaping up to be the highlight of Maxwell's short life. He'd already had enough spectacle to last most of us for a lifetime." Earlier in the proceedings, Maxwell and Hank had engineered a firecracker-powered mini cannon to spray the congregation with rose petals and Jolly Rancher candies in lieu of having the flower girl sprinkle them sedately in the pathway of the bride. The mini cannon method of dispensing rose petals was more of a nod to practicality than you might think. The flower girl was Hercules, a half-grown pot-bellied piglet who was originally supposed to waddle down the aisle with a garland of flowers around her neck, foregoing the traditional scattering of rose petals altogether. This waddle down the aisle and quietly destroy the flower garland plan for Hercules had been deemed too tame by Maxwell, and he and the groom had conspired to spice things up with a bit of pyrotechnics. The rose petal/Jolly Rancher cannon had been a hit with the assembly of well-wishers, but Earp, the pug, in his capacity of ring-bearer, hadn't thought much of it. I wondered if Earp would be similarly resistant to whatever part he might be slated to play in Maxwell's conception of the bride's guard. "Are Hercules and Earp part of the bride's guard?" I asked Georgia. "What do you think?" she said wearily. Shoo! Here they come. Maxwell strode out of the door of the bird cage yelling, "Make way for the bride." For the ceremony, while fulfilling his dual role as Bible boy and best man, Maxwell had been dressed in a tiny set of tails. Now he'd added a new dramatic element, a crimson velvet cape. Didn't that used to be the throw your grandmother kept on the back of the couch? You recognize it? Maxwell found it in the cellar under the bird cage. Janie cut it up and made little capes for the whole crew. Janie, along with her boyfriend, Oliver, consistently indulged Maxwell in his dramatic whims. She even filmed their antics and uploaded them to the internet. According to Janie, the Hercules/Maxwell theater troupe was amassing quite the following. I looked around for Janie to see if she was filming this dramatic entrance of the bride's guard. She was. "What do you think of the Globus Cruciger?" Georgia asked. The Globus what? Globus Cruciger, literally the orb and the cross, carried by royals throughout the ages. She added a lot more about the Roman Empire, the god Jupiter, the Emperor Hadrian, and something about the Tetrarchy, but I was too transfixed by watching Maxwell stride the boards, dragging a semi-somnambulant piglet and a petulant pug behind him, to pay much attention to George's history lecture. "Looks more like you glued an old volleyball and some popsicle sticks to the handle of a toilet plunger," I said. "I didn't make it," said Georgia a trifle defensively. "I was just involved at the conceptual stage." "I see." Oliver Spray painted it gold. Normally, Georgia is less than enthused about Maxwell's antics. It surprised me she'd gone so far as to provide input on props for this outlandish spectacle. "Make way for the bride." Maxwell yelled again. Maxwell loves to put on a show, but he never devotes quite the same level of dedication to preparing his lines as he does to his stage craft. Maxwell's lines were lacking, in my opinion, but I'm a professional screenwriter on hiatus, so perhaps I'm too harsh a critic of amateur drama. "Make way for the bride." Maxwell continued to repeat himself, interspersing the same line with the occasional, "Long live the bride," for variety. Maxwell punctuated his proclamations by pounding the business end of the Globus Cruciger on the boards. To an uninitiated bystander, it might have seemed that the groom could expire tomorrow, as far as Maxwell was concerned. Only the bride seemed to matter. I knew this to be untrue. While Maxwell had been an enthusiastic supporter of the Hank and Phyllis merger, I knew where his true loyalties lay. According to Maxwell, Hank Edwards is a repository of useful knowledge and all-around superior human. Perhaps it was Maxwell's admiration of Hank that made him believe that the groom would be able to sustain himself indefinitely without outside interference, and it was only the bride who required protection. Maxwell paused on the boardwalk, waiting for the bride and groom to make their grand exit. Hercules immediately tilted over to lean against Maxwell's leg and began to nibble meditatively at the fringe of Maxwell's crimson cape and then at the fringe of her own. Herb, who'd become fed up with humanity in general several hours previously and had to be temporarily sequestered in my apartment upstairs, before he progressed from merely growling at anything that moved to snapping at it, began to bark. Herb had spotted someone in the crowd of well-wishers whose presence he strenuously objected to. "Who's Herb barking at?" I asked Georgia as Maxwell tried to reason with the irate pug in between yelling "Make way for the bride" and "Long live the bride." Chapter 4. When I asked Georgia who she supposed that Herb was barking at, she said, "I'm not sure." "Is that Albert over there? Hank's cousin Al?" "He missed the ceremony, but he was here for the reception." "I thought he left already." "Well, he's back now," said Georgia. She refrained from pointing but tilted her head in Al's direction. It was Hank's cousin Al, no question about that, but unlike the bulk of the smiling crowd surrounding him, he looked far from happy. "Who's he glaring at?" I whispered. Al wasn't watching the antics going on in front of the birdcage. His attention was all on someone in the crowd. "It's probably Herbert St. Clair that he's giving the stink eye," Georgia whispered back. I looked at Herbert St. Clair. He wasn't paying the pint-sized dramatist or the distraught pug any mind either. He appeared to be fully engrossed in watching Katie the mail carrier, who also happened to be Camomile's mother and one of the tenants of the trailer court. She'd brought a date to the wedding, and I'd never seen her looking so animated. "Is that Katie's new boyfriend, Zach?" I asked. "Yep. Young, isn't he?" He certainly was. Katie must be 20 years his senior. I'd heard Chamomile expressing concern about the age gap. It was ironic that Katie had similar concerns about the disparity in age between her daughter and Jason Wendell, not that Jason and Chamomile were going to end up together if I had any say in the matter. Which I didn't, so Mr. Wendell and Chamomile eventually becoming a couple was still a possibility. "I didn't realize Herbert St. Clair had a thing for Katie," I told my cousin. "I didn't either, but he's clearly unhappy about something. Maybe he's just grumpy because Ael's peacocks have been keeping him awake at night," I suggested. "Or perhaps the post office is experiencing some minor crisis." Herbert St. Clair was Amatista's postmaster, which sounds more impressive than it is. The Amatista post office employs 2 full-time employees, the postmaster and 1 mail carrier. Nancy Flynn, who is also our mayor, fills in 1 day a week so Katie, the solitary mail carrier, can get a day off. The Amatista post office is housed in a tiny adobe structure in what passes for Amatista's downtown. There is no house-to-house mail delivery to the village proper. Katie delivers to the rural route, but everyone else has to physically pick up their mail from the bank of boxes inside the lobby of the tiny post office. I scanned the faces of the crowd assembled outside the birdcage. Herbert St. Clair and Albert Edwards' lack of joie de vivre was being more than made up for by the rest of the assembled onlookers. When the bride and groom at long last made an appearance, Maxwell finally debuted a new line. "Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. and Mrs. Henry Edwards," he yelled. Unfortunately, while Maxwell was striking his globus cruciger on what he supposed was the boardwalk, he instead brought it down on poor Earp's paw. Earp yelped. Maxwell said he was sorry and patted the pug's head, but Earp appeared unready to accept the proffered apology and sullenly turned his back on the crowd to lick his injured paw while he growled under his breath. The assembled well-wishers uncapped their bottles and dutifully blew a cloud of bubbles either behind the happy couple or into the street, according to their whim. I kept my bottle corked. The groom, who had a shiner resulting from an unfortunate misunderstanding with the bride's best friend, would not be benefited by soap in either his good eye or the one that was mostly swollen shut. I hoped Phyllis would be the one driving when they took off on their honeymoon to Vegas in the morning. As the happy couple passed by where I stood at the base of the boardwalk, Hank was grumbling about not being allowed to finish his dinner, and a rather frazzled bride was pointing out that she'd barely tasted hers either. Juanita took up the rear of the procession, carrying a large bag of takeout containers, ostensibly filled with tamales. I hoped Phyllis would have time to eat in peace later on. Juanita's tamales were not to be missed. As Hank and Phyllis navigated the one-sided gauntlet of bubble-wielding well-wishers, Maxwell led the way. In his excitement, he left his posse behind. Earp remained rooted in the middle of the boardwalk. He'd left off licking his paw and gone back to barking menacingly at intervals in the direction of Al Edwards. Hercules had flopped down beside Earp and returned her attention to nibbling the fringe on her crimson cape. "Well, that's done," said Georgia, as we watched Maxwell struggle to hold the door open to the Museum of the Unexplained so the newlyweds could escape indoors before the drift of bubbles caught up with them. On the boardwalk, Earp had left off barking to attend to sneezing. The bubbles were getting to him. "Yes, that's done," I echoed Georgia, "and thank goodness, too. Now that the wedding is officially over, surely nothing else will go wrong." "Surely," said Georgia. What could happen with Phyllis and Hank safely shut up in their cozy apartment? I could think of all sorts of things, unfortunately. Most accidents occur at home: falls, electrocutions, scalds, burns, even suffocation. I did not recite this list to Georgia, but if I had, I would have made one major omission: poisoning. As I fell asleep that night, exhausted from the exertion of helping to get Phyllis and Hank hitched, I never dreamed that before the night was over, someone would very nearly succeed in bumping off the bride. Chapter 5. I was awakened at 3 a.m. by a banging on the front door of my apartment. "Who is it?" I yelled through the door after stumbling bleary-eyed out of my bedroom. "Ledbetter," said the voice from the other side. I opened the door. "Morticia's been trying to reach you," Ledbetter told me. "Phyllis is terribly ill." "What do you mean, ill?" "Well, if it had been Hank showing the same symptoms, I'd just have thought he'd doubled his usual intake of whiskey, but it's Phyllis we're talking about here." Unlike Hank, Phyllis doesn't drink. I couldn't imagine that even after the not inconsiderable stress of the wedding, she'd indulge. When I got to Hank and Phyllis's apartment and rushed into the bedroom, Morticia was already there, hovering over Phyllis, who lay curled up in the fetal position in the exact geometric center of the bed. Morticia waved Ledbetter and me over and continued talking to whoever was on the other end of the phone she held to her ear. "Yes, I did that," she said. "Yes, I'll do that, too. Yes, I'll stay on the line." 911? I asked Ledbetter. He nodded grimly. I tried unsuccessfully to rouse Phyllis, but all she would do was moan and turn her face away. Hank lurked in the corner of the room like a nervous specter, clearly at a loss of what to do to help Phyllis. We were all at a loss. Ledbetter was right. If Phyllis had been somebody else, we would have assumed that Phyllis had massively overindulged in strong spirits and left her to sleep it off. But Phyllis does not even sample strong spirits, much less overindulge. "How long has she been like this?" I asked Hank. "She was fine when we went to bed around 11, he said. Hank always looks a little wild-eyed, and his extreme state of anxiety was only magnifying the effect. He'd been running his fingers distractedly through his spiffy new haircut, which was making it stand out in all directions from his head as if he'd just stuck a fork in a wall socket and lived to tell the tale. "What did you do before you went to bed?" I asked and immediately regretted it. I didn't think Hank would give me a play-by-play account of any postnuptial amorous activities he and Phyllis might have gotten up to, but you never knew with Hank. "We both had some tamales and went to bed." We'd all had tamales at the reception. I'd personally demolished 7. It couldn't possibly be the tamales that had put Phyllis in such a state. "Did Phyllis take any medication last night?" I asked Hank. "Just a couple of aspirin. She said she had a headache." Anyone would have had a bit of a headache after what Phyllis had gone through. Still, unless someone had slipped something else into Phyllis's aspirin bottle, which seemed extremely unlikely, aspirin wouldn't make her like that either. "Why don't you sit down, Hank?" "Don't want to sit down." I wanted him to sit down before he fell down. I didn't like the way his hands were trembling. He was working himself into a state, and I couldn't really blame him. "How soon will the ambulance get here?" I asked Morticia. "They told me it would be at least 20 minutes. I went to the kitchen sink and got Hank a glass of water. Ledbetter went downstairs to wait in the street in front of the Museum of the Unexplained so he could direct the paramedics where to go when they arrived. "Did no one wake up Georgia?" I asked Morticia. I suggested it, but Ledbetter said we shouldn't risk waking up the kid. "And the pug and the piglet." Earp and Hercules had stayed over at George's last night. Most of the time, I kept them in my apartment. They slept together in a little pen in the corner of my kitchen. The previous evening, though, after the reception, Maxwell had taken them back to the cottage with him while Georgia and I stayed behind and helped clean up the dining room of the bird cage so it would be ready for diners come breakfast time Monday morning. When I'd accompanied Georgia out back of the trailer court to the cottage she and Maxwell shared, we'd found all 3, boy, pug, and piglet, fast asleep in a giant beanbag chair in the corner of Maxwell's tiny bedroom. It had seemed foolhardy to wake them, so I'd gone back to my apartment on my own. I was glad Maxwell was not there to see Phyllis in such a state, or Hank, for that matter. It was a good half hour before the ambulance arrived. The paramedics did not comment on Phyllis's condition, other than to acknowledge Morticia's insistence that the patient had not had a drop to drink. They bundled poor Phyllis onto a stretcher and took her away. Hank went along in the ambulance, and Morticia and Ledbetter followed in Morticia's little red Honda. Morticia promised to keep me updated, and if Phyllis ended up being admitted, which seemed highly likely to me, I'd come up to see her in the Santa Fe hospital as soon as visitors were allowed. I went back to bed, but I couldn't fall asleep for ages. That Phyllis had fallen deathly ill all of a sudden made no sense to me. And, as it turned out, Phyllis wasn't the only one in the village of Amatista to have an awfully bad night. Chapter 6. According to Janie, when the ambulance arrived to take Herbert away, she was there to see it all. "Do you think Herbert will be all right?" I asked. I was in the dining room of the Birdcage Cafe, eating a plate of migas and watching Janie wipe down the tables and refill the napkin dispensers. I'd come downstairs from my tiny apartment to fill in Juanita on the unfortunate events of the previous evening and to see if there was anything left of the breakfast special. Maxwell, who had awakened far too early, interrupted my attempt to sleep late by practically breaking my front door down on his mother's orders that I be reunited with Herb and Hercules. Maxwell homeschools, and Georgia does contract work for several engineering firms from home. The presence of animal companions does nothing for their collective productivity, and Georgia maintained a strict schoolwork before pets mandate. I took another bite of migas and waited for Janie to fill me in on Herbert's condition. "He looked awful," said Janie, and his stepson was beside himself. Colin kept going on and on about how it was all his fault. What exactly was wrong with Herbert? And why did Colin say it was all his fault? "I'm not sure," said Janie. "I was having trouble sleeping, so I got up in the middle of the night to have a snack and read for a while. It was around 2 in the morning, just as I was getting ready to go back to bed when there was a frantic banging on my door. I guess Colin saw that my light was on. He'd run over from his and Herbert's place. Why didn't Colin call the ambulance himself? He was too panicked to think rationally. I couldn't get much out of him, so I went over to their house and took a look for myself. And? When I got there, Herbert was conscious, but disoriented. He tried to talk, but what he was saying made even less sense than Colin's panicked ramblings. He was totally out of it. All he wanted to talk about was tamales. Tamales? Apparently, he wasn't pleased with the tamales I left on his porch after the reception. I wondered if the tamale delivery had just been a generous gesture on Janie's part, or if someone else had put her up to it, but I decided to leave that question on the back burner for the moment. Herbert's griping didn't surprise me much, Janie continued. Every time Herbert St. Clair eats takeout from the Birdcage, he finds something new to complain about. Did Herbert have anything else wrong with him? I asked, besides rambling incoherently about tamales? His breathing was shallow, and when I tried to feel his pulse, I'm surprised he even let me, it was all over the place. So, you called 911, and they came and took him away to the hospital? Yeah. I texted his ex-wife, Darlene, this morning, and she says the hospital told her Herbert is expected to pull through, but that's about all I know. After I finished my migas, I went out back to the trailer court. On my way to consult with Georgia, I passed by Ledbetter. Ledbetter is usually hard to read, even a happy Ledbetter looks impassive, but today, I didn't like the intensity with which he was putting in reps on the outdoor weight bench he keeps in the vacant space next to his old trailer. "Hello, Emma," he said without pausing. He was grunting and sweating. The sweating part was usual, particularly since it was an unseasonably warm day for May in northern New Mexico. The grunting was not. "Something wrong?" I asked. Ledbetter did 3 more reps, then lowered the bar and sat up. Yes. I waited for him to elaborate. He didn't. "What's wrong?" I prompted. "It's my mother." Back in January, Ledbetter's mother had suffered from a minor heart attack, and he'd gone to Tucson to look after her for a while, but he'd been back at Little Tombstone for over a month now. Did she have another heart attack? No. I waited again for Ledbetter to go into a reasonable level of detail, but he didn't, so I asked what exactly was wrong with his mother. My mother wants to move in with me. Move in with you? I couldn't believe it. There wasn't room in Ledbetter's old trailer to accommodate a canary in a cage, much less anyone's mother, especially one who'd spent the last decade living alone in a palatial 4-bedroom house in an upscale suburb of Tucson. Morticia had once described Ledbetter's mother as a maximalist after Ledbetter showed us both photographs of his mother's living room when he was trying to select a suitable birthday present to go with his mother's decor. Ledbetter's mother was a great proponent of multi-layered custom draperies, coordinated throw pillows, and expensive-looking collectible figurines. As impressive as the profusion of objects Mrs. Ledbetter kept in her home was, it still surprised me to hear Morticia describe it as maximalist. Morticia's style is hardly minimalist. Her current conception of ideal decor was covering every available surface of her ancient Winnebago, inside and out, with mosaics made from bits of broken china, shards of mirror, and glass gems she got from the dollar store. She was well on her way to succeeding at her apparent goal of encrusting every inch of the exterior. Morticia had even managed to recreate, in mosaic, the giant unsettling eye she'd long ago painted on the side of her Winnebago, along with the slogan advertising her professional services as a reader of tarot cards. I'd never met the woman, but I could not imagine Ledbetter's mother living next to Morticia's outlandish dwelling. "Why does your mother want to move in with you?" I asked Ledbetter. Chapter 7. When I asked Ledbetter why his mother was considering a move, he said, "She says she doesn't want to be so far from her children." Ledbetter had a sister in LA, but she and his mother didn't get along. "So, you won the lottery?" I said. That was, perhaps, an unfortunate way of putting it. Ledbetter might live in an ancient travel trailer parked behind the crumbling edifice of a circa 1960s roadside tourist attraction, but he's actually loaded. When he came back from a tour of duty in Afghanistan years ago now, of course, he suffered so badly from PTSD that holding down a conventional job had been intolerable, so he'd gone on disability until he'd taught himself to trade stocks and forex, and now he was a very wealthy man, despite appearances. "Doesn't your mother know about your?" I searched for a diplomatic way of putting it. Ledbetter had told me the whole story himself, not long after I'd inherited Little Tombstone from my great-aunt Geraldine, but Ledbetter's wealth is hardly common knowledge, so we rarely speak of it. "My mother doesn't know much about my situation," said Ledbetter, "although I think she suspects I wouldn't have to live here if I chose not to." It didn't take a terribly smart cookie to suspect that, with Ledbetter, all was not quite as it seemed. Every few years, he bought a brand new top-of-the-line bike with cash. I was guessing that his current ride was worth at least 50 times what he used to draw in disability each month. "My mother asked me to move in with her on a permanent basis after her heart attack," Ledbetter continued, "but I told her no." "So now she wants to move in with you?" "Yes." "Has she seen your place?" "She's seen pictures." "And she still wants to move in?" "She doesn't want to move into my trailer. She wants to get a fancy fifth wheel and park it next to me." I had been toying with the idea of trying to find more tenants to make the trailer court pay its way. There was still a lot remaining from the money my Aunt Geraldine had left, most of which was earmarked for repairs to Little Tombstone, but the Little Tombstone Preservation Board, which oversees the disbursement of the renovation funds, was going through cash at an alarming rate. There was still an enormous amount of work to be done to undo a quarter-century of deferred maintenance. I, personally, could have done with a new tenant, but I could see that Ledbetter didn't want his mother living next door to him, so I said, "What about finding her a little place in Santa Fe, or better yet, Albuquerque? It would be close, but not close enough to have her popping over for breakfast every morning." Ledbetter didn't say so, but I suspected that he feared his mother would be popping over for lunch and dinner as well. "She's probably just lonely," I said. I could sympathize. I was lonely. Ever since Georgia and Maxwell moved out, I'd been eating breakfast by myself when I didn't wander down to the bird cage. My home breakfasts consisted of dry cereal now, not the cooked breakfast Georgia used to make, and I didn't like it one bit. Georgia and Maxwell might be so close I could open my bedroom window and yell across to them, but it wasn't the same as living under the same roof. I still had Erp the pug and Hercules the pot-bellied pig, of course, but they rather lacked as conversationalists. "What are you going to do?" I asked Ledbetter. "Are you going to tell your mother no?" "I can't," he said. "I can't tell her no. What kind of person would I be if I told my frail and aging mother that she couldn't move in next door? What kind of person would Ledbetter be?" A sane and happy person, I wanted to say, but I didn't. I wanted Ledbetter to tell his mother no if he truly didn't want her living next door, but a part of me respected him a little bit more because he couldn't bring himself to do it. "What about that slot in the very back?" I said, pointing to an empty concrete pad in the back corner, as far from Ledbetter's trailer as possible. "Let's go look at it." "I don't think she'll like the view," said Ledbetter and inclined his head towards Morticia's Winnebago. The light was striking the old motorhome at just the right angle to accentuate the effect of the RV having been drenched with a jumbo-sized glitter bomb. One had to admit it was eye-catching. No one passing by on the highway was likely to miss seeing it. Morticia had revealed that business was up since she'd redecorated, and I didn't doubt it. "You don't think your mother and Morticia will get along?" I asked. "I'm sure they won't," said Ledbetter. "My mother will be horrified by Morticia, and Morticia will think my mother is an insufferable snob." That's another thing I like about Ledbetter, he uses words like insufferable. "If your mother is such a snob," I said, "won't she take one look at this place and head for the hills?" Ledbetter conceded there might be something in my suggestion that his mother's impulse to move into the trailer court at Little Tombstone might be dampened by actually visiting the place. "She will be horrified," Ledbetter said, "but my mother is not easily intimidated. She was the principal of an elementary school for 30 years, and she finished out her career as the superintendent of schools for the Greater Tucson Independent School District. 2 weeks after she retired, she engineered a hostile takeover of her neighborhood homeowners association. If she's accustomed to living in the sort of neighborhood that has a homeowners association, don't you think?" Chapter 8. "I'm afraid my mother will regard this place as a challenge," Ledbetter told me. "She likes to have a project. I'm afraid she'd enjoy nothing more than bringing us all up to a higher standard." If Mrs. Ledbetter thought any effort to reform the standard of living at Little Tombstone would be met with enthusiasm, I was afraid she was in for a shock. I'd had endless trials getting the preservation board, comprised of the residents and a few others, to agree on a color for a new paint job on the strip of storefronts bordering Highway 41. Greenish-gray was the final verdict, in case you were wondering. I might respect Ledbetter's desire to look after his mother in her declining years, but a little selfish part of me was already regretting the suggestion that she could move into that empty slot at the back of the trailer court. "Well, Ledbetter," I said, "keep me posted," and continued on to George's tiny cottage, which sat cheek by jowl with its derelict twin and the shabby 8-unit motel. I was hoping I'd be able to hang around long enough that Georgia would ask me to stay for lunch. I'd just raised my hand to knock on the door of the cottage, now painted a brilliant blue, the exact color of a blue jay, according to Maxwell, when the door was flung open, and Maxwell burst out of it, declaring that he was going to go greet the newlyweds and take them what appeared to be a half-empty box of donuts from the truck stop north of town. Maxwell, like Hank, has a weakness for donuts, so it was a testament of his affection for the newly marrieds that Maxwell was inclined to share. "I don't think you'll be able to do that just yet," I said, trying to decide how to break it to Maxwell that Phyllis had been taken to the hospital. I'd received a text from Morticia during breakfast informing me that Phyllis's condition had improved but that she was being kept for monitoring. The doctor had ordered blood work to try and figure out what was wrong with her. According to Morticia, so far, it appeared that the medical staff at the Santa Fe hospital didn't have a clue what was wrong with Phyllis. "Are Mr. Hank and Miss Phyllis having alone time?" Maxwell asked. I had a feeling that Georgia had had a talk with Maxwell about respecting Hank and Phyllis's privacy now that they were living together over the Museum of the Unexplained. No, Mr. and Mrs. Edwards aren't having alone time, I said. I wished I'd had a chance to consult with Georgia about the least traumatic way to break it to Maxwell that Phyllis had fallen ill. Phyllis isn't feeling well, I finally told Maxwell, although that was ridiculously understating the situation. When the paramedics had loaded up Phyllis, she'd looked like she was loitering around death's door. I'll take her the donuts, said Maxwell. She'll feel better after she eats one. She isn't here, I told Maxwell. She had to go to the doctor. That was sort of true. There were doctors at the hospital. Then I'll give them to Mr. Hank. Miss Phyllis can have one when she gets back. Mr. Hank went with her, I said. I think she's going to be gone most of the day. And tomorrow and the day after, if Morticia's predictions proved correct, but I didn't want to tell the kid that. Okay, said Maxwell, can I go see Erp and Hercules? Yes, if your mother says so. Maxwell yelled into the open doorway of the cottage, and Georgia yelled back from somewhere inside that he could go greet the critters. Don't feed the animals any donuts, I yelled at Maxwell's back as he bolted across the trailer court, heading for the back door of the bird cage. Georgia came out of her room and shooed me inside. She closed the door behind me, although she stayed at the window to keep an eye on Maxwell until he disappeared inside the back door of the bird cage. I'm glad Maxwell's out of the way, Georgia said, because I have something to tell you. I hoped Georgia wasn't going to tell me that she was going to move away, and she didn't, but her news was nearly as momentous. I got offered an engineering job in Santa Fe, said Georgia. Don't worry, I have no desire to move in with my mother again, but... Not long after I'd inherited Little Tombstone from my great-aunt Geraldine, there had been something of a family tragedy, and my cousin Georgia, second cousin, if I'm going to be entirely accurate, had decided to stop living with her mother, my cousin Abigail, and move to Little Tombstone. Georgia had ended up as partial heir of the place, and I couldn't be more pleased to have her and Maxwell at Little Tombstone with me. What will happen if you take the job? I asked. Georgia had been doing contract work from home for the last several years so she could homeschool precocious Maxwell, but if Georgia took a steady job, all that would have to come to an end. Well, said Georgia, if I take the job, I'll have to put Maxwell in school. Have you told him that? No, I want to be absolutely sure it's going to happen before I even broach the subject. I tried to imagine little Maxwell marching onto the school bus and proceeding to shake the driver's hand and wish him a good morning, then taking his seat and trying to engage his seatmate in a robust debate on the merits and dangers of the proliferation of AI in our modern world. And I was afraid that the bus ride would just be the beginning of his troubles. Chapter 9. Poor Maxwell. If forced to inhabit the typical elementary school environment, I feared he was destined to be beaten up, repeatedly, with his own rolled-up copy of the Scientific American until he learned to blend in. Maxwell was such an outlier, however, that I feared ever blending in might not be a realistic outcome. Did you hear what I was telling Maxwell on the doorstep? I asked Georgia to get my mind off the image of little Maxwell being harassed by schoolyard bullies. Georgia said she had not. Phyllis got really sick last night, I said. She's been admitted to the hospital until they figure out why she collapsed. Collapsed? To be honest, she appeared to be blind drunk, except she wasn't. Are you sure? Absolutely. Poor thing, said Georgia. I guess they won't be heading off to Vegas on their honeymoon anytime soon. I didn't tell Maxwell the part about Phyllis being taken to the hospital. I just said she had to go to the doctor, but if she's not back by this evening, you might have to break it to him. Georgia nodded. Phyllis wasn't the only one in Amatista to get carried off to the hospital last night, I said. Did you hear about Herbert? Herbert? Herbert St. Clair, the postmaster? That's the one. What happened? He became incoherent late last night, and his stepson rushed over to Janie's for help. Their neighbors? Georgia asked. Yep. Across the street and 3 houses down. Herbert lives next door to Crazy Al? Georgia would never address Albert Edwards as Crazy Al in front of Maxwell, nor would she allow anyone else to do so. Apparently, since we were alone, no such prohibitions against pejoratives applied, but if Maxwell had been present, he'd have been admonished if he failed to call the man Mr. Al. Georgia was right, though. Whatever people chose to call him, crazy or otherwise, Mr. Albert Edwards appeared to suffer from either a diagnosable mental condition involving intermittent psychosis or a garden-variety case of extreme orneriness. My theory was that he was suffering from both. Al Edwards scared me a little. Has he hauled off any of those old barrels from his yard? Georgia asked. I was over there last week to pick up Herb and Hercules, and Al's yard looked as bad as ever, maybe worse. Since several months earlier, when Janie had taken it into her head that Herb and Hercules would be the ideal candidates to transform into social media stars, she'd been taking the animals over to her house from time to film them. So far, her plans to make Herb and Hercules internet famous seemed to be off to a promising start. The antics of Herb and Hercules, with dramatic voiceovers consisting of soliloquies on behalf of the animals by young Maxwell, had gained a considerable following. Twice a week, Janie would take the animals over to the makeshift studio she'd set up in her living room and shoot footage of the costumed pair. That was how I'd come to be a frequent visitor to Janie's little house in the village of Amatista. I heard that Herbert St. Clair was trying to get Al's place condemned by the county, said Georgia. I'd heard that, too. Herbert tried to get Jason Wendell involved, but I hear Jason declined, I told her. Have you seen much of Jason lately? Georgia persisted. Besides at the wedding? We had lunch together the day before yesterday, I told her. I wanted to brag a little to Georgia about how Jason had asked me to dance on the boardwalk during Hank and Phyllis's wedding reception, but then I decided against it. Georgia can get a little matchmakery, and my greatest fear was that Jason Wendell was going to notice what several other residents of Little Tombstone had picked up on already. I had an undignified and probably completely unrequited crush on Amatista's resident lawyer. You had lunch with Jason at the birdcage? Georgia asked. Yes. We just happened to be there at the same time, so we shared a table. Have you ever stopped to wonder how Jason Wendell seems to always show up at the same time you do? Georgia could just as well have asked if anyone had noticed how I always seemed to show up at the same time Mr. Wendell did, but she spared me the humiliation of putting it that way. Noon is a normal time to eat lunch, I said a bit defensively. And you know very well that the bird cage serves the best food in town. Where else would the man go for lunch? The bird cage served the only food in town unless you counted the entirely deep-fried menu at the truck stop just north of the village. Jason Wendell's obtrusively modern concrete office sits just blocks from Little Tombstone, so he walks over to the bird cage most days for lunch. I used to eat lunch most days with Georgia and Maxwell. Georgia's cooking might not be quite as good as Juanita's at the bird cage, but it's close. Now that Georgia and Maxwell had moved out to a place of their own, I felt like I'd be butting in to show up at lunchtime expecting to be fed. Not that I didn't stoop to such low tricks every once in a while. Today was one of those days. Georgia's potato leek soup was bubbling away on the stove, and I sniffed deeply in the direction of the bubbling pot and said how good it smelled. You want to come back around noon and eat with us? Georgia asked as she got up and went to the stove to stir the soup. I didn't say no. Chapter 10. I decided I could fit in a visit to check on Phyllis before lunch, but before I went, I wanted to catch another of my tenants, Katie the mail carrier, who rented a space in the trailer court where she shared an old single-wide with her grown daughter, Chamomile. Katie left to drive the rural route well before the rest of us were even thinking about waking up, but she usually managed to time her mid-morning break to coincide with passing by Little Tombstone. I could see the mail truck parked on the gravel strip at the back of the trailer court, so I went to the door of Katie and Chamomile's trailer and knocked. Katie answered the door with a steaming cup of coffee in her hand and invited me in. I have a few questions about Herbert, I said after we'd chatted briefly about this and that. Katie scowled. I'd heard that she and the postmaster didn't get along. Clearly, my sources had not been misled that there was no love lost between Herbert St. Clair and Katie Perkins, at least there was no love lost on Katie's end anyway. What kind of questions? Katie asked. I had been uneasy ever since Janie had told me about Herbert's collapse. I couldn't say exactly why, but for starters, given that Herbert had gone on and on about the tamales he'd ordered from the bird cage, I feared that he might blame his collapse on the leftovers from the reception. I did not like the idea of Herbert St. Clair, well known to be vindictive and inflexible, turning his ire on Juanita. What exactly do you want to know about Herbert? Katie persisted, and I realized that my mind had wandered. I don't know exactly, I said. What kind of person is he? I get the impression he's hard to work for. Katie snorted. You can say that again. You know he's been trying nonstop to get me fired for the past 6 months. This was an intriguing bit of information. The trouble started right after he and Darlene broke up back in September, Katie said. Darlene was cheating on Herbert with another man, although they'd broken up now, and I guess when Herbert's marriage fell apart, he felt it was vital that he find a Darlene replacement as soon as possible. Herbert's ego was bruised from his wife leaving him? I guess you could put it that way. But what does that have to do with the bad blood between you and Herbert? Did he get involved with a friend of yours? Not exactly. Oh? I'm guessing Herbert didn't have many single women in his social circle, so he decided to pursue someone at work, Katie said. The only other person who worked for the Amatista post office was Nancy Flynn, who left off ranching and her duties as the mayor of Amatista 1 day a week to fill in as relief mail carrier so Katie could get her mandated 2 days off out of every 7. Not Nancy? Surely Herbert didn't go for Nancy? I said. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Nancy. It was more what was wrong with Herbert. Nancy is an exceedingly strong-minded woman and is not the type to entertain any notions of linking her lot to a man as difficult as Herbert St. Clair. It wasn't Nancy who caught Herbert's eye, said Katie, more's the pity. You? Herbert St. Clair was interested in you? Katie nodded. There was no question of Katie having entertained his advances. It was clear she couldn't stand the man. And Herbert doesn't take rejection well? I asked. You could say that. How not well? Ever since I turned him down, he's been trying to get me fired. Why? He's a mean-spirited, thin-skinned stickler? What's he done to try and get you fired? I asked. He has yet to outright lie, said Katie, but he's written me up 9 times in the past 2 months. It's hard to prove that's because I rejected him because he's always been the sort who's ridiculously picky about minor infractions. What has Herbert written you up for? I asked. For clocking in 2 minutes late 5 days in a row, for failing to deliver mail. Failing to deliver? There was a flash flood on that old road going up to the mine, and it washed out so bad I didn't want to risk damaging my truck. There's one house up beyond the washout, so I took their mail back to the post office, intending to notify them they'd better come to pick it up in person, but Herbert considered failing to deliver a grave infraction and filed a complaint. Were all his complaints of a similar nature? I asked. Yes, said Katie. After the 7th one, I went up to Santa Fe to see Herbert's district superior in person. I was worried they'd take the complaints seriously. Everything Herbert has written me up for are things everyone does from time to time, but on paper, so many complaints make me look downright incompetent. I don't want to lose this job. What did Herbert's boss say? It was time for Katie to return to her duties as mail carrier, so I followed her out to her mail truck and watched as she washed the windshield and aired up one of the rear tires with a foot pump. Herbert's superior told me not to be concerned about getting terminated, Katie told me. He said that the department was bound by regulations to process disciplinary notices, but they were not bound by regulations to find them merited. Then he went on to say, strictly off the record, that Herbert is always filing technically valid but frivolous complaints about his superiors as well. This district guy said that there had been talk of trying to get Herbert out of his position as postmaster for the past 3 years, but that everyone was too scared to try and fire him because Herbert has sued 2 of his last 4 employers for wrongful termination. Herbert is unlikable and unpleasant to work for, but he's actually pretty good at his job, so there's not any legitimate reason to get rid of him. Herbert St. Clair sounds like a real charmer, I said. I guess I should be worried about him making a meal of falling ill after eating Juanita's leftover tamales. I'm afraid you should worry, said Katie as she started the engine. Chapter 11. When I got to the hospital, I texted Morticia, who met me in the lobby and took me up to Phyllis's room. She was sleeping when I came down, said Morticia, but you can at least say hello to Hank. How's Hank holding up? Not so well. I think he's been awake ever since he discovered Phyllis was ill this morning. When I got to Phyllis's room, both she and Hank were asleep. I won't disturb them, I whispered to Morticia. I'll tell Phyllis you were here, she whispered back. By the evening, however, Phyllis was home. Late in the afternoon, Morticia later told me, she briefly left the hospital to get herself and Hank something to eat, leaving Phyllis resting comfortably and Hank napping in a chair. Morticia had returned with her takeout only to find they'd both disappeared. When Morticia had consulted with the nurse's station, she'd been informed that Phyllis had not been discharged, the results of the patient's labs had not yet been returned, and that Phyllis's doctor had not seen her since that morning. Morticia called me as soon as she was done consulting with the nursing staff and told me to be on high alert for a sleep-deprived Hank and a not considered fit to be released from the hospital Phyllis. I went and got Ledbetter, and we both sat on the porch of the Museum of the Unexplained and waited for Hank and Phyllis to show up. How are they getting here? Ledbetter asked. Didn't Hank ride up to the hospital in the ambulance? Morticia thinks they absconded with her car. She says she walked to a restaurant down the street from the hospital and left her keys in Phyllis's room. When she came back, the keys were missing, and so was Phyllis. How is Morticia getting back? She said she'd call an Uber. That'll cost a fortune, said Ledbetter. I'd better go get her. Ledbetter has mountains of cash, but Morticia doesn't. I think Ledbetter would spread his largesse around a lot more if he could do it without tipping everyone off that he isn't getting by on military retirement and disability. You can't leave, I said. Morticia is counting on you to give Hank a piece of your mind as soon as he gets here. Why me? You're the scariest one of us all? That wasn't really true. Georgia is the scariest of us all when she gets really riled, but since on this particular occasion, Hank hadn't put Maxwell up to running away by himself in the middle of the night to observe chupacabra in their natural habitat under the light of the full moon, I doubted Georgia would be in the mood to chew out Hank. You do it, Ledbetter said. Do what? Give Hank a piece of your mind. Do you really think it will have any effect on him? Probably not. I don't think anything any of us say will make much difference. Then how about we leave Hank alone and let Morticia say her piece when she gets here? She's the one who's hopping mad. Ledbetter already had his phone out texting Morticia. She hasn't gotten a ride yet, he said. I'm going to get her. A couple of minutes later, I heard Ledbetter's motorcycle roar to life, and soon after, he rode past the Museum of the Unexplained. Ledbetter must have met Hank and Phyllis in Morticia's little red Honda before he even made it outside village limits, but it appeared he had not stopped to give Hank the lecture Morticia believed Hank had coming to him, because when Hank pulled up at the front of the museum, he did not look chastened and rebuked, he just looked terribly tired. He looked so tired I didn't have the heart to administer even a mild remonstrance. Phyllis looked significantly worse for the wear, too, although at least she was standing on her own 2 feet. She was even more tottery than usual, and I wished that Ledbetter had waited around long enough to carry her up the stairs. Phyllis is frail and birdlike, but not so frail and birdlike that I was up to piggybacking her all the way up the stairs to her apartment. I called Georgia to come, and together we helped Phyllis up the stairs, with a nervous Hank hovering 2 steps behind. I put Phyllis to bed, and Georgia admonished Hank to call us if his wife took even the slightest turn for the worse. On my way out of the apartment, I noticed 2 half-empty takeout containers of tamales sitting out on the dinette. "Did you know Herbert St. Clair got sick last night, too?" I asked Hank. He grunted, which I took to mean no. "He's blaming the tamales," I told Hank. "Nobody ever got as sick as Phyllis from eating a few tamales," Hank said, which had been my opinion, too, up until quite recently. "You and Phyllis both had tamales before you went to bed last night?" Hank grunted again, which I took to mean yes. "You both had exactly the same thing?" "Not exactly," said Hank, pointing to the abandoned takeout containers. "I had the red sauce. Phyllis had green." "Green sauce?" Hank grunted. "I thought Juanita ran out of green sauce before the end of the reception," Georgia said. "I didn't get any." "Maybe she saved some for Phyllis," Hank suggested. "Phyllis always has green sauce." This was a reasonable supposition. Juanita, Janie, or Chamomile could have noticed the green sauce was going to run out and saved some for the harried bride and groom to consume at their leisure later on. "Where's the green sauce container?" I asked Hank. "I don't see it on the table." "Phyllis threw it away? Because it was empty?" "No, she said it tasted funny." "Funny how?" "She said it tasted more like syrup than green sauce." I was already at the kitchen trash can looking for the little container, hoping the lid was still on, and I wouldn't have to resort to scraping my salsa verde sample off random bits and pieces of kitchen waste. Fortunately, Phyllis, who, unlike Hank, is very neat, had put the lid back on the container before tossing it. I cracked open the little plastic tub and took a sniff. It did smell sweet. I carried it over to examine the green sauce under the light over the sink. It didn't look right at all. I've eaten Juanita's salsa verde hundreds of times. This was green, all right, but it wasn't quite the right green. "Can I take this with me?" I asked Hank. "Be my guest." Hank was looking at me like I'd lost my mind, which is not the usual way round of things, but since Hank had long ago developed an immunity to people looking at him like he was crazy, I doubted he appreciated the irony of the moment. I took the little tub of green sauce back to my apartment and placed it safely on the top shelf of my refrigerator behind a mayonnaise jar. I don't know why I felt the need to conceal it. It was highly unlikely that whoever had put counterfeit salsa verde into Hank and Phyllis's takeout would be sneaking into my apartment in the dead of night to do away with the evidence. Chapter 12. The next morning, I made an unannounced trip up to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office to consult with Officer Reyes. I had with me half the container of what had been passed off as Juanita's green sauce wrapped in an ice pack inside a giant Ziploc in my handbag. I'd kept half the green sauce in reserve. I had faith in Officer Reyes's integrity, although I wasn't sure of his faith in my sanity. This was not going to be the first time I'd made what he considered dubious reports of potential criminal activity. I had to wait over an hour to see him. "Hello, Ms. Iverson," he said. He did not say how nice it was to see me, although I wasn't expecting him to. "What can I do for you?" "I'd like to report a potential poisoning." "Oh, is someone trying to poison you?" I think Officer Reyes already knew I was not acting on my own behalf, but asked the question only because he found it perversely amusing to say the words out loud. "We had a wedding recently at Little Tombstone," I told him. "The bride and another wedding guest fell ill." Officer Reyes dutifully took down a report. He took the sample of green sauce off my hands. He did not say what he intended to do about it. 2 days after Herbert St. Clair was admitted to the hospital in Santa Fe, I decided it was time to pay him a visit. When I arrived mid-morning and asked for his room number, I was informed by the desk that Mr. St. Clair was being seen by a specialist and was not available for visitors. If I wanted, I could wait. I sat down on a vinyl bench seat in the hospital lobby and took out my phone. That morning, Janie had texted me to let me know that Earp and Hercules were now internet famous. Apparently, a video Janie had uploaded had gone viral. The video thumbnail showed Hercules the pot-bellied piglet wearing a red hooded cloak and a lacy collar. Hercules was accompanied by Earp, who was dressed as a sort of a cross between a comic book superhero and a medieval knight. Janie had found a little plastic knight's helmet somewhere. I was quite sure I had never seen it amongst the extensive collection of little dog costumes bequeathed to me by Earp's late mistress, my great-aunt Geraldine. The tiny knight's helmet had been supplemented with a pug-sized sweatshirt emblazoned with a giant P on the chest and a little fringed crimson cape that Earp had worn in his capacity of bride's guard. Since, in the video, the fringe was still in pristine condition, I could only surmise that the footage had been shot before the day of the wedding. The day of the wedding, Hercules had nibbled on the fringe of Earp's cape in an effort to soothe her shattered nerves after the vicissitudes of participating in the outlandish nuptials, and very nearly destroyed the border. Earp, what little I could still see of him behind the knight's helmet, looked distinctly out of sorts, but since he looked that way most of the time, even when he was happy, I chalked up the pug's disgruntled expression to irritation at having the plastic helmet wedged onto his head. I clicked on the video, and the title came up, Little Red Riding Pig and the Big Bad Chicken, featuring Earp the Pug and Hercules the Pot-Bellied Pig, screenplay and narration by Maxwell the Magnificent. After the title faded, Hercules, aka Little Red Riding Pig, ambled onto the screen while Maxwell's voice began to narrate the action. Once upon a time, there lived in a certain village called Amatista, a little desert pig, the prettiest pig that ever was seen. Her mother was very fond of her and called her Little Red Riding Pig. One day, her mother said, "Go take your grandmother some donuts." I watched as Janie's hand descended and hung a donut with a ribbon threaded through the center of it around Hercules' neck. Of course, the piglet immediately attempted to eat the donut, and Janie had to reach down again and shorten the ribbon so the piglet couldn't snaffle down the dangling pastry. So Little Red Riding Pig set out to visit her grandmother, and she took along her friend, Super Pug, to protect her. Maxwell droned in the background while Earp the Knight/superhero was coaxed into the frame and the pig and pug navigated down Janie's back steps into the dusty bit of backyard behind her house and toward a cardboard box, which had been painted to look like a tiny ramshackle cottage with a little cardboard chimney sticking out the cardboard roof. When Little Red Riding Pig got to her grandmother's house, she knocked on the door, Maxwell narrated. I don't know how Janie managed it. I'm guessing she smeared the front door with something Hercules found tasty, which, knowing Hercules, could have been just about anything. When the piglet reached the front door, she started licking it so enthusiastically that she pushed it open with her head and got halfway through the door before getting stuck in the cardboard doorway, causing the entire flimsy structure to lift off the ground. "Come in," Maxwell quavered in the same voice he'd used to portray the ghost of Christmas past when he'd attempted to recreate a performance of the Christmas carol Georgia, and I had gone to see back in December. Hercules, now stuck half inside the house and half outside, lifted the entire structure off the ground in an attempt to extricate herself. Earp decided to get in on the action by sinking his teeth into one corner of the cardboard house, digging in his heels, and putting all his weight behind pulling in the opposite direction of whichever way Hercules happened to be lurching at the moment. I was just wondering where the big bad chicken was going to figure into this absurdist rendition of the beloved fairy tale when a rubber chicken attached to an old broom handle entered the frame from stage right and hovered over the levitating cardboard cottage. It was one of those poor, limp, plucked rubber chickens that squeaks when squeezed. "My, what big eyes you have," Maxwell said in a high squeaky voice, which I took to be the line of Hercules before he switched back to the ghost of Christmas past impersonation, which I now understood to be the voice of the rubber chicken. "The better to see you with, my dear." This pronouncement was followed by some truly creepy clucking. "My, what a big beak you have. The better to peck you with, my dear." The intention may have been to continue in this ridiculous and menacing vein until Maxwell had run out of rubber chicken anatomy to comment upon, but before the narration got that far, Earp, who'd been concentrating his attention on liberating Hercules from the cardboard house, or possibly liberating the cardboard house from the piglet, turned his ire on the rubber chicken that had left off hovering overhead and moved on to pecking Earp on the top of his head with its rubber beak. Herb tore into the rubber chicken with a vengeance and reduced it to shreds in seconds, all the while accompanied by Maxwell's conception of what a rubber chicken in its death throes might sound like. This supplemented the growling of Herb and the tortured squeaking of the poor rubber chicken. The clip ended with Hercules managing to extricate herself from her cardboard prison and the camera panning away as Hercules was joined by Herb, who abandoned the shredded rubber chicken to cooperate with the piglet in destroying what was left of the cardboard cottage. This concluding bit of mayhem was accompanied by a track of Maxwell laughing uncontrollably as the viewer was invited to like and subscribe via text overlay. The final pronouncement was a voiceover by Janie reassuring the viewer that no non-rubber animals were harmed in the making of this film. The video had 250,000 views and counting. It seemed that Janie had not been exaggerating when she had claimed that Herb and Hercules were well on their way to being internet famous. Chapter 13. When I checked with the nurse's desk again at noon, I was informed that I could see Herbert, so I went down to his room and knocked on the partially open door. "That you, Darlene?" "No, it's Emma Iverson, from Little Tombstone." "I want a word with you," said Herbert as I walked in. Herbert was sitting up on the bed looking haggard. I had entertained the possibility that Herbert was exaggerating his symptoms in a bid for sympathy, or, more likely still, compensation money, but one look at him convinced me otherwise. "I just came to see how you are doing," I said. That was true, in a sense, but I was mostly there to feel him out on whether he planned to blame the tamales he'd ordered from the Birdcage Cafe for his illness. "I'm doing terrible," said Herbert. "I'll have you know I nearly died." I wasn't sure he was exaggerating. The circles under his eyes, the pallor of his skin, and the way his finger shook when he pointed it at me suggested that he might not be overstating the case. "Have they told you yet what made you collapse?" I asked. "I was poisoned," said Herbert. "I blame those blasted tamales. I should have known better than to take free food from that rat-infested hole of a place. There are no rats at the Birdcage Cafe. The structure may be in danger of collapsing around our heads, but even during the years when my great-aunt Geraldine stopped doing even routine maintenance, Juanita had been vigilant about keeping pests at bay, not an easy task when the building housing the cafe contained more holes than a chunk of Swiss cheese." "Is that what the doctors told you? That you were poisoned?" I persisted. "They think it might be ethyl glycoallergen," said Herbert. I would later determine that what the doctor had actually said was ethylene glycol, the main ingredient in old-school green antifreeze, but at the time, I had no idea what Herbert was talking about, so I said, "What's ethyl glycoallergen?" "How should I know?" said Herbert irritably, "but I'm sure I got it from those tamales." "What kind of sauce did you have with your tamales?" "Same as I always do. I had green sauce." "Did it taste normal?" I asked. "They looked like they'd been dropped," said Herbert, completely bypassing my question about the sauce. "I blame that Janie. If she dropped the box, she ought to have gone back for another order." I made a mental note to quiz Janie on whether she had, indeed, dropped the takeout container. "But did the tamales or the sauce taste different than usual?" I persisted. "I think Juanita's changed the recipe," said Herbert. "The green sauce was nasty. It was way too sweet." Later that evening, while discussing Herbert's claims with Georgia, we'd decide that someone must have mixed a generous proportion of green antifreeze into Juanita's salsa verde. Why they'd done it remained an open question. "I've had Darlene file a complaint with the health department," said Herbert from his vantage point in his hospital bed. I left Herbert's room far more anxious than I'd arrived. As I passed the cafe in the lobby, I spotted Colin sitting at a table in the corner, sipping a large soda and staring at his untouched burger. When I said hello, he jumped. "I'm Emma Iverson," I said, extending my hand, "from Little Tombstone." "I know who you are," said Colin, not bothering to introduce himself. "Are you here to talk about Herbie?" Colin looked almost as bad as Herbert had. He had dark circles under his eyes, his hair looked like it hadn't been washed for a week, and his clothes looked as if they'd been repeatedly slept in. Have you been at the hospital this whole time with your stepdad? Yeah. You guys must be close. I was curious about that. Darlene and Herbert had been together only 3 years when they'd broken up. Darlene had moved out of the house in Amatista months ago, yet Colin had not moved out with her. I wondered why. Colin ignored my comment about his relationship with Herbert, so I decided to take the direct approach and ask the question I was itching to get an answer to. Janie said that when she came over the night Herbert collapsed, that you kept saying over and over again that it was all your fault. Surely, that can't be true. I never said that, Colin protested. He looked me defiantly in the eye as he said it, but I noticed that he quickly shifted his focus to a bird perched on a prickly pear outside the window. Are you sure you didn't say anything like that? I persisted. Maybe you said something else, and Janie misunderstood. I never said anything like that, Colin insisted. Herbert seems to think it was those tamales from the Birdcage Cafe that made him so ill. What do you think? Colin turned a deep shade of red. He reflexively reached for his cup to take a swig of soda, and I saw that his hand shook. I don't think it was the tamales, Colin said. I think it was alcohol poisoning. Had Herbert had a lot to drink? I asked. He must have, Colin said. Colin was hiding something from me, but I couldn't decide which part of Colin's statement was a lie. You didn't go to Janie for help until the wee hours of the morning. Did Herbert feel ill earlier in the evening? He wasn't acting normal, Colin said. He was running his words together and being weird, so I called Mom. She said not to worry. She said Herbie had just been drinking again. Again? Before my mom and Herbie got together, Mom says he used to drink a lot. Mom made Herbie give up drinking, but I guess with her not around anymore, he decided there was no reason not to. Did you actually see Herbert drinking? I asked. To get himself in the state he'd gotten into, Herbert would have had to drink an enormous amount. I had grave doubts about Colin's story. According to Herbert himself, the doctors had come to quite a different conclusion. I didn't see him drinking, Colin admitted, but he probably would have hidden it, wouldn't he? Colin had a point. Have you seen any alcohol in the house? I asked. Colin said he had not, but that Herbert was probably keeping it in his room and drinking on the sly. I gave up. I expressed my sympathies to Colin and said I hoped he would get some rest soon and left. Chapter 14. As soon as I got back to Little Tombstone, I went straight to the kitchen at the back of the bird cage, hoping to find Janie. It was the mid-afternoon slump, and there was no one around but Juanita, who first informed me that Janie had gone on a break but would be back in an hour or so, and then insisted that I sit down to a plate of chicken enchiladas left over from the lunch special. Did you make any changes to your salsa verde recipe recently? I asked Juanita as I prawned a bite of chicken enchilada smothered in green sauce. No. Does it taste off? No. It's delicious, I said. It's just that Herbert St. Clair is kicking up a fuss about falling ill after eating those leftover tamales that Janie delivered the other evening after the reception. I went to see him just before I came here, and he says that green sauce on the tamales tasted different than usual. Different how? Herbert said it was overly sweet. According to Hank, Phyllis thought the salsa verde was off, too. I was able to retrieve Phyllis's sauce container out of the trash. I didn't taste it, obviously, but it didn't look right. If it came from the same batch we used during the reception, no one said a thing about it tasting bad. I even had some of it myself, and it tasted fine, Juanita insisted. I remember the green sauce ran out halfway through the dinner. Did you set any green sauce aside for Hank and Phyllis? I didn't, but maybe Janie or Chamomile did. Herbert said his doctor told him he was suffering from ethyl glycoallergen poisoning, but I think he must have meant ethylene glycol. Isn't that the main ingredient in antifreeze? According to the collective wisdom of the internet, it is. I checked it out on my phone while sitting in the parking lot of the hospital. But ethylene glycol is mostly used in the old green stuff, not the newer pink variety that they add something else to. to make it bitter? Yes, so children and animals don't drink it down because they like the taste. I have a vague recollection of when they started doing that, Juanita told me. Your great-uncle Ricky went on and on about it. He called it the work of the nanny state. He was so upset about it, I remember him going out and buying gallons of the old soon-to-be discontinued stuff as a sort of a protest. Do you know what Uncle Ricky did with his stockpile of antifreeze? No idea, said Juanita, but I wouldn't be surprised if half of it isn't still stashed somewhere around here. I recall he bought about 30 gallons. I finished my enchiladas and hung around until Janie returned from her break. I followed Janie out to the dining room and helped her refill the chrome napkin dispensers on each table while I told her I'd been to see Herbert. When you delivered the tamales, did you actually see Herbert? I asked. No, no one answered even though I knocked so loud that Al from next door came to the fence and yelled at me that I was disturbing his prize peacock. Prize peacock? Apparently, it's a new and temperamental addition to the flock. I refrained from correcting Janie. According to Georgia, who is always right about these things, a group of peacocks is correctly referred to as an ostentation or a pride. This latest addition to Al's flock roosts in that old broken-down treehouse at the back of his lot, Janie said. I thought that old treehouse was stuffed with bags of old beer cans? Al is very big on recycling. In theory. The reality is that nothing he saves ever seems to make it to the collection depot. I guess there's still room up there for a peacock, said Janie. So, Al came to the fence and yelled at you to be quiet, then what happened? I left the tamales where I usually leave them when Herbert is not at home. I had supposed that Janie's leftover tamale delivery to Herbert had been a one-off neighborly act, but I was beginning to wonder. And where do you usually leave deliveries for Herbert? I asked Janie. There's this old wooden box on the back porch with a lid that lifts up. I think it used to be used for firewood. I set the tamales in there. Why do you deliver takeout to Herbert? I didn't know the birdcage offered delivery. Janie heaved a sigh. You remember that ice storm we got in early February? Well, I slid into Herbert's car, trying to get out of the alley. What does that have to do with delivering takeout? I don't have insurance, said Janie, and he threatened to sue me, although it was just one little scrape. Herbert accepted takeout in lieu of a lawsuit? Juanita's tamales were good, but they didn't have magical properties. I think Herbert realized that suing me would be like trying to squeeze blood from a turnip, so he settled. For takeout? Something like that. After you put the takeout tamales in the wood box, did you notice anything else? Just as I was putting the tamales in the box, Darlene showed up with a key. Herbert's ex-wife still has a key? I guess they share custody of a cat, and she was stopping by to pick up the cat. Did she offer to take the tamales inside with her? Her exact words were, "Leave them where they are. Taking care of Herbie's lunch is no longer my responsibility, thank heavens." Then what happened? Darlene went inside, and I went home. Was Al still around? Possibly. Did you pack the tamales in the takeout container yourself? Yeah, why? Herbert said the salsa verde tasted funny. I didn't put any salsa verde in his bag. There was only red sauce left. Interesting. What about the leftover tamales for Hank and Phyllis? I think Chamomile packed those. Chapter 15. My conversation with Herbert had left me deeply unsettled, and my further questioning of Juanita and Janie had done nothing to allay my fears. I went upstairs, fired up my laptop, and did a little more research on ethylene glycol poisoning. Herbert's symptoms, as described by both Colin and Janie, were consistent with Herbert having somehow ingested antifreeze. The same was true of Phyllis. Had someone tampered with the takeout containers and added salsa verde tainted with old green antifreeze without Janie or Chamomile noticing? It seemed the most likely explanation, but who would want to poison Herbert, never mind Phyllis? There was no connection I could find between the two. Had one of the poisonings been an accident? I decided to approach the question on the assumption that the tainted salsa verde had made it into Hank and Phyllis's takeout by accident and concentrate my mental efforts on figuring out who would want to poison Herbert. The more I considered this question, the more possible culprits came to mind. Herbert the postmaster was not a well-liked man. He was recently divorced yet still living with his stepson, Colin, for some reason which still eluded me. Herbert was apparently locked in a bitter custody battle with his ex-wife, Darlene, over a cat, although, as far as I could tell, Darlene was perfectly fine with her son Colin living elsewhere. Unfortunately, Darlene was far from being the only one who had a fraught history with Herbert St. Clair. Herbert was trying to get his next-door neighbor, Albert Edwards, forcibly removed from his property, and even Herbert's mail carrier, Katie, hated his guts. The more I thought about it, the more plausible it seemed that any one of them might be tempted to take the opportunity to taint Herbert's takeout tamales. I couldn't help wondering, though, if whoever had done it had hoped to kill Herbert St. Clair or simply wished to make him violently ill. If they'd intended to kill Herbert, they'd failed miserably, but if murder had been the objective, I feared there would likely be a second attempt on Herbert's life. Unhinged Al was the most obvious suspect, but I decided there was no time like the present to question Darlene St. Clair. Darlene worked as a cashier at the truck stop just north of Amatista, so I decided to top off my tank and do a little prying while I was paying for the privilege. When I got to the pump, I filled up and then went inside. I loitered in the snack aisle until the coast was clear, and I had Darlene all to myself. "I hear Herbert had quite a scare," I said as I laid down a pack of beef jerky, Hank's favorite, salt and vinegar potato chips, George's favorite, and a box of Pop Rocks, for Maxwell. "Oh, he's fine," said Darlene as she ran my items roughly over the scanner. "Herbie just likes to be dramatic. I heard he was poisoned." I watched Darlene's face closely. She didn't flinch. "I doubt it," she said. "Unless you mean food poisoning. He probably got it from his own kitchen. You should see how he and Colin live since I moved out. The place is a complete pig pen." "Colin still lives with Herbert?" I asked. I tried to look as if this was news to me. I'm not sure how well I succeeded because Darlene paused in the midst of scanning Maxwell's box of Pop Rocks and stared at me. "You certainly do have a lot of questions." "I'm just concerned, that's all." "About Colin?" "No, about Herbert." I was floundering. I could feel my face go red. "I doubt Herbie will welcome your concern, not that what Herbie thinks is any of my business anymore." "That will be $8.28. Would you like a bag?" I left the truck stop feeling like a fool, which was compounded when I collided with Jason Wendell, who was coming through the sliding automatic glass doors as I was going out. "Are you all right, Emma?" Jason asked, holding me steady. "I want to talk to you about something," I said. I sat in the front seat of Jason's spotless white Range Rover and told him all about Phyllis getting taken to the hospital, which it turned out he knew about already. Then I told him about Herbert's collapse, which was news to him. "I don't know what to do next," I said. "I have a sample of the salsa verde that made Phyllis sick." "You think it was what made Phyllis sick," Jason pointed out. "You don't know that. It could be something else entirely. Phyllis and Herbert both getting sick with similar symptoms at the same time might just be a coincidence." I conceded it was possible, but it being a coincidence didn't seem very likely. "Didn't Herbert's son Colin believe he'd been drinking?" "Stepson. And Colin said that he thought Herbert had been drinking, but I think Colin was lying. Plus, Herbert told me himself that the hospital believes he was poisoned. Maybe Herbert is lying." That was possible, but also unlikely. "Do you think Al is crazy?" I asked. "Albert Edwards?" "Yes, Albert Edwards." "Herbert St. Clair's neighbor?" "Yes." "Define crazy," Jason said, which is about the most lawyerly thing he could have said in reply to my question. Chapter 16. When I got back to Little Tombstone, I checked in on the progress Oliver was making on replacing the windows in the motel, Then I went up to the second floor of the Museum of the Unexplained to deliver my beef jerky. "How is Phyllis?" I asked Hank when he answered the door. "Better," said Hank. "She's sleeping." "What would you think about filing a police report?" I asked Hank. He stared back at me as if I'd suggested he buy himself a jet pack and attempt to launch himself into outer space. Although, on further reflection, that's exactly the sort of absurd idea Hank would come up with on his own. It seems to me that someone might have tried to poison Phyllis by giving her green sauce they'd laced with antifreeze, I said. Herbert went to the hospital with similar symptoms after eating leftover tamales with green sauce. Herbert St. Clair? Hank asked. You know he was taken to the hospital? Hank grunted. I think both Phyllis and Herbert got poisoned by the green sauce that somebody slipped in with the leftover tamales. Juanita seems to think that by the time the leftover tamales got packed up, there shouldn't have even been any green sauce lying around in the kitchen, which makes the whole thing even more suspicious. I hadn't asked Chamomile yet what she knew about packing up the leftovers. I made a mental note to correct the omission at my first opportunity. Why'd anybody do a fool thing like that? Hank demanded. Why would anyone in their right mind want to poison Phyllis? Phyllis is a sweet old thing who wouldn't hurt a fly. Hank was right. Who'd want to poison Phyllis? Maybe, whoever poisoned the green sauce didn't intend it for Phyllis, I suggested. You think they were trying to poison me? I didn't really think that either, although it seemed far more likely than anyone trying to bump off Hank's new bride. That was another thing, as sick as both Phyllis and Herbert had gotten, it didn't seem like anything approaching a fatal dose, but perhaps that was just because neither of them had eaten much of the green sauce before rejecting it as unappetizing. What would you think about filing a police report on Phyllis's behalf? I asked again. I kept that green sauce I pulled out of the garbage as evidence. I didn't tell Hank that I'd already passed on a portion of that evidence to Officer Reyes at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. It wasn't that I was trying to hide anything from Hank, it was more that he would use my visit to turn over evidence as an excuse to do nothing more about it himself. Hank does not have a great deal of faith in any societal institutions, and his lack of faith in the powers that be extends to law enforcement. I'll think about it, said Hank, which was a more positive response than I was expecting. As I stood in the doorway of Hank and Phyllis's attic apartment, I heard Ledbetter's bike go by on the street below. I have to catch Ledbetter, I told Hank. Please think about taking Phyllis up to the sheriff's office and filing a report. It wouldn't be just for Phyllis's benefit. Herbert St. Clair is threatening to sue Juanita, and if he takes her to court, it would be nice to have a head start on finding out who's responsible for spiking that green sauce with antifreeze. Antifreeze, you said? Hank asked as if that bit of information was just now sinking in. Herbert's doctor determined his symptoms were consistent with ethylene glycol poisoning. There's jugs of that old green antifreeze down in the basement of the bird cage, Hank said. I was down there looking for some glass to patch up the case for my chupacabras. Hank's family of taxidermized chupacabras is the star exhibit of the Museum of the Unexplained. Unfortunately, shortly before the wedding, there had been a misunderstanding that had resulted in significant damage to both Hank's eye and the chupacabra family's glass display case. I'll pop down there and take a look, I said, and excused myself to catch Ledbetter before he retreated to his trailer. I hurried down the boardwalk that connected the Museum of the Unexplained to the Birdcage Cafe. As I passed through the dining room, I waved at Chamomile, who was sitting at the cashier's counter, totaling up the receipts from lunch. I had some questions for her, but they'd have to wait. I caught Ledbetter just as he was about to go inside his trailer. Have you heard from your mother? I asked. I have, said Ledbetter. She'll be here this coming Monday. How long is she staying? Don't know. Want to put her in room 7 of the motel? 3 of the 8 rooms of the tiny motel that bordered the trailer court were semi-habitable. Oliver, the handyman, occupied one and another was stuffed with boxes of Phyllis's things and bits and pieces of furniture she'd been unable to part with. I hoped Phyllis had not been premature in winnowing down her belongings. Room 7, however, was blessedly empty, save for a single bed and a nightstand that I'd salvaged and repainted. Even the mattress was new. "If my mother stays in the motel while she's here," Ledbetter said, "it might make things a lot easier on us all." I didn't know how much easier it might make it on the rest of us, but it would certainly make things easier on Ledbetter. Chapter 17. Wednesday passed by uneventfully. Janie reported that she'd seen Darlene bringing Herbert home from the hospital on Wednesday evening, but she hadn't seen him since, although she had seen Colin coming and going as usual. On Thursday morning, Maxwell came to collect Herb and Hercules after he'd finished his morning lessons. But, contrary to his established routine, this morning, Georgia came with him. "I need to talk to you," she said, and sent Maxwell downstairs to the trailer court with the animals. We stood by the window overlooking the back entrance of the bird cage and kept an eye on Maxwell and his menagerie. "Well, I've been officially offered the job," Georgia said, "and I've accepted." "Have you told Maxwell yet? That I'll be putting him in school?" "No, and I'm dreading it." I couldn't blame Georgia for being worried. Even if Maxwell initially took it well, it was bound to be a rough transition. What do schools do with 6-year-olds who read themselves to sleep at night with popular mechanics and do algebra for fun? There was nothing much I could say to reassure Georgia, so we both went on with our tasks for the day. Since Mrs. Ledbetter was going to be staying in room 7 of the motel for an indefinite period, I decided to prioritize getting the noisy work in the rooms on either side out of the way. I was also hoping that in the not-so-distant future, we'd be taking in paying guests. Technically, Mrs. Ledbetter was our first paying guest. Ledbetter had already wired a far too generous sum into Little Tombstone's operating account to cover her accommodations. When I told Ledbetter that his payment far exceeded a reasonable going rate for a room that had a shower you had to turn sideways to get in and out of and still had that distinctive old house smell even with a fresh coat of paint covering every surface, he refused to back down. I think he was already feeling guilty just contemplating what his mother might put us all through. Oliver had applied new lathe to some of the holes in the walls of rooms 6 and 8, and I had volunteered to take over the plastering so Oliver could move on to other more pressing tasks. How hard could it be to smear plaster on and smooth it to a reasonable degree of uniformity? I discovered right away that I'd greatly underestimated the difficulty of the job. By mid-afternoon, my arms ached so badly I could barely raise them, and I was covered head to toe with flecks of gray. I went up to my apartment and showered, then walked into the village to pick up the mail from the post office. When I went inside to retrieve the mail, I saw a man I didn't recognize behind the counter. "Are you filling in for Herbert?" I asked the stranger. "I'll be here as long as Herbert is still out on sick leave," the man behind the counter told me. I wondered how long it would be before Herbert was back at work. I decided to take the long way around back to Little Tombstone and strolled down the back streets. I turned down Janey Street, Roadrunner Alley, which led past Herbert and Colin's house. I'd see if there was anything to see as I walked past the St. Clair's house, and if there wasn't, I'd continue on to the end of Roadrunner Alley and pick up the box of Earp's costumes that Janey had informed me was sitting on the front porch. Janey had intended to bring the box with her when she came to work, but, for 5 days running, she'd forgotten to pick it up as she went out the door. As I passed Herbert and Colin's house, I slowed to a saunter and stared at the place as I passed. All the curtains were drawn, but there was a black Toyota Highlander I recognized as belonging to Herbert parked out front, so I decided someone must be home. Just as I was nearly past the house, the front door opened, and Colin came out. I intercepted him as he headed for the car. "How's Herbert doing?" I asked. Colin looked at me warily. The kid had something to hide. I didn't think his obvious aversion to speaking with me was just a case of teenage surliness. "He's doing better," said Colin. "But it'll be a while until he's back at work." "Yeah. There's something I ought to tell you." Colin drew a circle in the gravel with the toe of his shoe and fiddled with his keys before he finally continued, "I was just wondering if your dog and little pig are all right?" They're doing just fine, I said. Why do you ask? Colin visibly relaxed. They ate some of those tamales, he said. When? Why? I mean, how did that happen? I spent the first couple of days after Herbie got sick at the hospital, but Mom finally insisted I come home. After she dropped me off, I started to clean up the house because she made such a big deal about how dirty everything was. This did nothing to improve my opinion of Darlene. Colin was beside himself because his stepdad was ill, and all the kid's mother could focus on was the lack of housekeeping. I stuck the trash out on the porch, Colin continued. The tamales were in there, and I think the dog and the pig ate some. What were Erp and Hercules doing over in your yard? They were over at Janie's, said Colin, pointing down the street. She must have had them in that little pen in her backyard. Janie had taken Erp and Hercules over to her house for a video shoot one of the days following the wedding, but I couldn't remember which one. But if the animals were penned up, how did they get into Herbert's discarded takeout? I asked. They must have gotten loose. I found them on the back porch. They'd gotten the container open and were eating the tamales. Can I take a look? Chapter 18. When I asked Colin if I could take a look, he hesitated and looked back at the house. Herbert must be inside. I'll tiptoe, I promised. What about the container of green sauce? I asked. Did the animals get into that? I doubted they had because neither Erp nor Hercules had shown any signs of being any worse for the wear, but I still wanted to get a hold of that container if it was still on the premises. I don't think they did, said Colin. When I caught them on the back porch, I remember the sauce container was still closed. I think it rolled when they knocked the container over trying to get away from me. I found it behind that pot at the edge of the porch. I went over to the flower pot in question. At some point, probably when Darlene had still been living there, the pot had contained something alive. I glanced at the withered and mildewed stems, then stooped to pick up a shimmering peacock feather from the floorboards. Do AL's peacocks come over here often? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Pretty much every day, said Colin. That's why I was worried when I saw your pug and little pig eating Herbie's tamales. It's not a good idea for them to start coming over here. Whenever Herbie sees one of those peacocks on our property, he says he's going to shoot it. This did not quite square with Janie's assertion that AL's peacocks practically lived on Herbert's front porch, but since Janie was not one to exaggerate, I took this as a strong indicator that Herbert St. Clair's bark was much worse than his bite. Has Herbert ever actually shot at a peacock? I asked. Only once, said Colin, after one attacked our cat, but I think he missed. I was afraid that Herbert might shoot at Erp and Hercules if he catches them here. He probably wouldn't, but you never can tell what he'll do when he gets mad. So, what happened after you found the ruined tamales? I picked Em up and put Em in the garbage bin. Then I got the dog and the pig and took them back over to Janie's and put them back in the pen. Did you tell Janie they got loose? No, I knocked on the door, but I don't think she was home. I had a bone to pick with Janie. I'd entrusted her with the safety of Erp and Hercules, and it didn't seem to me that she had been doing a very good job of ensuring the pug and piglet's health and safety. Well, you'll be relieved to know that the animals are fine, I said, but why were you so worried about the tamales making them sick? When I saw you at the hospital, you were convinced that Herbert had alcohol poisoning because he drank too much. About that, said Colin, there's something else I didn't tell you. At this rate, the things Colin hadn't told me were going to keep me on Herbert's back porch until the man in question came out to investigate, assuming Herbert was in a fit condition to be up and around. I thought that maybe it was my fault Herbie was sick because he'd eaten tamales that I'd scraped up off the porch, but my mom says it had nothing to do with those tamales being dirty or anything. I thought the tamales didn't end up spilled on the back porch until days later when the animals got into the trash. They got spilled twice. On the evening of the wedding, I tripped over the bag Janie left on the porch, and the tamales went all over the place. I scraped them up and put them back in the takeout container. Herbie didn't seem to notice. Herbert had noticed, but I wasn't about to add to Colin's apprehension. Something else was bothering me. Janie had been very clear about where she'd left those tamales. She'd put them inside the wood box on the back porch. It would have been physically impossible for Colin to trip over a bag of takeout stashed inside a wood box. Where was the bag of takeout sitting? I asked, just to be sure I'd heard right. It was right in front of the door, Colin said. I had my arms full, and I couldn't see where I was going, so I kicked the bag, and the box spilled out. I couldn't think of any reason why the kid would be lying to me about that. Clearly, someone had tampered with the box after Janie had delivered it. Probably, they'd slipped in the tainted green sauce and then neglected to put the bag back where they'd found it. Darlene had been there when Janie had made the initial delivery, but that did not necessarily mean that she'd been the one to trade the containers of red sauce, which Janie had sworn she'd included with Herbert's tamales, for a tub of tainted salsa verde. It was likely the bag of takeout had sat unattended on the back porch for hours before it was accidentally kicked over by Colin and subsequently taken indoors. That didn't explain how or when Hank and Phyllis's takeout had been messed with, however. I was quite sure no one had snuck into their apartment, and Juanita had carried the takeout straight to their door after the reception, so whoever had slipped in the little container of tainted salsa verde had to have done so while the takeout was still in the kitchen of the bird cage. It was becoming clear to me that the poisoner had snuck into the kitchen at the bird cage during the reception and tampered with the wrong takeout. How they'd figured out so quickly that they'd poisoned the wrong person and taken steps to augment Herbert's takeout delivery after Janie had already placed it inside the wood box on his back porch was a much more difficult question to answer. That narrowed down the suspects. Sort of. The poisoner had, at least briefly, been on the premises during Hank and Phyllis's wedding reception. Unfortunately, it would have been all too easy for virtually anyone to sneak in the back door of the bird cage, skulk down the short hallway to the kitchen, and slip a container of green sauce into the takeout sitting on the counter. I could not assume that the poisoner had been amongst the invited guests, but it seemed more likely than not that they had been. I shook off my surmising and attempted to reassure Colin that he hadn't unwittingly put his stepfather in harm's way. I don't think eating food that's been on the ground usually puts anyone in the hospital, I told Colin. I don't think there's any reason for you to feel responsible for Herbert getting sick. That's what my mom said. Does your mother think someone poisoned Herbert with antifreeze? Chapter 19. I don't know anything about any antifreeze, Colin said. Mom told me the doctor claimed it was something that started with a G that made Herbie sick. I can't remember the name. But Mom says it's probably just Herbie being a drama queen about a little indigestion. I'd seen Herbert while he was admitted to the hospital. Colin's stepfather might be a man inclined to make the most out of any wrong done to him, but there was no question in my mind Herbert St. Clair hadn't been faking his illness. Colin himself had been so alarmed by his stepfather's condition that the boy had rushed over to Janie's house in the middle of the night. If Darlene was claiming that Herbert was faking it, and Colin believed her, she'd have had to convince her own son that he himself had massively overreacted to his stepfather's condition the night he'd called for an ambulance. I don't think it was indigestion. My understanding is that somehow your stepfather unknowingly ingested ethylene glycol, I told Colin. It's the main ingredient in some older kinds of antifreeze, and Herbert wasn't the only one to get sick that night. Oh? Colin didn't appear terribly interested in what had poisoned his stepfather or who else had fallen ill at the same time, which I thought a little odd. If I'd had one of my near and dear intentionally poisoned with a household chemical, I'd be itching to get to the bottom of things. Of course, Herbert wasn't one of my near and dear. Nevertheless, I was still very keen on tracking down the culprit. Colin seemed to be in a talkative mood, so I decided to press for more information while the getting was good. When I visited Herbert in the hospital, he was blaming the Birdcage Cafe for getting sick. Does he still think it's their fault? I'm not sure, Colin said. Herbie went to see that Jackson spindle yesterday. The lawyer here in town? I was quite sure he meant Jason Wendell. Yeah, but I guess he talked him out of it. The lawyer talked your stepdad out of it? Out of what? Herbie wanted to sue that lady who owns the bird cage. It was just as I had feared. But Herbert changed his mind? Why? Mr. Spendle told him he'd have a hard time proving that the tamales were poisoned at the cafe and not after they'd been delivered. Mr. Spendle told Herbie that he'd have a hard time convincing a judge that a restaurant deliberately poisoned one of their own customers. Good old Mr. Wendell. I could kiss him. Not that he'd appreciate that. No kissing. I could hug him. He probably would find that off-putting, too. I'd crumple his starched white shirt. I could offer Mr. Wendell a firm, sincere handshake, and I fully intended to do so the next time I saw him. Colin's phone pinged. He'd received a text. I'd better go, Colin said. I'm supposed to be on my way to the truck stop to buy milk. And Herbert is wondering why you're not already back with it. Colin nodded. I think you ought to save that container of sauce out of the trash. Mom already did, said Colin, although there wasn't much left to save. What did she do with it? I asked. Dunno. This was an interesting development. Darlene told Colin that Herbert had been hospitalized by a case of bad indigestion, yet she'd gone to the trouble to preserve, or possibly destroy, the evidence that he'd actually been poisoned. After grilling Colin, I collected the box of Earp's costumes from Janie's. Then I went on to the bird cage and cornered Chamomile. Did you pack up any of the leftovers from Hank and Phyllis's wedding? I asked. Chamomile said she had. Did you put any containers of green sauce in with the tamales? I asked. Chamomile had to think for a minute. I didn't, she said. Juanita asked me to box up tamales for Hank and Phyllis, of course, and a few other people. What other people? Chamomile proceeded to name off nearly a dozen people. None of them were Herbert St. Clair. Not Herbert St. Clair? I asked, just to be sure. No. Not Al Edwards? No, Juanita wrote out a list for me, and then I wrote their names on the outside of the containers. Neither of those names was on the list. And everyone picked up their containers before they left? I'm not sure, said Chamomile. Right before I clocked out, there were still a few on the counter. I remember because a stack of takeout containers that were already bagged up had gotten knocked over somehow, and a couple of little tubs of sauce had spilled out. I put everything back into the bags before I left. Did you notice if there were any tubs of green sauce? Chamomile said it had to have been red sauce because that's all that had been left when she'd portioned out the little tubs and distributed them to the styrofoam clamshells containing the leftover tamales. I wasn't so sure. Are you absolutely certain that none of the containers you stuck back in the boxes were green sauce? Chamomile wasn't absolutely sure. It had been a long day, the day of the wedding, she said, cooking and decorating, going to the wedding ceremony itself, and then keeping the buffet stocked during the reception. If I'd had to guess what had been the greatest cause of Chamomile's distraction, though, I'd have put money on her catching a glimpse of Jason and me dancing together on the boardwalk outside the bird cage and not liking it one bit. Was it before or after the Phyllis and Hank left the reception that you found the takeout knocked over? I asked. Chamomile said it was before the send-off of the bride and groom. After I went upstairs to my apartment, I called Janie and asked her again if she was absolutely certain that Herbert's name was written on the outside of the takeout container she'd delivered to his back porch. Herbert's name was on that container, Janie insisted, plain as day. I wrote it myself. When did you pack and label Herbert's takeout? Before I went out to dance on the boardwalk. Did you leave it on the counter in the kitchen with the other takeout that Chamomile had already boxed up? Janie said she had. All the pieces fit together. Before going out to the boardwalk to dance with Oliver, Janie had packed up Herbert's takeout, leaving it on the counter in the kitchen of the bird cage to collect before she went home. The poisoner had snuck in on her heels and slipped a tub of tainted green sauce into the styrofoam clamshell takeout container, clearly labeled Herbert St. Clair. After Janie had left the kitchen, someone, perhaps the poisoner himself, had accidentally knocked over the stack of takeout containers on the counter. Chamomile had come into the kitchen, seen the containers in disarray, and in her zeal to restore order had transferred the little tub of poisoned green sauce from Herbert's takeout to that of the bride and groom. I couldn't prove that was what had happened, of course, but it seemed a very likely scenario. The big question that remained, however, was how did the poisoner so quickly realize his, or her, mistake? Chapter 20. On Friday, I decided to take a break from plastering and try to make some headway on sorting through the contents of the basement underneath the bird cage. I hoped to find some more furniture we could repair and repaint. 1. It would save on buying new, and 2. Part of the charm of a place like Little Tombstone was its time capsule quality. It would be a shame to ruin that with dressers from a big box store, which was about all we could allocate for motel furniture from the renovation budget. I was beginning to see lots of trips to local secondhand shops in my future. Another reason I wanted to tackle the basement was a desire to locate that stash of ancient antifreeze Hank claimed to have seen down there. I had been dreading cleaning out the basement, but I was sick of plastering, and besides, Georgia had agreed to help me for a couple of days. Next week Georgia was supposed to start her new job, and I doubted she would have much time after that for doing things like cleaning out basements. We started in right after breakfast. I'd gotten Oliver to set up one of the construction work lights, which was powered by an extension cord plugged into a socket just inside the back door of the bird cage. "We'd better tape this down so nobody trips on it," Georgia insisted. "We don't need anybody else threatening to sue Juanita." So far, Herbert had remained quiet. There'd been no more talk of him suing Juanita. "Remember," I told Georgia as we navigated the rickety stairs down to the brick and dirt-floored cellar under the bird cage, "we're keeping our eyes out for usable furniture and a stockpile of old green antifreeze. I find it hard to believe someone would try to substitute antifreeze for salsa verde," Georgia said as she flipped the switch at the bottom of the stairs. A single bulb hung from the center of the cobweb-encrusted ceiling. The feeble light from the dusty bulb failed to penetrate the dark corners of the room. I switched on the construction light I'd lugged down with me and flooded the dingy cellar with light. "Look at that," I said to my cousin. "I think I've spotted the antifreeze." I had expected to have to search for it. In addition to my late Uncle Ricky's objection to intrusive regulation from the nanny state, he had a weakness for a bargain, and he must have come across quite a sale on antifreeze, because there were several dozen grime and cobweb-covered jugs of the stuff lying around in the corner of the basement. I approached the pile and was about to retrieve one of the jugs when Georgia pointed out that I ought to consider carefully before disturbing them. "If it really was antifreeze in those salsa verde containers," said Georgia, "and if that antifreeze was snuck up to the bird cage from down here, then there might be signs that the pile has been disturbed recently." Georgia was right, of course, but even after examining the pile of old jugs from every angle, the only clue that anyone had touched the heap for the past 30 years was a slight round indent in the dirt floor at the front of the pile, as if one jug might be missing from Uncle Ricky's lifetime supply of antifreeze. It's probably more likely that whoever poisoned the takeout might have put the antifreeze into the containers off-site and brought them to the reception, don't you think? Georgia asked. "I suppose that makes more sense than someone being down in the basement of the bird cage, trying to decant antifreeze into tiny containers while the wedding guests were whooping it up a floor above." "Does the sauce container you took from Hank and Phyllis's look like the ones they use at the bird cage?" asked Georgia. I'd already thought of that and checked. It was identical. However, there are only so many variations of those little lidded sauce tubs in circulation. Besides, there would have been nothing stopping anyone from ordering takeout from the bird cage and saving the sauce containers to refill with the vile salsa verde substitute later on. "Was the antifreeze mixed with the real thing?" Georgia asked. "You mean Juanita's actual salsa verde?" "Yes. It looked like it." I didn't taste it, of course, but based on appearance, I would say it was about half salsa and half antifreeze. Maybe Juanita keeps a record of who's gotten takeout, Georgia suggested. It's worth asking, but they could have acquired those containers weeks ahead of time. True, but I think there's a good chance they'd have done it a few days before. I went upstairs and asked Juanita if they kept a record of who got takeout. We don't, said Juanita, but it's pretty much just the same few people over and over. Did Al Edwards or Darlene St. Clair order takeout in the week leading up to the wedding? I asked. I could not bring myself to ask about Katie. I don't think either of them has ever ordered takeout, Juanita said, although, you might ask Janie and Chamomile. They are the ones who usually answer the phone. It was worth asking, but it would have been very weak evidence even if Al or Darlene had gotten food from the bird cage to go. I couldn't help thinking that Al could have easily rifled through Herbert's trash and salvaged a takeout container and possibly leftover green sauce to boot. Al seemed like the obvious suspect, assuming that Phyllis's poisoning had been a mistake. Albert Edwards was on the outs with Herbert. Al had already stuffed pig manure up Herbert's muffler. Al was certainly in the ideal position to have popped over to the St. Clair's back porch and tucked a tub of tainted green sauce into Herbert's takeout. It seemed like quite a stretch, however, to jump straight from minor vandalism to attempted murder, assuming that whoever mixed antifreeze into the salsa verde had intended on administering a lethal dose. I'd looked up ethylene glycol poisoning on the internet. It seemed to be a perennial favorite of disgruntled wives with murder on their minds. Could it possibly be Darlene who was responsible? She was no longer Herbert's wife, and I wasn't sure what kind of relationship they had now, but it was worth looking into. There's something that puzzles me about the St. Clairs, I told Georgia. According to Katie, Herbert and Darlene were only married for 3 years. Colin never even met Herbert until he was 14, so I wouldn't expect he'd be terribly close to his stepfather. Why is he living with Herbert and not his mother? Georgia said she had no idea, but after a few minutes of futilely wrestling with a dusty old camp cot and a crumbling mattress and succumbing briefly to a fit of coughing, she asked, "Where does Darlene live?" I'm not sure, but it's not in Amatista. Maybe Colin didn't want to switch high schools his senior year? I conceded that was a reasonable supposition, but kids don't always get what they want. More often than not, when it comes to a major life decision, parents get their way. Certainly, in Colin's case, his no longer officially stepfather seemed unlikely to be inclined to rearrange his life for something like his no longer officially stepson's school preference. If things were indeed that straightforward, it painted Herbert St. Clair in a significantly more positive light than I'd previously been inclined to view him. School preference reminded me of Maxwell's soon-coming calamity. Did you register Maxwell for school? I asked Georgia. Yes, but I haven't had the heart to break it to him yet. Chapter 21. When Georgia and I quit for the evening, I went up to my apartment and scrubbed the cobwebs and grime off myself. Then I went down to the bird cage for supper, feeling anxious and deflated. I'd expected to feel happy and relieved after seeing Hank and Phyllis get hitched. Lots of things were going right. Oliver was making slow but steady progress on getting the remaining units of the motel behind the trailer court up to habitable standards. The roofers had come and gone, and every building on the Little Tombstone property, except for the one derelict tourist cottage which was slated for demolition, was blessedly leak-free. On a far more personal note, Jason Wendell hadn't yet opted for youth and beauty and succumbed to Chamomile's advances. Those were all good things, but they didn't counteract that someone had poisoned Phyllis, possibly by accident, and Maxwell was about to get the rudest awakening of his short life when he had to board the bus next week and go to school. Those two factors would have been enough on their own to have me feeling blue, but there was another impending potential calamity hanging over our heads. Ledbetter's mother might be about to wreak havoc, not just on Ledbetter's life, but on the lives of us all. As I was sitting at a corner table in the bird cage eating Juanita's chicken enchiladas, which usually was enough on its own to cheer me up, Ledbetter came in looking even glummer than I felt. I waved him over to my table, even though I'd been hoping that Jason Wendell might come in for supper since he'd skipped lunch at the bird cage. With Ledbetter at the table, Jason might or might not join us. Back in February, I'd created a colossal misunderstanding, and I could blame only myself, when I dramatically declared to my then soon-to-be ex-husband that I was madly in love with Ledbetter. There had been extenuating circumstances, of course. My pride had been on the line, but now I was heartily regretting my rash lie. Me being madly in love with Ledbetter couldn't be farther from the truth, and the man in question knew it as soon as the words had left my mouth. Sadly, I'd made that false claim in the hearing of Jason Wendell. I was hoping someone had set Jason straight on the matter, but I had yet to work up the nerve to tell the man I'd been lying in the heat of the moment just to score off my odious ex. Ledbetter took the proffered chair and set to work shredding one of the paper napkins from the metal spring dispenser in the middle of the table. Nervous tics are not Ledbetter's usual style. "You okay?" I couldn't help asking. "I'm fine," Ledbetter insisted. I was unconvinced. "When is your mother coming?" I asked. "Tomorrow." That was soon, much sooner than I'd imagined. Georgia and I would have to suspend our cleanup of the cellar under the bird cage and devote ourselves to whipping the motel room earmarked for Ledbetter's mother into condition. Also, someone was going to have to buy some sheets and towels that weren't circa 1986. "You've told your mother what to expect?" I asked. Ledbetter nodded. I was sure he'd tried, but nothing Ledbetter might tell his suburban former school principal and head of her homeowners association mother was going to prepare her to experience Little Tombstone in the flesh. "Did you send her a picture of the room?" I asked. "I mean, it might help temper her expectations." "I thought of that," said Ledbetter. "But she seems to be viewing her visit in the same way she would if she were volunteering to go off and do charitable aid work in some less developed nation. What is she planning on doing while she's here?" I asked. "That's what worries me," he said. "Her main pastime has always been managing other people. If Mrs. Ledbetter thought she'd succeed in managing us, she had another thing coming, but I feared that poor Ledbetter was going to find any attempt to be a buffer between his mother and our militantly nonconformist crew extremely trying." "Have you heard when Hank and Phyllis are leaving on their honeymoon?" I asked. To an uninformed outsider, that might have seemed like a wholly unrelated question. It wasn't, and Ledbetter recognized it. "Phyllis is still feeling too weak to take off for Vegas," he said. "I'm afraid there's no hope of getting Hank out of the way before my mother arrives." "Maybe they'll avoid each other," I suggested. I wish I could think of a project to occupy my mother's mind. There's a lot of work to be done on the cellar under the bird cage. I was joking, but Ledbetter took me seriously. "That wouldn't do any good," he said. "She'd just start pulling volunteers off other more important tasks. You'd end up with an immaculate cellar, but everything else would grind to a halt." "Have you seen that cellar?" "I have, and my mother would regard it as a challenge." "She thrives on a challenge." While I'd been talking to Ledbetter, I'd been keeping one eye on the front door of the bird cage. Jason Wendell had still not arrived. He ate at the bird cage so often I wondered if he ever cooked for himself. He lived in a newer subdivision on the southern outskirts of Santa Fe, but I'd never been to his house. I had to admit I was curious to see how the man lived. "I've been wanting to ask you something," I told Ledbetter. "You've never happened to mention to Jason Wendell." I trailed off, too embarrassed to go on. For the first time that evening, Ledbetter cracked a smile. "Are you asking if I ever set Jason Wendell straight on your outlandish claim about being in love with me?" I must have turned the color of the bottle of ketchup I was nervously twirling because Ledbetter smiled even more broadly and took the bottle out of my hand before I sent it spinning out of control, and it smashed on the floor. "I probably should have told you this a long time ago," said Ledbetter, but I set Jason straight on the nature of our relationship almost immediately. "Oh," I said. I'd transferred my attention to the bottle of Tapatio, and Ledbetter took that away, too. "Don't worry, he'll get around to it, eventually," Ledbetter continued. I wanted to ask who was going to get around to what eventually, but Chamomile arrived to take Ledbetter's order, and I decided to give the matter a rest. The next morning, I went into Santa Fe to buy towels and bedsheets. While I was at it, I splashed out on a new backpack for Maxwell. I really had no idea what was considered trendy amongst the second grade set, but I was fairly sure that Maxwell's genuine 1888 doctor's satchel, which he'd found while cleaning out the cottage, wasn't it. Currently, Maxwell was slated to enter a regular second grade classroom with pull-out twice a week for gifted and talented enrichment. The boy read at a 10th grade level and was currently learning algebra. It would take Maxwell about 15 minutes to complete a day's worth of second grade work, and he would probably want to know why he had to complete tasks that were so clearly beneath his abilities. I felt sorry for his poor teacher, but I felt even more sorry for Maxwell. As I was driving back into the village of Amatista, I was forced to pull off to the side for a passing fire truck. By the time I got back on the road, I could see the smoke. A great, dark plume of smoke was billowing up from one of the side streets. Someone's house was on fire. I parked in front of the post office and continued on foot to investigate. As I entered Roadrunner Alley, I became fearful that it was Janie's house that was on fire, but when I got to Janie's, I found her house standing intact and flame-free. It wasn't Janie's house that was on fire. It was Herbert St. Clair's. Chapter 22. The firemen were working hard to put out the flames billowing up from the roof at the back of Herbert St. Clair's house. It was an old wooden structure, and that was not in its favor. As I approached, I looked around for Herbert. All I saw was a distraught Colin. "You have to get him out," he was insisting to the fireman operating the pump on the truck while his companions aimed a jet of water at the hole they had chopped in the roof. Even if the crew managed to douse the flames, Herbert St. Clair's house was going to be uninhabitable without major repairs. "We can't go in there and search all over the house in this smoke," the pump operator insisted. Even if the statement were true, the man lacked professionalism. Colin had to be talking about his stepfather being trapped inside. "He'll be impossible to find," the callous fireman continued. "He's probably hiding under a bed or something." Was Herbert hiding under a bed? Had the poison gone to his brain? "Are you worried about your cat?" Janie said to Colin as she walked up to join us. "You don't have to worry. Your mother came and got Rupert this morning." "She did?" I don't think I've ever seen anyone look so relieved, poor kid. I wanted to kick that fireman. I really did. "Your mom came by this morning," said Janie. "I saw her put Rupert's crate into her car and drive off about 10. She must have been taking Rupert to see Dr. Bagley," Colin said. It was noon already. I hoped Darlene had not returned Rupert to the house after his vet appointment, but I wasn't about to express my misgivings out loud. "Have you called your mom?" I asked Colin. "I did, but she doesn't pick up." "Did you try texting?" "She hasn't answered." "Where's your stepdad?" I asked. "Yesterday, he told me he had a follow-up appointment at the clinic in Santa Fe today." I looked around for Herbert's black Toyota Highlander. It was nowhere to be seen. "When did he leave for Santa Fe?" Janie asked. "I'm not sure, I spent last night at Jasmine's. Her dad was going into town, so he dropped me off at the truck stop, and I walked home from there." I decided not to press Colin on who Jasmine was when he was so clearly distressed. "Were you here when the fire started?" Janie asked. "No, it was already burning when I got here." "Who called it in?" I asked no one in particular. "Mr. Meany pump operator answered, that old guy next door." "Al?" The fireman didn't answer, but he couldn't possibly have meant anyone but Al. The way Albert felt about Herbert, I was a little surprised that Al hadn't just climbed into his treehouse, cuddled up to his prize peacock, cold beverage in hand, and watched the spectacle of his archenemy's house burning to the ground. Then I looked at how close the houses were, or more to the point, how close the structure currently emitting smoke and flame from its roof was to Albert's collection of junk, much of which was probably combustible. The fate of Herbert St. Clair's house and Albert Edwards' entire property were currently one and the same. The firemen were making headway. There were no longer any flames, although they kept pumping water out the hose from the truck until it ran dry. The St. Clair house was still standing, although looking very much worse for the wear. It was just then that Colin's mother, Darlene, showed up to return Rupert. As she pulled up, I noticed that she was driving what appeared to be Herbert's black Toyota Highlander, which made no sense to me. Had they switched cars or something? Then I looked at the vanity plates, which read DAR, followed by the Zuni Sun symbol, followed by the letters Lena. I could not recall what Herbert's license plate number said. I'm not blessed with an eidetic memory, but I certainly would have taken note of Herbert driving around with vanity plates bearing his ex-wife's name. "What did you do?" Darlene demanded of Colin, as if he must somehow be at fault if his stepfather's house caught fire. "I don't know," Colin said. "I don't think I did anything." Darlene dialed it back a notch when she noticed that Janie and I were both glaring at her. I was beginning to get a clearer picture of why Colin didn't want to live with his mother. His stepfather was certainly no ray of sunshine, but Herbert probably wouldn't have instantly accused his stepson of arson if he'd come home and found their house on fire. In fact, I was able to confirm my thesis when Herbert arrived home a couple of minutes after Darlene. I was also afforded an answer to my question about whether Herbert and Darlene had switched cars. They had not. They both drove nearly identical black Toyota Highlanders. If the situation hadn't been so fraught, I'd probably have cracked some joke to Janie about them having gotten their vehicles at a buy-one-get-one-free sale. "Are you all right?" were the first words out of Herbert's mouth to Colin. The man was unsteady on his feet and seemed to be fighting extreme drowsiness. I wondered if it was something they'd given him at the clinic or a side effect of his regular medication. Either way, he probably shouldn't have been driving. After Herbert asked Colin if he was unhurt, he inquired after Rupert's health and well-being. It wasn't until Herbert had confirmed that all the members of his household were safe and unseen that he inquired about the state of his dwelling. "Any idea how it might have started?" he asked the fireman in charge. "Not yet. Still too hot to go inside." "You're coming home with me, Colin," said Darlene, who also seemed to be retaining custody of the cat. Rupert was not suffering the indignity of being crated in silence. Ever since Darlene had pulled up, the cat had been emitting mournful yowls through the open window of the car. If I'd spoken cat, I've no doubt I'd have gotten a detailed account of the outrages he'd endured under the care of Dr. Bagley, followed by a soliloquy on the injustice of being held against his will in a plastic crate. "I don't want to come home with you," said Colin. "Can't I just stay at Jasmine's?" I was intrigued. "Who was Jasmine?" "No, you may not." "Herbie?" Colin appealed for backup. I could see that Herbert wanted to interfere, but between the lingering effects of being poisoned, his obviously overmedicated state, and arriving home to find his house half-burned, he lacked the resolve to follow through on any half-hearted appeals he might make on Colin's behalf. "You'd better go home with your mother," Herbert told Colin. "I'm taking Rupert," said Darlene. She practically dragged Colin to her car, talking over his protests. "Are you feeling all right?" I asked Herbert. "Not really," he said. "I'm feeling dizzy, and I'm so sleepy I can barely keep my eyes open." "Did they give you something strong at the clinic?" Janie asked. "No," said Herbert. "First thing this morning, I took the medication the doctor prescribed for me when I got discharged from the hospital. I've been taking one of those pills every morning, but for some reason, it's hitting me different today than before." "Are you sure you should be driving?" I couldn't resist saying. "I'm sure I shouldn't. I made it home, but," Herbert shrugged helplessly. "Do you think you'll go to a hotel?" I asked. The house certainly wasn't going to be habitable anytime soon. "I guess I'll have to," said Herbert. "But if I'm not feeling a lot better, I won't try and drive myself." Janie offered to drive Herbert wherever he needed to go, then we got out of the way. "I feel sorry for Colin," I said as Janie and I retreated to her front yard to watch the firefighters mop up. I came awfully close to saying, "I feel sorry for Herbert," which was not something I'd ever expected to say about Herbert St. Clair. "Do you think that house caught fire by accident?" Janie asked. Chapter 23. When Janie asked if I thought Herbert's house had caught fire by accident, I declined to offer an opinion. It wasn't that I was being evasive, it was that I genuinely didn't know what to think. "Don't you think it's a terrible string of luck to get poisoned and get your house burned down all in the same week?" Janie said. Janie was right. It would be an extraordinary coincidence if all those things happened in the same 7-day period. I waited until the firemen had gone away, and Herbert, too, had departed before I went over to grill Albert Edwards on what he knew about the fire. I talked Janie into going with me. Al made me uneasy, although I didn't for a minute believe he was the one who'd set Herbert St. Clair's house on fire. Al would have had to be an idiot to do that, and although he might have an even more tenuous grasp on reality than his cousin, Hank, it didn't take much of an awareness of his surroundings to realize that if Herbert St. Clair's house burned to the ground, Al's would do so soon after. In front of Albert's gate was the door off of an old car with the words "Peahen eggs, $7 a dozen" inelegantly emblazoned on it in bright red spray paint. "Have you ever had peacock eggs?" I asked Janie. She said she had not. I wondered how often Al got any takers on his offer of overpriced eggs. "Are peacock eggs bigger than chicken eggs?" I wondered aloud. Janie didn't know. Just getting to Albert Edwards' front door was a challenge. To reach the dilapidated cottage set near the back of the sizable lot, Janie and I had to navigate a labyrinth of objects, old and new. It seemed that Al fancied himself mechanically gifted, and perhaps he was, but the number of half-dismantled lawnmowers, chainsaws, motorcycles, and other small, motorized things I couldn't even identify would have daunted a repair shop full of small engine technicians. Apparently, Al suffered from a malady common to many. The excitement of embarking on a new project waned just as another beckoned. The difference was that while most people's failures to finish the tasks at hand were hidden indoors in the form of half-tiled bathrooms, incomplete quilts, and the endlessly painted over oil portrait, Al's lack of self-discipline was on full display. Juanita had informed me that Al had lived in Amatista for even longer than his cousin Hank. Based on the number of half-stripped-down items in Al's yard, he'd been starting and not finishing repair jobs at the rate of several per month ever since he'd moved in. The scattered entrails from the plethora of disemboweled lawnmowers, however, was nothing in comparison to the havoc wreaked by Al's peacocks. I'd expected a mess, but I hadn't anticipated that everything in the yard would be covered with a layer of peacock poo. The peacocks, themselves, were not in evidence, although since I could hear them, it seemed they were just congregated behind the house rather than removed from the property. Clearly, Herbert had not yet succeeded in getting animal control to take Al's pride of peacocks away. I knocked on the door and got no answer. "Try kicking it," Janie suggested. I was afraid to kick the door for fear I'd kick a hole in it. Instead, I shouted for Al, and this finally roused him. He came to the door, appearing as if he'd just awakened from a nap. I thought this unlikely, seeing as a half-hour earlier he'd been glowering anxiously over his fence at the firefighters attempting to extinguish the blaze next door. "We're just stopping by to make sure you're all right," Janie told Al. Albert Edwards did not appear impressed by our solicitous inquiry into his welfare. "Why wouldn't I be all right?" he said, giving us roughly the same look he'd probably give a representative of the building department or animal control. Thank goodness Janie hadn't made the tactical blunder of asking after the health and well-being of Al's pride of peacocks. "We thought you might be upset about the fire next door," I told him. "Why should I be? What happens to Herbert St. Clair is no skin off my nose," said Albert as he scratched at the 6-day stubble on his chin. "I just thought you might have been worried," said Janie. "Why should I be worried? Herbert is the one who should be worried." I couldn't decide if that was meant as a threat or a statement of fact, but I didn't think it would do any good to ask for clarification. Al stared at us with his watery blue eyes until Janie turned to leave, but I wasn't done with my questions yet. Did you happen to see any unusual activity over at Herbert's before the fire started? I asked Al. I was almost certain that even though Albert Edwards might welcome any misfortune to befall his neighbor, it didn't extend to such animosity that he was willing to risk burning his own place down to get revenge. If, and it was a big if, someone had started that fire at Herbert St. Clair's place on purpose, it wouldn't have been Al. Who do you think you are? The police? Al demanded. It was a question I'd been asked before, although never less diplomatically than Albert had phrased it. We're just concerned, I said. Well, don't be, said Al. He lowered his voice before he continued, you girls be a lot safer if you just stay out of Herbert St. Clair's business. Is that a threat? Janie asked. I'd thought it, but she was the one who got the question out first. No, said Albert. It's not me you need to be afraid of. Who should we be afraid of? I asked. Al stared back at us blankly as if he'd forgotten he'd ever said anything about anyone being afraid in the first place. Who should we be afraid of? I repeated. I don't think we'd have gotten an answer out of Al anyway, but any possibility of getting one was cut short by about a dozen peacocks emerging from behind the house. Do peacocks attack people? I asked under my breath. I've heard they'll attack their own reflection, said Janie. What? Said Al. Janie and I took that as our signal to leave. Chapter 24. What do you think? Janie asked after we were safely down the street and inside her cozy kitchen drinking a calming cup of peppermint tea. I think someone has it out for Herbert St. Clair. Albert? There may be no love lost between Albert and Herbert, but I'm convinced it was someone else who set Herbert's house on fire. It could have been an accident, said Janie. No one was home when it started, so it could have been faulty wiring or something. It could have been. But I was doubtful. Even if the official report came back that the fire was caused by faulty wiring or something equally non-sinister, I would be hesitant to believe it. Albert Edwards definitely had it out for Herbert St. Clair, but I was very much afraid that Herbert had another, far more dangerous enemy than a cantankerous hoarder who kept a flock of peacocks. I had a lot of questions about Herbert's ex-wife, Darlene, but I didn't know where to start, so I decided to ask Katie again if she knew anything more about the woman. It turned out that she did. When I waylaid her again the following morning as she took her mid-morning break back at her trailer, she let drop a fascinating piece of information. I'm dating Darlene's nephew, actually. Zach? I tried not to look as surprised as I felt. I'd only seen Katie's new flame a few times in the flesh, but Katie's new boyfriend had been the subject of considerable speculation on more than one occasion. Katie's daughter, Chamomile, did not approve of Zach. For one thing, Zach was considerably younger than Katie, not that Chamomile was in a strong position to pass judgment on anyone else's age gap romance. Chamomile was barely old enough to legally purchase alcoholic beverages, yet she harbored an ostentatious crush on Amatista's most eligible bachelor, Jason Wendell, who was nearly a decade older than she was. Not that I didn't see in Jason what Chamomile saw in him. Unfortunately, it didn't matter how big of a crush either of us had developed on Mr. Wendell. He was proving impervious to either of our attentions unless one counted the way I managed to accidentally on purpose finagle sharing a table with him at the bird cage practically every other day. So far, though, there'd been no movement on the romance front. The same thing could not be said for Katie and Zach. The few times I'd seen them together, it would have been impossible to mistake the nature of their relationship. They were all over each other. How did you meet Zach? I asked Katie. We met in the grocery store. Amatista doesn't have a grocery store unless you count the selection of junk food and smattering of dairy products available at the truck stop just north of town. Did you meet him at Hungry Harry's? Hungry Harry's is, admittedly, a strange name for a grocery store, but we're all a little strange around here, so the place fit right in. It was the closest place to procure food, but the little hole-in-the-wall shop just off the highway before you get into Santa Fe wasn't where we all did our major shopping. However, if a person wanted to run into any of the inhabitants of the village of Amatista without doing so in the town itself, Hungry Harry's would be the best place to do it. Zach must live around here, I said. No. He lives in Albuquerque, Katie told me. If he lives in Albuquerque, what was he doing at Hungry Harry's? It was a pretty rude question, but Katie didn't seem to take offense. He was on a bike trip, and he stopped in for something to eat. I decided to leave off asking invasive questions about Zach and move on to asking invasive questions about Darlene. What has Zach told you about Darlene? I asked. Plenty. Oh? That woman stayed with Herbert far too long. Since Darlene and Herbert had only been married for a little less than 3 years, according to Katie, it ought to have been a very short marriage indeed. Why do you say that? I asked. That man was impossible to live with. It was a frustratingly vague answer, but fortunately, after offering me a cup of coffee, which I accepted, Katie went on. And on. It seemed that, according to Zach, who was relaying what he'd heard from his aunt, Herbert St. Clair was a control freak who refused to allow Darlene to make a single decision for himself. Based on my limited observation of Darlene, it seemed a more accurate description of how she treated her son, Colin, but I refrained from voicing that opinion and let Katie go on. For a couple that broke up on such bad terms, I said, they sure do seem to see a lot of each other. Well, there's Colin, of course, Katie said. And the cat. Yes, I've met Rupert. It would have been more accurate to say that I'd observed Rupert imprisoned against his will, but that might have seemed an overdramatic way of putting it. Why doesn't Colin live with his mother? I asked. He refuses, said Katie. Herbert has poisoned Colin's mind against his mother. It was possible that Herbert had maliciously set his stepson against his mother, but based on my limited observation, it seemed that Darlene's actual behavior was likely to be a contributing factor in Colin's desire to remain living with his stepfather. Who's Jasmine? I asked Katie. I've heard Colin mention her. Katie said she didn't know. Did Zach say anything about Herbert having any enemies? I asked. Other than that crazy neighbor of his with all the peacocks? Other than him. Katie said she didn't think so, but Herbert was such an unlikable man, she wouldn't be surprised if he did. What does Zach do? I asked since we'd sort of circled back around to him. He has his own business. What kind of business? Chapter 25. Zach is an independent sales rep, Katie told me when I inquired after her boyfriend's profession. Oh, what company does he work for? I asked. He's in pharmaceuticals. I figured that Katie meant that Zach was one of those salesmen who go around to hospitals and medical conventions and tries to drum up awareness about their prescription drugs, but when Katie pulled out a business card with a flourish and handed it to me, I discovered I was wrong. Zach did not work for a pharmaceutical company. He was involved in a multi-level marketing company that sold nutritional supplements. He's also a motivational speaker, Katie told me. I pocketed the card. I had no reason to suspect Zach Stanfield of having anything to do with the poisoning or the fire, but it could do no harm to do a little internet sleuthing. What I found when I used the information on Zach's card to look him up was interesting, but certainly not incriminating. At least not when it came to tying him in any way to poisoning or arson. My impression of him via his internet presence did shed more light on Katie's daughter Camomile's misgivings about her mother's relationship with Zach. After I watched a clip of one of Zach's presentations, which strongly suggested that all you needed to become fabulously wealthy was the firm belief that the universe was on your side and anything was possible, and the only thing standing between you and becoming the captain of your own destiny was the $499.99 required to gain access to his exclusive, limited-time offer VIP training. Since I'm of the firm belief that I'm already the captain of my own destiny and have been for quite some time, I did not feel the need to drop $499.99 to watch Zach bound back and forth on a stage in a hotel ballroom with bad lighting and hype me up to take back my power. I took back my own power when I left my cheating ex-husband, and Zach Stanfield did not seem at all like someone who was in a position to give relationship advice. Zach did seem like the perfect person to offer courses on how to pick up strange women in bars by subtly insulting them and preying on their insecurities, not something that actually works, I suspect, but I'm sure Zach could still have found plenty of poor socially challenged chaps who'd pay $499.99 for bad advice. I had to admit that all those pretty, perfectly made-up young women hanging off his arm in Zach's Instagram pictures would be excellent testimonial material for such an enterprise. The thing that troubled me was that not one of the women in Zach's pictures were Katie, and not one of them bore the slightest resemblance to her. Katie is a lovely woman. If I were to introduce her to any single man of my acquaintance over 35, they'd likely thank me for the favor. Unfortunately, Zach's usual taste appeared to run to women his own age or younger with fake tans, surgically augmented body parts, and clothing that suggested fabric rationing had made a sudden and inexplicable resurgence after fading out at the end of the last World War. The most recent photo had been posted only a week ago, which led me to wonder if Katie had never seen Zach's social media pages. This seemed unlikely, or he'd come up with some creative explanation of why she was conspicuously absent from his online persona. I filed my questions under Ask Later and set to work on putting the final touches on room 7 of the motel in preparation for Ledbetter's mother, come Monday. Sunday morning, Georgia broke it to Maxwell that he'd be going to school on Monday. After much agonizing, she'd decided to delay the announcement as long as possible so as to minimize Maxwell's anxiety leading up to the traumatic transition. When Maxwell came over to collect Herb and Hercules after breakfast, he told me all about his impending life change. "I'm going to a real school," he said as he wrestled Herb into a little sweater vest that said, "Pug Ugly," and proud of it. "Oh?" I said as if this was the first I was hearing of such momentous news. "I'm going to be a second grader." "Oh?" "Mom says second graders aren't doing algebra yet, so I'll be a little ahead." That was the understatement of the century. "Mom says I should take something from home to read in case I finish my work before the other kids." "Oh, what are you taking to read?" I asked. "The Fellowship of the Rings." "Excellent choice," I told him. That was a doorstop of a book, and there were 2 more to round out the trilogy. "Have you read it before?" "No, Mom gave it to me for my first week." That was optimistic. It might keep him occupied through Tuesday. Shortly after noon, while I was eating a tuna sandwich on rye, Georgia called me from her cottage, and we had a hushed conversation regarding Maxwell's uncertain future. Georgia was unsure what she'd do with Maxwell after school let out for summer vacation. I offered to look after him over the summer while she was at work, but, although I didn't voice my concerns aloud, I was afraid that would only result in the kid roaming at large around Little Tombstone, hanging out for hours on end with Hank, and becoming even more of an expert on chupacabras than he already was. "He needs structure," said Georgia, a statement to which I did not take offense. Oliver, with intermittent assistance from various teams of tradesmen, was making headway, but Little Tombstone was still in danger of falling down around our heads. I had things to do, and even if I hadn't, I was not suited to tutoring little Maxwell through advanced math, or any other subject, really. Maxwell would probably do a far better job tutoring me. "I'll figure out something," said Georgia in a voice that suggested that she was far from confident that she would. I did not have time, however, to dwell on Maxwell's well-being, because as I was standing over my kitchen sink chowing down on the remains of my tuna on rye, my phone still to my ear listening to Georgia lament Maxwell's probable future, there was a terrible sound of splintering wood, grating metal, and breaking glass. Chapter 26. At first, I thought someone had rammed their car into the Birdcage Cafe on the lower story of the building where I stood. However, when I darted to the window overlooking the street, I saw that I was off, but not by much. From my vantage point on the upper story of the building, I could barely see the vehicle that had plowed into it, but it was clear that someone had crashed their car into Freddy Fernandez's barbershop next door to the Birdcage. Freddy's shop is not part of Little Tombstone, even though any outside observer might think so, since the old wooden building is separated from the Birdcage Cafe by a gap of only 6 feet or so and is in only marginally better shape than the crumbling edifices of the row of pseudo-Old West buildings that make up the streetside portion of Little Tombstone's labyrinth of structures. However, the damage done to Freddy's barber shop was not my immediate concern. The driver's health and safety weren't even my top priority. My first thought, strange as it might seem, was dismay that the driver had not crashed into the birdcage instead. Juanita is a devout churchgoer, and, with the odd exception, Hank and Phyllis's reception, the previous Sunday being one of them, Juanita always closes up shop on what she refers to as the Lord's Day. The dining room of the birdcage was empty. The same could probably not be said of Freddy's barbershop next door. Freddy Fernandez is a barber by trade and a minister of the gospel by calling. If one was among the pious of Amatista and not a Catholic, then come Sunday, you'd be congregated in the back room of Freddy Fernandez's barber shop, sitting on hard folding chairs and fellowshipping with like-minded souls. I was not a regular attendee at Freddy's meetings, but Juanita and a couple of dozen others were. Someone crashed their car into the front of Freddy's shop, I said into the phone, but Georgia was no longer on the line. I rushed down the stairs and out the front door of the birdcage. Freddy's shop, unlike the buildings of Little Tombstone, did not have a boardwalk out front. Instead, 3 flimsy wooden steps were the only obstacle standing between the gravel parking strip out front and Freddy's front door. Only the back 3 feet or so of a black SUV remained outside the building. It was clear that the car had not penetrated so far inside that it had crashed into the back room, where there were dozens of people who'd probably moved on from the worship hour to coffee hour by now. I imagine just prior to the crash they'd been milling around drinking Freddy's coffee and eating the muffins Juanita baked every Friday for the benefit of her fellow parishioners. It was clear that getting in through the front door of Freddy's shop was not going to happen. There was no longer a front door, and where the door had been was now full up with the car. I darted down the gap between the buildings and reached the back door to find it was disgorging members of Freddy's shaken congregants, some of them still clutching paper cups of coffee or half-eaten muffins in one hand and their phones in their other. "Are you all right?" I asked when I found Juanita. "I'm fine," she said, "but I don't think I can say the same for that poor woman." "What poor woman?" "I'm afraid the driver is dead." I didn't go inside. I'm no medical professional, and this was one instance in which I tamped down my morbid curiosity for the greater good of humanity. According to Juanita, there was a nurse in the congregation who was attending to the victim of the crash, the ambulance was on the way, and Freddy was valiantly trying to convince his congregants that everything was fine. I appreciated his efforts, but it was clear to the dimmest among us that everything was not fine. The driver was apparently dead. Freddy's place of business would need major repairs before the county would deem it sufficiently sound to commence cutting hair in, and one of Freddy's friliest congregants had a nasty scrape on her arm from falling in the excitement following the crash. I left Juanita on the phone with her husband, who had not attended the service with her that morning, and went back around to the front of Freddy's barber shop. Something about the car looked familiar. I took a closer look at the insignia on the back. It was a Toyota Highlander. The driver who'd crashed into Freddy's might just be passing through, although since the plate said New Mexico, that eliminated the possibility that it was simply an out-of-state tourist. I took another gander at the vanity plates, which said Darlena. It was Darlene St. Clair's car. I was sure of it. The question remained, however, had she been the driver at the wheel when it crashed? The ambulance arrived and took away the deceased. I watched out the upstairs of my apartment as the paramedics transferred the body, covered with a sheet, to the gurney and slid it into the ambulance. The ambulance departed with flashing lights, but sans siren, so I was forced to conclude that Juanita's initial assessment of the situation had been spot on. There was no question that whoever had been at the wheel of Darlene St. Clair's Toyota Highlander had been declared dead at the scene. I went back downstairs to the birdcage dining room, where the members of Freddy Fernandez's shaken congregation were scattered around at tables in hushed little knots, while Juanita dispensed free soft drinks and hugs. Officer Reyes of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department was sitting at Hank's usual spot in the back corner and finishing up his incident report. I decided that now was probably not the moment to check in on how his investigation into Phyllis's poisoning was coming along. He didn't look up when I passed his table, and I didn't bring any attention to myself. "Are you sure you're all right?" I pressed Juanita when I cornered her in the kitchen and dispensed a hug of my own. "Well, it's hard to be completely fine when you've just seen someone's life snuffed out before your eyes." "Oh?" I had just stuck my head out to the front room to get something for Pastor Freddy when that car came crashing through the wall. "So, you saw everything?" I'll never forget the look on that woman's face. "What stopped the car from ramming all the way into the back room?" I wanted to ask what had happened to keep the car from ramming into Juanita, but although there was no doubt she was acutely aware that she'd had a narrow scrape with the Grim Reaper, I didn't like to admit that out loud. "The car hit that old wooden counter that Freddy had at the front, and that slid into the barber's chair that was bolted to the floor. I guess between how much force was absorbed when the car crashed into the wall and hitting those two objects, the car finally ran out of momentum. I think it was that final blow when her head hit the steering wheel that killed the poor woman. For some reason, the airbag didn't go off. Earlier, I'd taken a look at the street out in front of the barber shop. There was a conspicuous absence of skid marks. Do you think she crashed into the building on purpose?" I asked. "I don't know," said Juanita. "But if she did, just before she died, she was definitely regretting it. By the looks of the street out front, she didn't even hit the brakes." "That's the strange thing," said Juanita. "I don't think when she crashed into the building, the engine was even still running." "So, you think that she wanted to brake and couldn't, so she shut off the engine?" "Well, I'm certain that engine wasn't running when she came to a halt in front of me." I wanted to ask how close Juanita had been to the car when it had finally come up against the combined obstacles that had brought it to a standstill, but it didn't really matter. "Did you recognize the driver?" I asked, although I was already nearly certain what Juanita's answer would be. Chapter 27. "I think it was Herbert St. Clair's ex-wife," Juanita told me when I asked if she'd been able to identify the driver who'd crashed into the front of Freddy Fernandez's barber shop. "Darlene?" I asked. I can't recall her name, but I remember seeing her and Herbert together at a few community events. They weren't married long, were they? 3 years. I suspected Herbert St. Clair wouldn't be terribly distraught to find out that his ex-wife was no longer with us, but I couldn't say the same for Colin. Someone was going to have to break it to Colin that his mother was on the way to the Santa Fe County morgue. I went out to the dining room. Officer Reyes was still there. "Have you notified Darlene St. Clair's next of kin?" I asked. Officer Reyes looked up at me and said, "I haven't gotten that far yet." "Do you have contact information for members of the family?" "Not exactly, but Darlene's son, Colin, is staying temporarily at his mother's, so I expect that would be the place to find him. However, he lived in Amatista with his stepfather, Herbert St. Clair, up until their house caught fire yesterday, so Herbert would be the best one to break the news to Colin." "Herbert St. Clair, the postmaster?" "Yes." An expression of surprise flitted across Officer Reyes's face, but he quickly suppressed it. "He lives on Roadrunner Alley, although he must be staying elsewhere until his house is repaired," I told Officer Reyes. I assumed the policeman had heard about Herbert's house fire, and it seemed he had. "I can accompany you if you'd like to go to Herbert's house and see if he's around," I told Officer Reyes. Officer Reyes didn't say no to my suggestion, which surprised me a little. Apparently, even though I'd clearly been branded as a busybody, perhaps, on this occasion, Officer Reyes was grudgingly admitting that having a busybody around was occasionally convenient. Unlike the only previous occasion I'd ridden in a police car, when I'd been relegated to the back seat along with Erp and Hercules, I was invited to sit up front. When we got to Roadrunner Alley, the hole the fire crew had chopped in the roof was covered over with a tarp. Next to the overflowing trash can at the curb was a heap of charred household items and broken bits of smoke-damaged drywall. When Officer Reyes knocked on the front door, there was no response. We went around to the back and tried that door, too, but no one answered. Herbert's black Toyota Highlander, the twin to the mangled vehicle that was being extracted by a wrecking crew from Freddy Fernandez's barber shop, was nowhere to be seen. "Do you have any idea where Herbert might be staying?" Officer Reyes asked. I did not. Officer Reyes put his phone to his ear and instructed someone on the other end to track down a cell phone number for Herbert St. Clair. While he was waiting for the number, a trio of peacocks who'd been roosting on top of an old car on the other side of Albert Edwards' dilapidated fence decided to come over and investigate the human activity in the street. I do not classify Officer Reyes as a cowardly individual. In fact, on several occasions previously, he'd shown no hesitancy to engage with dangerous and threatening individuals. Apparently, his valor did not extend to engaging with dangerous and threatening birds, because he retreated inside his cruiser. "You want a ride back to the bird cage?" he asked me through the open driver's side window. "No, thank you," I said. After Officer Reyes drove away, I went and knocked on Janie's door, where I did get an answer. After I told her about the disturbing turn of events, I asked if she knew where Herbert was staying. Janie thought Herbert had gone to a hotel in Santa Fe, but she didn't know which one. "He had a crew here for a few hours this morning to cover up the hole in the roof and start cleaning up the inside," she told me. "But I haven't seen him today at all, although he could have come and gone without me noticing." "Do you have Herbert's number?" I asked. Janie said she didn't. That was something of a relief. I didn't envy Officer Reyes having to break it to Herbert that he was going to have to tell Colin that his mother was dead. "I think it's time for another talk with Al," I said, abruptly changing the subject. Janie was far from enthusiastic about having another talk with Albert Edwards, but I am not one to be deterred by mere lack of enthusiasm. "You don't have to say anything," I promised. "What about them?" Janie asked, keeping a wary eye on the trio of peacocks who were maintaining a safe distance but clearly cooking up a scheme to keep the humans on their toes and in their place. "Oh, I don't think peacocks are particularly territorial," I said. "I think we're in just as much danger of being pecked to death out here as we would be standing on Albert's front doorstep." "Oh, that's terribly comforting," said Janie, but when I started striding toward Albert's broken-down front gate, which swung crazily on its one remaining hinge, she followed me. When I knocked on the front door, Albert answered right away. "Have you seen Colin?" I asked without preamble. "He was up at the truck stop a couple of hours ago," Al said. "He was swaying slightly on his feet and slurring a little. He also smelled strongly of whiskey." Apparently, a love of whiskey ran in the Edwards family, although I'd rarely seen Hank as drunk as Al appeared to be now. And in the middle of the afternoon on a Sunday. "What was Colin doing at the truck stop?" Janie asked. "He was waiting for that little girlfriend of his. I saw him get in her car." "Jasmine? How should I know her name?" "They left together?" I asked. "That's what I said, wasn't it?" That wasn't exactly what Al had said, but he seemed to be in a defensive mood, so I moved on to the main purpose of our visit. "Something bad has happened," I said. "Darlene has had an accident." "How bad?" Albert looked instantly wary. "She's dead," said Janie. "Poor kid," said Al in a voice that made me believe he really meant it, then asked if anyone else had been hurt. After I told him that Darlene had been the only one involved in the accident, he seemed to relax a little, which led me to wonder if he hated Darlene even more than he hated Herbert. "Have you seen Herbert today?" Janie asked. "Haven't seen him," said Al. "He spoke too quickly." I didn't entirely believe him, but why he'd lie about having seen Herbert, I had no idea. "Have you seen Herbert's car here today at all?" I asked. "You think I spend all my time spying on the neighbors?" Al said, then asked, "What kind of accident was it?" "Darlene crashed into the front of Freddy Fernandez's barber shop," I said. "At first glance, it appears that her brakes failed, she lost control of the vehicle, and crashed into the front of the building." "You're sure no one else got hurt?" Al asked. I told him I was sure. I decided that the scrape on Freddie's elderly parishioner probably didn't count. That's good, he said. Too many innocent people have gotten hurt already. I wanted to ask if Darlene St. Clair failed to fall into the category of innocent people, but I was afraid if I got too aggressive with my questions that Albert Edwards would slam the door in my face or try to sick the rest of his pride of peacocks on me. The three birds who'd managed to so effortlessly intimidate Officer Reyes were still out in the street, possibly lying in wait for Janie and me. If you see Colin or Herbert, Janie said. I ain't being the bearer of bad news, Al said. Herbert St. Clair hates my guts, although if he knew the half of it. Al trailed off as if he'd forgotten what he was going to say. Chapter 28. What do you mean when you say Herbert St. Clair doesn't know the half of it? I prompted Al. Let's just say Herbert St. Clair made a lucky escape, that's all, said Al, and without another word, went back inside and shut the door in our faces. I was already suspicious about Darlene's accident, I told Janie after we were safely inside her cottage, but now I'm even more certain that when the police examine that vehicle, they're going to find the brakes were tampered with. Well, I wouldn't put much stock in anything Albert Edwards says. He's not exactly what you could call a reliable source of information, Janie pointed out. No, you're right about that, but when Albert Edwards starts expressing concern and sympathy for his sworn enemy, you have to wonder what other far more sinister forces Herbert is up against. Janie did not dispute my line of reasoning. Poor Colin, she said. Yes, poor Colin. That, at least, was something everyone seemed to agree on. By the time I made it back to Little Tombstone, things had settled down. The wreckers had finished extracting Darlene's crumpled SUV from the premises and hauled the carcass away. Oliver had brought enough plywood over to Freddie's to cover the opening, and he and Ledbetter were in the process of securing it to what remained of the front wall of the barber shop. Monday morning, bright and early, I watched out the window as Georgia and Maxwell came out of their little blue cottage. Georgia was dressed in professional attire, and Maxwell was wearing the backpack I'd bought him. I was relieved to see that he'd not decided to arrive for his first day of school wearing anything that might make him stand out from the crowd, although that may have been at George's insistence. Eventually, Maxwell would have to start riding the bus to school, but for the first week, Georgia had decided that leaving the house 40 minutes early and arriving home 40 minutes late was worth the out-of-the-way trip to drop Maxwell off at school before she headed to work in Santa Fe. I knocked on the window and waved. Maxwell waved back but then stood still and continued to look up expectantly at the window. I knew what he wanted. I picked up Erp and made the squirming pug wave his paw at Maxwell. Then I picked up Hercules with some difficulty and stuck up her trotter. Satisfied, Maxwell darted after Georgia, who'd left him behind, a broad smile on his face. Despite the promising start to his day, I was afraid Maxwell was in for the most disorienting experience of his short existence, but there was nothing I nor anyone else could do about it. Unfortunately, Maxwell's introduction to the conventional classroom wasn't the only potentially traumatic transition looming over our collective heads. Ledbetter's mother was scheduled to arrive mid-morning. Right after breakfast, I went down and made a final inspection of room 7. It was decidedly shabby, but at least it was clean. Every surface, including the floor, had a fresh coat of paint. The ragtag collection of furniture was also freshly painted. There was a new rug on the floor, new sheets on the bed, and new towels in the tiny bathroom. Mrs. Ledbetter would still have to turn sideways to get in and out of the shower, but Ledbetter had informed me that she was a small woman, so while she might find it inconvenient, it would not pose too much of a problem. When Katie stopped by her trailer for her usual coffee break, I darted out to meet her. I had some deep misgivings about that boyfriend of hers, but I wasn't quite sure where to start in expressing them. After chatting about the weather and the imminent arrival of Mrs. Ledbetter, I asked after Zach. Katie's face immediately fell. "He's ghosted me," she said. "Ghosted you?" "He won't take my calls or answer my texts," she said. "I think he may have even blocked my number." "What happened?" I couldn't help feeling relieved, although I couldn't quite pinpoint why. "Nothing happened," said Katie. "I guess he just lost interest in me." I thought it more likely that he'd never had any real interest in Katie in the first place. I was nearly certain that Zach had been exploiting Katie's affection for him, but I couldn't fathom why Katie would have been useful to Zach. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. This was not quite the truth, but I was sorry that Katie was sad. She deserved to have someone to love, someone better than Zach, that is. I changed the subject to the imminent arrival of Ledbetter's mother. Katie seemed agog to meet Mrs. Ledbetter, and I was likewise looking forward with morbid fascination to meeting this tiny woman who'd birthed such an enormous specimen of manhood as Ledbetter. I'd asked Ledbetter to text me when his mother arrived, partly so I could make sure our first paying guest got comfortably settled into her room, partly in a desire to lend Ledbetter moral support should the arrangements be unacceptable to his mother, and largely because I was curious. I'd heard so much about the woman, none of it very flattering, that I was anxious to meet her in the flesh. We had a wide variety of characters around Little Tombstone. We could have opened our own chapter of Nuts Anonymous, but up until today, we had lacked anyone with Mrs. Ledbetter's particular brand of nuttiness. Apparently, Morticia and I were also of one mind when it came to meeting Mrs. Ledbetter, because when Ledbetter texted me around 10 that his mother had arrived, and he was letting her into the room with the key I'd given him, I looked out of my upper-story window and saw Ledbetter leading his mother over the newly graveled trailer court toward the motel with Morticia taking up the rear. The best I could hope for was that Morticia had not offered Mrs. Ledbetter a friends and family discount on all future tarot readings as a welcome gift. When I got down to the motel, all three of them were standing around inside the little room accompanied by Mrs. Ledbetter's enormous suitcase. There was hardly room for me to get inside, so I stood at the doorway. "You must be Emma," Mrs. Ledbetter said as she edged around Morticia and past Ledbetter, who'd flattened himself against the wall in a futile attempt to make himself smaller. "I'm Marcia Ledbetter," she said as she extended her hand. Mrs. Ledbetter was even tinier than I had pictured her, she didn't even reach my chin, and I'm not a tall woman. She was dressed in the uniform of her generation, pastel capris, a floral over blouse, and a cotton cardigan, all of which must have been size 0. However, what Marcia Ledbetter lacked in physical stature, she made up for in an unmistakable air of natural authority. Now I knew where Ledbetter got his trademark unblinking stare from. Marcia Ledbetter had the same piercing blue eyes as her son. Unfortunately, unlike her son, who espoused a strict live and let live philosophy, I could picture Marcia, if angered, exploiting that unblinking stare until the object of her ire gave in and bowed to her wishes. I could easily imagine Ledbetter's mother retiring from a challenging position as superintendent of schools and immediately engineering a hostile takeover of her homeowners association. I suspected that such was the force of Marcia Ledbetter's personality, that if questioned, she would have no trouble convincing me that her takeover of the HOA had been entirely merited and in the best interest of everyone involved. Chapter 29. "Pleased to meet you," I told Ledbetter's mother. That wasn't exactly true. Terribly curious and equally apprehensive to meet you would have been much closer to the truth. If Marcia Ledbetter did end up becoming a permanent resident of Little Tombstone, we might need to rethink our policy of making every tenant an automatic member of the Preservation Board. With Mrs. Ledbetter on the board, I had a feeling we might as well stop taking votes on anything. With her around, we'd just end up eventually doing whatever she believed was best anyway. "I just stopped by to make sure you have everything you need," I told Mrs. Ledbetter. "Oh, I brought everything I need for tonight with me," she said. "The moving van will be here tomorrow." "Moving van?" I looked over at Ledbetter. He mouthed something over the top of his mother's head, which I couldn't quite make out. It was clear there had been a miscommunication, but I wasn't quite sure what it was, other than an entire van of Mrs. Ledbetter's belongings was currently on the way to Little Tombstone. I'd been under the impression that Mrs. Ledbetter was visiting on a trial basis before she purchased her fancy fifth wheel and parked it at the back of the trailer court. Unfortunately, it seemed that Ledbetter had gotten it all wrong. I decided to wait until Ledbetter was alone to ask for clarification, so I went back to my apartment and sent him a text consisting of a single question mark. 5 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Ledbetter. "I'm so sorry, Emma," he said. "What's going on?" "I let slip about Hank and Phyllis's new apartment, and my mother's gotten it into her head that she can move into Hank's old place." Unfortunately, Hank's apartment was not vacant, except in the technical sense that Hank was no longer living in it. Hank might be living upstairs in the new apartment Oliver built for the newly minted Mr. and Mrs. Edwards, but the studio apartment pasted onto the back of the curio shop that Hank had inhabited for decades was still bursting at the seams with his belongings. Additionally, no one had so much as hinted to Hank that he might be expected to vacate his old apartment now that he had his spiffy new digs. Extricating Hank and his belongings from that apartment was not going to happen, no matter how long Marcia subjected Hank to the force of her personality and her unblinking stare. "Did you say anything that might have led your mother to believe Hank's apartment is available?" I asked Ledbetter. "Not really. I just told her what a nice job Oliver did with Hank and Phyllis's new apartment, and she jumped to conclusions." I wasn't entirely convinced that Marcia Ledbetter had jumped to conclusions. It was possible that she'd simply decided that Hank was not entitled to 2 apartments, not an entirely unreasonable position to take, so she was going to orchestrate events to exert maximum pressure on him to give up his old place so she could move into it. I was doubtful that a look at Hank's cramped and dirty apartment would deter her. As Ledbetter had already pointed out several times, his mother thrived on a project, and turning Hank's old studio into something that would be considered habitable by someone who wasn't Hank was about the most challenging project I could imagine. While I was still on the phone with Ledbetter, I was interrupted by a call from Janie. When I picked up, she didn't even bother with a greeting. "Colin has disappeared," she said. "What?" "Herbert came by just now, asking if I'd seen him." "When was the last time Herbert saw Colin?" "He saw him Sunday morning when he met Darlene and Colin at the truck stop to drop off some of Colin's stuff. Colin was still hanging around the truck stop waiting for his girlfriend to pick him up when Herbert left to go back to his hotel." "Has Herbert talked to Colin on the phone since then?" "Herbert tried to call him on Sunday evening to tell him about his mother. It went straight to voicemail." "What about texts?" "Colin is replying to texts, but every time Herbert tries to get him to call back or meet, the kid has some excuse why he can't talk." "Did Herbert seem to think this is typical behavior?" "Not at all," Janie said. "He's very worried about Colin. Herbert says everything about Colin's behavior since he last saw him is completely out of character." "So, Colin may not yet know that his mother is dead?" "Well, Herbert hasn't told him yet. Herbert says that texting Colin that his mother has died is out of the question, and I don't think there are many who'd argue with that." "Did Herbert go to Darlene's house?" "Yes, he went there yesterday evening, and twice today already. He can't get anyone to answer the door." "Herbert doesn't have a key?" Darlene had a key to Herbert's house, but it didn't surprise me when Janie said the reverse was not true. "Herbert tried to reach Jasmine, but the call wouldn't go through. Then he called Jasmine's mother only to find that Jasmine is missing, too. Jasmine's phone is switched off altogether, and there's been no communication whatsoever since she texted her mother Sunday afternoon to say she and Colin were stopping by Darlene's before they both headed over to Jasmine's house to have supper with her family." "They never showed up for supper?" "No." "How old are Jasmine and Colin, I wonder?" "I don't know about Jasmine, but Colin is a senior about to graduate, so he may have turned 18. If he has turned 18, that would make him a missing person and not a runaway." Janie didn't know. Whether Colin was a runaway or a missing person in the eyes of the law didn't really much matter. The boy might have disappeared shortly before his mother had died in a fatal car crash under deeply suspicious circumstances, but I didn't for a second believe he'd have tried to kill his mother. Not after how worried he'd been about possibly poisoning his stepfather by accident, and how agitated he'd become when he'd inadvertently placed Earp and Hercules in harm's way by letting them get a hold of the tainted takeout. I might not be certain of much, but I was certain of this: Colin had nothing to do with his mother's death. Is it possible that Colin is worried that someone is trying to kill him, too? I suppose, but who'd want to kill a high school kid? That did seem unlikely, but what if the high school kid in question knew something deeply incriminating about whoever seemed to have it out for Herbert? I'd assumed that Herbert had been the sole target of the poisoning and the house fire, but both might easily have harmed Colin had he eaten any of the tamales or been at home when the fire broke out. Does Colin ever eat any of the takeout you deliver to their house? I asked. Chapter 30. I don't think Colin ever eats food from the bird cage, said Janie. He mentioned once that he doesn't like Mexican food. If that was the case, then the poisoner hadn't been targeting Colin, either that or the miscreant didn't know the boy very well at all. I doubted that was the case. This added to the fact that the house fire had broken out when Herbert might have been expected to be at home, and suspiciously overmedicated, but Colin was with his girlfriend's family, suggested that if someone had set that fire intentionally, only Herbert had been the intended victim. Even Rupert, the cat, had been safely whisked away to the vet when the fire broke out. Darlene was the common denominator. If she wasn't already dead, I'd move her right up to the top of my list of suspects, not that she hadn't been hovering near the top for some time now. Unfortunately, since she'd been the only one yet to come to a fatal accident, it didn't add up for her to be the poisoner/arsonist and the one who'd tampered with the car. I mentally ran through my list of suspects. My prime suspect, Darlene, was dead. Albert Edwards might possibly be the poisoner, but it was inconceivable that he was the arsonist. Neither Herbert St. Clair nor Colin was likely to have set their own house on fire. Herbert certainly hadn't poisoned himself, and I didn't believe for a second that Colin had done it. Nothing added up. It was well past time for me to expand my list of suspects. I'd been homing in on Darlene, but it seemed my instincts had led me wrong. Georgia and Maxwell arrived home around 6. I'd invited them to come up to my apartment for supper, not that I was much of a cook. Instead, I'd ordered takeout from the bird cage, a bean and cheese burrito for Maxwell, spinach and chicken enchiladas for Georgia, and beef tacos for me. We all steered clear of the green sauce. After Maxwell had greeted Earp and Hercules as if he'd just returned from a year-long stint at the International Space Station and been greeted, somewhat less enthusiastically, by the animals, we humans sat down to supper at the little enamel-top kitchen table which had served my great-aunt Geraldine for decades. I liked to think that if Aunt Geraldine could have seen us all sitting around that table, with Earp happily slumbering in the corner with his head propped up against Hercules' ample abdomen, it would have made her smile. How was school? I asked Maxwell. He made a face he usually reserves for loose talk of dentist appointments or when someone expresses a distaste for math or the hard sciences. I don't want to talk about it, he said. I did. That bad? I pressed. It doesn't suit me, said Maxwell. I've decided I'd rather be self-educated. Oh, you've decided to become an autodidact. I glanced over at Georgia, who was shooting me a glare that clearly said, "Don't encourage him." What's an autodidact? Maxwell asked. It's a self-taught person. That's what I want to be then, an autodidact, said Maxwell. That teacher. Mrs. Murray, Georgia interjected reprovingly. Mrs. Murray, Maxwell continued with a heavy sigh, is very poorly educated. I wondered what Mrs. Murray had done to deserve this unflattering assessment. She'd probably been unable to recite the Pythagorean theorem or something equally unlikely for a second-grade teacher to need to know. Ever. Why do you believe Mrs. Murray's education was lacking? I asked. She doesn't know anything at all about AI, said Maxwell. I asked her what she thought about Bert, and she thought I was talking about a kid at my old school. I don't even have an old school. I might know that AI stood for artificial intelligence, but even after constant exposure to Maxwell's endless and enthusiastic chatter about the imminent rise of our AI overlords, I didn't know what Bert was either. I think you may be expecting a little too much of Mrs. Murray, I told Maxwell. I'm afraid I don't know what Bert stands for myself. That's okay, said Maxwell with the air of some great monarch pardoning a minor indiscretion of one of his lesser subjects. You're not a teacher. That was true, I wasn't a teacher, and I'd never been more grateful I wasn't. Teachers aren't expected to be well-versed in all subjects, Georgia said. Nobody is. But I bet Mrs. Murray knows about a lot of things you don't. Like what? I don't know, said Georgia with poorly disguised exasperation, which rather undercut her next point, but you need to be patient with Mrs. Murray. Maxwell sighed. He might be precocious, but there's not a kid on earth who doesn't loathe an admonition to be patient. Well, said Maxwell, if things don't improve, I'm going to become an autodidact. It's just 3 more weeks, said Georgia. The question, and then what, hung unspoken in the air. How are your enchiladas? I asked, changing the subject. Excellent, said Georgia. I want to go visit Mr. Hank after supper, said Maxwell. Can I take Herb? Normally, Georgia nixes after-supper visits to Hank's, but I think she thought anything was better than continuing to indulge Maxwell's contemplation of being an autodidact, so she said yes. Georgia looked terribly tired and in dire need of a few minutes to herself. I'll take Maxwell over, I offered. Would you? After Georgia had departed back to their cottage, Maxwell remedied my omission to clothe Herb, who'd been running around in the nude all day. For the visit to the Chateau Edwards, the pug was costumed as a canine Old West sheriff, complete with a tiny 10-gallon hat, kerchief, and miniature brass badge. At one time, the curio shop had sold Little Tombstone postcards featuring a much younger Herb as the tiny sheriff mascot of the attraction. Perhaps it was time to renew the tradition. The costume still fit. When we knocked on the door of Hank and Phyllis's apartment, it was Mrs. Edwards who answered the door. We just stopped by to say hi, I said. We won't stay long. The we won't stay long part was more for Maxwell's benefit than Phyllis's. Phyllis invited us in and gave us each a maple-glazed donut while we waited for Hank to make an appearance. Chapter 31. Halfway through my donut, Hank emerged from the bedroom and greeted us as if he were genuinely happy to see us, although I suspected it was mostly Maxwell he was happy to see. Herb, exhausted by his attempt to keep up with Maxwell as the boy bounded up the long flight of stairs to the attic apartment, had flopped down at my feet and was half-heartedly trying to dislodge his tiny 10-gallon hat by rubbing it against the toes of my shoes. I hear you had your first day of school today, young man, Hank said. Yes, said Maxwell. It was unsatisfactory. I imagined that Mrs. Murray might also have less than purely positive things to say about her first interactions with her newest pupil, but that was a perspective Maxwell was incapable of understanding. It didn't help that Mrs. Murray had to compete with Georgia, who was probably Mensa material and shared many of Maxwell's interests. There were times when Georgia resembled a walking encyclopedia. What happened at school? Phyllis asked. Maxwell sighed deeply as if even the memory of the fiasco of his first day of school pained him. It doesn't matter, he said. I'm not going anymore. I had a feeling Georgia held an entirely different opinion, and her opinion would prevail, but I didn't say so. All kids have to go to school, said Phyllis. I didn't, said Maxwell. I've never gone to school, and I'm highly educated. I was guessing he'd learned the phrase highly educated from Georgia, but Maxwell wasn't wrong. For a almost 7-year-old, he was highly educated. You had school at home, Maxwell, I pointed out. Your mother was your teacher. Maxwell ruminated on that for a few seconds, but before he'd formulated a comeback, Phyllis asked, Did you make any new friends? They're all babies, Maxwell said. I was hoping he hadn't told them that. Telling a second grader they're a baby is tantamount to going up to a 300-pound, heavily tattooed biker in a bar who's already put away a few and questioning both his parentage and his masculinity. Since Maxwell didn't have a black eye or swollen shins from being kicked repeatedly, I was guessing he'd kept this unflattering assessment of his classmates' collective maturity to himself. Well, if they make you keep going to school, said Hank, you can always go on strike. What's that? Maxwell asked. It's when you refuse to work. I was shooting Hank looks, trying to get him to cease and desist with his incitement, but it wasn't working. If Maxwell got it into his head to go on strike, who knew what he might do? The very concept of striking was rich with dramatic possibility and sure to appeal to Maxwell's theatrical instincts. "Refusing to work is no good," said Maxwell. "I didn't do hardly any work anyway. It was all baby work." "Did you finish your book?" I asked in desperation to change the subject. "Yes. And here I'd thought it would last him through Tuesday." "Did you like it?" asked Phyllis. "I guess it was all right," said Maxwell, "for fiction." "Are you going to read The Two Towers tomorrow?" I asked. "No, I'm going to the community college library tomorrow. Mrs. Murray said Miss Hawkins will walk me across the street, and I can pick out as many books as I want." Mrs. Murray might not be conversant in the latest developments in AI, but for the first time I had hoped that both Mrs. Murray and Maxwell might make it through the next 3 weeks without one or the other of them cracking up. "Who's Miss Hawkins?" "I don't know," said Maxwell, "but she's taking me to the library tomorrow." "Well, don't be too hard on her if she doesn't know what Bert is," I said. Maxwell, who'd finally noticed that Earp's costume was askew, was too busy readjusting Earp's hat, which had slipped down around the pug's neck, to reply. After we'd thanked Phyllis for the donuts, said goodbye to her and Hank, and I'd lugged Earp down the stairs in my arms because he'd gotten 2 steps down and refused to go any further, I thought to ask Maxwell the question which had been nagging at me. "What does BERT stand for?" I asked. "Bidirectional encoder representations from transformers," Maxwell said. "What?" "Bidirectional encoder representations from transformers," Maxwell repeated. Apparently, his expectations for me were not high because he did not seem unduly disturbed by my lack of comprehension. "I mean, what is it? What does BERT have to do with AI?" "The BERT model made advanced NLP possible," said Maxwell as if, of course, everybody knew what NLP stood for. I didn't, but I decided not to go further down the rabbit hole that was programming acronyms. "You know you're going to have to keep going to school," I said. "Please don't make it hard on your mother by refusing to go. It's just for 3 more weeks." "I know," said Maxwell wearily. "That's what she already told me." Chapter 32. Tuesday morning, when I went down for breakfast at the bird cage, Janie informed me that Colin had stopped texting Herbert altogether, and nothing had been heard from his girlfriend, Jasmine, either. It was possible Colin and Jasmine had simply run away together for some reason completely unrelated to Darlene St. Clair's tragic demise, but that would be a rather unlikely coincidence. "Do you know if Herbert St. Clair ever formally adopted Colin?" I asked Janie. I asked him that when he told me the police were hesitant to treat it yet as a missing person case and that Colin was too old to be classified as a runaway. There was never a formal adoption, although Herbert did say that he was financially supporting Colin. Financially supporting? How? "I guess like housing, and clothes, and groceries, and stuff like that," said Janie. For the first time I wondered if my original prime suspect, Darlene, might not have had some financial motivation for knocking off Herbert. Was there a college fund in Colin's name or a life insurance policy she believed she could get control of if Herbert kicked the bucket? Herbert himself would be the only one to know that, but I didn't see him being very forthcoming if I asked him point blank about it. "And Jasmine? How old is she?" I asked. "She's also 18. If both Colin and Jasmine were 18, they could have gotten married or joined the military by now. Their near and dear might still regard them as teenagers, which was probably closer to the truth, but according to the law of the land, Colin and Jasmine were emancipated adults fully qualified to make major life decisions on their own behalf. Unfortunately, elopement or enlistment didn't seem to jive with Colin's character. I was becoming increasingly afraid, and I couldn't pinpoint my reasons, that Colin and Jasmine were in grave danger and had not disappeared of their own volition. Has Herbert been able to determine if Colin or Jasmine have been active on social media? I asked Janie. He said he'd thought of that, but all Colin's and Jasmine's accounts are set to private. What about one of their friends? I asked. Couldn't Herbert try and see if he could get one of them to check for activity? Janie didn't know if Herbert had attempted to get the cooperation of one of Colin's friends. Are Cliff and Clive friends with Colin? I asked. Nancy Flynn, the ranching neighbor to the west of Little Tombstone, has twin nephews who often hang around at her ranch. They were just a little younger than Colin, but it was worth a try to see if there was anything they knew. After I'd finished my omelet, I texted Nancy to see if the twins were going to be up at the ranch after school that afternoon. She said yes, and when I explained why I wanted to speak to them, she said I could come up to the house at 4, shortly before Cliff and Clive generally got off the bus at the gated entrance to the Flynn Ranch. It was only 9 in the morning. I decided before I set to work helping Oliver finish plastering over the holes in the vacant rooms of the motel, I'd stop by and see how Mrs. Ledbetter was doing and try to gently disabuse her of the notion that she'd be eventually moving into Hank's old studio apartment behind the curio shop. When I knocked on the door to room 7, I got no answer, so I ambled over to Ledbetter's trailer and knocked on the door. When he answered, I inquired as to the whereabouts of his mother, and he informed me that she'd gone up to Santa Fe with Morticia to go gallery hopping. I'd have been nearly as surprised if he'd told me his mother had gone off with Hank on a quest to observe chupacabra in their natural habitat. They're getting along? I asked. So far, said Ledbetter, who is not what you might call a natural optimist, but in this case, I could not help sharing his misgivings that such a novel circumstance as Morticia the psychic and Marcia Ledbetter, former superintendent of schools, getting chummy could not endure. Have you ever wondered? I couldn't finish the sentence. What I wanted to ask was if Ledbetter had ever wondered if Morticia had a thing for him. They were often together, and increasingly so. I couldn't be absolutely certain, but I suspected that Morticia had about as big a crush on Ledbetter as I had on Jason Wendell. In the case of Morticia and Ledbetter, however, I was beginning to suspect that the feeling was mutual. Normally, Morticia would have thought Mrs. Ledbetter, as Ledbetter himself had put it, an insufferable snob and taken great pains to avoid her. Have I ever wondered what? Ledbetter asked. Never mind, I said. I was just hoping to have a little chat with your mother and plant the seed that moving into Hank's old apartment isn't happening. By the way, when's her stuff coming? Tomorrow. Where does she plan on putting it? She rented a storage unit in Santa Fe. That was a relief. At least Marcia wasn't expecting to shoehorn her stuff in somewhere on the premises. Vacant nooks and crannies were in increasingly short supply. One of the motel rooms was already full up with Phyllis's belongings, which were supposed to eventually find their place somewhere else. We did not need another room, or I suspected in Mrs. Ledbetter's case, several, full up with anyone's earthly goods. You've heard Herbert's stepson Colin has gone missing? I asked Ledbetter. He hadn't. Isn't that his mother that died in the car crash on Sunday? Yes. Ledbetter didn't say anything, but he looked troubled. What is it? I said. It doesn't have anything to do with Colin, he said. What does it have to do with? I was over there helping out when they were trying to get the wreck pulled out of Freddie's shop. And? There was something strange about the car. What? There was a bunch of Herbert's stuff in the back. When they were trying to pull it out, the back door popped open, and I was standing close enough to see inside. What kind of stuff was it? A jacket and some boots and some mail with his name on it. Maybe the jacket and the boots belonged to Colin. I don't think so. The jacket was part of his postal service uniform, said Ledbetter, and the mail certainly wasn't Colin's. That is odd. There's more. Oh? I snuck a peek in the glove compartment, Ledbetter said, and the registration was in Herbert's name. Possibly, he still owns Darlene's vehicle, I said, although that didn't seem likely. The vanity plates, which were indisputably Darlene's, had been on the car. But what if it hadn't actually been Darlene's car at all? You know that Herbert and Darlene had virtually identical black Toyota Highlanders? I said. I did know, said Ledbetter. That's what makes this all so fishy. Well, if it really was Herbert's vehicle, but somebody switched the plates with Darlene, I imagine the police will notice. Yes, I imagine they will. Chapter 33. I went on to my plastering job, deeply troubled. Plastering, though difficult work, was ideally suited to dark ruminations, of which I was having plenty. Had whoever sabotaged the car which had crashed into the front of Freddie Fernandez's barber shop intended that Herbert be the one at the wheel? As far as I knew, there was still no official acknowledgement that Darlene's fatal crash had been anything other than a tragic accident, but it was inconceivable that the police would not notice that a vehicle's plates did not match its registration, or at least I hoped so. While I was inexpertly plastering the walls in room 2 of the motel, I caught a glimpse of Marcia Ledbetter passing by through the open door, and I darted out to intercept her. "How are you settling in?" I asked, even though Mrs. Ledbetter's sojourn in the motel had been originally intended as a temporary trias-on-for-size visit, or at least that's what Ledbetter had been led to believe. However, since his mother had sold her house and put everything she still owned in storage, Marcia Ledbetter already seemed committed to the idea of settling down in Little Tombstone. "Just fine," Marcia said. "You know, this place has so much potential." That was probably true, and there was no question that we were not currently living up to whatever potential we had, but her statement still made me nervous. I feared she had already cooked up some specific ideas for how we could be improved upon, and her next statement confirmed my fears. "I hear you have a preservation board that's overlooking the restoration," Marcia said. "Yes, we do," I said, "but we're in recess right now." "Recess?" "Yes, we've outlined a phased plan, and until we complete all steps outlined in the current phase, there's no need to meet." I came up with that on the spur of the moment. The way I described it, you'd think there was a beautifully typed organizational schematic complete with flow charts and numbered phases in a binder somewhere. In reality, there was a collection of hand-scratched task lists on bits of scrap paper and backs of envelopes. Still, we were making progress on those messy lists. "I have some ideas," Marcia said. "They might be good ideas." There was no question that Marcia Ledbetter was a highly intelligent and capable woman. After all, she'd birthed Ledbetter. I decided to set my natural resistance to outside interference aside and told her she was welcome to put her ideas in writing and present them when we met again. "It probably won't be for some time," I said. Hopefully, by the time we met, Marcia would have decided that living in such substandard conditions was not for her. I'd still take her ideas, however. Eventually, this place needed to start paying for itself. "That Morticia is quite a charmer," said Marcia, changing the subject entirely. "I like Morticia. She's very kind in her own weird way, the great lengths she went to get Hank to proffer a proposal of marriage to Phyllis being a case in point, but having a conversation with Morticia is like pulling teeth. Morticia doesn't talk much, which makes her career choice of professional fortune teller, which more or less consists of spinning stories out of thin air, even odder than it initially appears. Perhaps it was Morticia's natural aversion to conversation that made Marcia find her charming. Mrs. Ledbetter struck me as a woman with a great deal to say on an infinite variety of subjects, and Morticia is nothing if not a good listener. "About that apartment behind the curio shop," I said, finally broaching the subject I'd been dreading to address. "Hank Edwards has occupied that space for decades. He's not going to give it up, so it won't be coming available anytime soon. If ever. Hank would give up that apartment over his dead body, and even though the man had subsisted for years on bacon and whiskey, I had a feeling that his lifestyle was going to improve significantly now that he was married to Phyllis. She'd probably lengthened his lifespan by 20 years. Rumor had it that she'd even induced him to ingest kale, a feat anyone who knew Hank would classify as a minor miracle. There could be no greater testament to Hank's love for Phyllis than his willingness to eat the occasional green vegetable. "I'm not in any hurry to move in," said Marcia. "I understand the apartment will need major renovation." It did need a major renovation, but it wasn't going to get one as long as it was stuffed to the gills with Hank's belongings. A little, perverse part of me wanted to see what fireworks would ensue when Marcia and Hank engaged in a battle of wills, but for the sake of their near and dear, Ledbetter and Phyllis, I was determined to disabuse Marcia of any notion that she might succeed in driving Hank out of the space she coveted. "How about the vacant cottage?" I asked. There were 2 tiny tourist cottages out back of the motel, nestled next to the fence that defined the border of the trailer court and the expanse of tumbleweeds and sagebrush behind us, which belonged to Nancy Flynn. One of the cottages, now fully renovated and painted a cheerful blue, was home to Georgia and Maxwell, but the other stood empty. The second cottage's roof was caved in, and the floor had rotted away in places, making it perilous to even enter. The structure had been boarded up to ensure the safety of marauding boys, pugs, and pot-bellied pigs. It was slated for demolition. "Tear down cottage 2" was written on one of those bits of paper I kept in a manila folder with Little Tombstone Reno on the outside written by Georgia in bold, black marker. At some point, Georgia and I intended to sit down and give each task on those slips and envelopes a priority number and turn it into a neat typewritten list we could distribute to all the board members. Up until this moment, dealing with cottage 2 would have received number 256 out of 256 items. However, for the sake of community harmony, I was prepared to move it right up to number 1 if that's what it took to prevent a war of wills between Hank and Marcia. "I'll have a word with Oliver," I said. "And see how long it would take to get that cottage habitable." What I didn't say was that even if we couldn't find the money in the preservation budget to rebuild the cottage from the foundation up, which is what it would take to make it livable, Ledbetter would be the one footing the bill. Not that I expected him to balk at such a request. Ledbetter was rolling in the dough, and I was certain he would consider any move which might forestall a row between his mother and Hank as money well spent. "I don't know," said Marcia. "Are you sure that cottage is worth rebuilding? It looks like a teardown to me." It was a teardown. "Oh, no," I said. "We never intended to tear it down. It's been on the list for renovation right from the start. We're aiming for preservation after all." That was a bald-faced lie, but for a good cause, and would require some explaining to the preservation board, although it likely wouldn't get much pushback if Ledbetter was footing the bill. "I'll look into it right away and get back to you," I promised. I meant what I said. The sooner I got Marcia Ledbetter off the notion that she was going to inhabit the apartment behind the curio shop, the more likely it would be that Hank would never get wind of her plans and blow a gasket. Mid-afternoon, I knocked off plastering, had a belated ham and cheese, and attempted to get most of the plaster out of my hair by staying in the shower so long the hot water ran out. By the time I'd rid myself of all the bits of plaster sticking to me, it was time to head up to Nancy's ranch and try to convince the twins, Cliff and Clive, to help me determine if Colin had been active on social media since Sunday. I'd enlisted Cliff and Clive's assistance before on an investigation into the murder of one of Nancy's ranch hands, and I knew the boys were highly motivated by cold hard cash, so I pocketed 2 crisp $100 bills before I drove up to Nancy's house. At the last minute, I stuck in a couple of 50s to keep in reserve just in case the twins drove a hard bargain. When I got there, I sat at Nancy's kitchen table, sipping a hot cup of coffee, and filled her in on the latest developments. Chapter 34. Nancy had heard about Darlene's deadly crash into the front of Freddie Fernandez's barbershop, but until my phone call that morning, she'd not heard that Colin, along with his girlfriend, had more or less gone missing the same day. "That girl's mother must be beside herself," said Nancy. "According to Janie, Herbert is also extremely worried." "I should think so. How can so many bad things happen to one person?" Another way of putting it could have been, how can so many attempts on one person's life fail? Ledbetter thinks that the car Darlene was driving actually belonged to Herbert. There were some of his things in the back, and the registration was in his name. Oh? Their cars are virtually identical in appearance. It's my belief that someone switched the plates. And the keys, obviously, but it didn't seem necessary to add that. "What do you know about Katie's new boyfriend?" Nancy asked as if she were changing the subject entirely. Zach? Not a lot. I think they've broken up, though. Did they? Said Nancy. Good riddance. All I really knew about Zach was that he peddled nutritional supplements, fancied himself a motivational speaker, and liked taking selfies with various young women who bore no resemblance whatsoever to Katie. What do you think of Zach? I asked Nancy. I don't like him. Oh? I think he's up to no good. How so? I asked. I think he was stringing Katie along. I'm not convinced he ever even liked her. What makes you think that? I think he was using Katie to get access to the post office. The post office? I caught him poking around the postmaster's desk one day when I came in to pick up my mail. I have a key to the back, so I can come and go as I please. Was Katie around? Yes, she was there picking up a bag of mail, but I don't think she knew what he was up to. Did you see Zach take anything? I asked. No, I think he intended to leave something behind instead. What? It was a cup of iced coffee. He'd already left it on the desk with a sticky note attached to it, but when I came in and saw him hovering over Herbert's desk, he picked up the coffee and tried to pass it off as his own. I thought it was weird at the time, but looking back on it now. Nancy didn't voice her suspicion that the coffee had been poisoned aloud, but she didn't have to. I'm sure we were both thinking it. What did the note say? I asked. Don't know. Zach crumpled up the note and stuck it in his pocket before I got close enough to see what it said. I'd bet almost anything that the sticky note claimed the coffee was from Katie, I said. Did you know that Herbert was pursuing Katie for a while? Nancy said she'd noticed. She did not disagree with my assessment that Zach likely had forged a note from Katie to accompany the possibly tainted coffee. Was this before or after Hank and Phyllis's wedding? A couple of days before. Where was Herbert when you caught Zach messing around Herbert's desk? I think Herbert had gone out to lunch. He closes the mail counter for about an hour from around 11:30 to 12:30. So, it would have been easy for Zach to predict when Herbert's desk would be unoccupied? Yes. You think he was tagging along with Katie on her mail route? Possibly, although I don't have any reason to believe Katie was aware that Zach might be up to no good. What did Zach say when you confronted him? I didn't confront him, but somebody probably ought to have a word with Katie. I fully intended to have a word with both Katie and Herbert just as soon as I'd gotten whatever help I could beg or bribe the twins into giving me to further the cause of locating or at least confirming the safety of Colin and Jasmine. Cliff and Clive arrived, hungry and cranky, from their trek up the dusty road from where the school bus dropped them off at the gate to the ranch. They didn't seem surprised to see me sitting at their aunt's kitchen table, clutching a cup of coffee with 2 crisp $100 bills prominently displayed alongside Nancy's ceramic cow napkin holder and rooster and hen salt and pepper shakers. Hello, said Clive, the friendlier of the two. Hello, I said back and inclined my head toward the 2 crisp $100 bills, which neither of the boys seemed to have noticed yet. I was wondering if you boys might be able to help me with something? What? Said Cliff, who takes a naturally suspicious view of the motivations of others, not that I can blame him. Take a seat, and I'll explain. Clive sat down and began to nervously rearrange the farm animal menagerie on the center of Nancy's kitchen table. Cliff remained standing but kept a sharp eye on the $100 bills. You go to school with Colin St. Clair, don't you? I asked. Clive said they did, and when I asked if they'd heard that Colin and Jasmine had gone missing, both boys admitted to having heard as much. I'm worried, I said. Why should you be? Cliff asked. It's not like you're related or anything. I hadn't expected that appealing to the twins' better natures would get me anywhere, so I gave up on the emotional stuff and brandished the $100 bills. I'd like to find out if there has been any activity on their social media accounts since they've gone missing. You want us to hack their social media accounts? No, I'm not asking you to do anything illegal. I was just hoping you might be friends with one of them. Well, we're not, said Cliff. Can you hack their social media? I asked. Neither of the boys struck me as tech whizzes, much less hackers, but it was never safe to judge by appearances. Nah, said Clive, inclining his head at his brother. Cliff's just pulling your leg. I'm friends with them both on Instagram. Clive pulled out his phone and, within a minute, was scrolling through Colin's profile. Cliff looked over his shoulder. Wow. Cliff said. That's weird. Chapter 35. What's weird? I asked Cliff as I craned my neck around, trying to get a glimpse of the screen on Clive's phone. If you want to know, it'll cost you, Cliff said. It was already costing me, but I wasn't in the mood to quibble, so I pulled out another 50 and laid it on the table next to the hundreds. Look at this, said Cliff, taking the phone out of Clive's hand and thrusting it in my face. It was a picture of Colin and a girl, who I presumed to be Jasmine, kissing on a beach. It had been posted 12 hours ago. Where do you think this picture was taken? I asked the boys. It doesn't matter where it was taken, said Cliff, the point is that it's an old picture. Old picture? Look, said Cliff, jabbing his finger at the screen. You're going to have to clue me in, I said. I get it, said Clive. Get what? I asked, but Cliff just laughed. I was losing patience with this guessing game. I reached for the 50 and started to take it off the table when Clive said, this picture was taken last summer. Before Colin and Jasmine got matching tattoos. Huh? They got each other's names tattooed on their ankles, said Cliff. Are you sure it isn't just the angle of the photograph? Both boys said they were sure. It isn't just that, said Clive. They went to Miami last summer, but this picture. I looked at the caption. Living the life in Playa del Carmen. Hashtag, best life. Hashtag, so in love. Colin wouldn't write anything like that, said Clive. It's like some old person wrote it, said Cliff. Some old woman, said Clive. I was entirely unconvinced that it was an old woman who'd posted that picture, but one thing I was sure of, Colin and Jasmine, assuming they were still alive, were in grave danger. I had Clive send me a screenshot of the post, so I could pass it on to Herbert and eventually the police if it came to that. Do you know if Herbert adopted Colin? I asked the twins. According to Janie, he hadn't, but I was curious to know if the twins had Colin's perspective on the matter. Colin wanted his stepdad to adopt him, said Clive, and Herbie was fine with that, but Colin's mom said no. So why does Colin go by St. Clair? I asked. Cliff shrugged. Colin's real last name is Matheson, said Clive, but he goes by St. Clair. I guess it's his way of getting back at his mother. As soon as I was back down the hill at Little Tombstone, I took Herb and Hercules out back for a potty break, then dialed Janie on the way to Ledbetter's trailer. Can you give me Herbert's number? I asked. She texted it to me as I was knocking on Ledbetter's door. I need your help, I told Ledbetter when he answered. It took me 5 minutes to bring Ledbetter up to speed while he scratched Herb behind the ears, and we both watched the pot-bellied piglet root around in the dirt next to Morticia's Winnebago. After returning Hercules to the safety of my apartment and collecting a few items I anticipated I might find useful, we headed for my car, a securely leashed and distinctly reluctant Herb in tow. As soon as I'd gotten Herb settled in the back seat, I dialed Herbert. Ledbetter drove, and Herb whined in the back. I'm pretty sure the pug was convinced we were headed for Dr. Bagley's, while I filled in Herbert on Ledbetter's suspicion that the car which had crashed into the front of Freddie Fernandez's barbershop had not belonged to Darlene. I figured out right away that I had Darlene's car, Herbert said after I told him about Ledbetter seeing the registration in the glove compartment the day of the wreck. Have you told the police? I asked. They told me before I had a chance. I'm afraid they think I did it. Did what? Tampered with the brake lines or switched the plates? I think they haven't decided yet, that's why they haven't arrested me. The fact that I've been the target in several incidents before this is playing into their decision-making, too, I believe. Who do you think switched the plates? I asked Herbert. I have no idea. Whoever had been Herbert's guardian angel was unlikely to own up to it, and now was not the time to indulge in speculation. I'm heading up to Santa Fe, I told Herbert. I want to see if there's any sign of life at Darlene's house. There isn't, said Herbert flatly. He sounded so despondent that I decided not to send him the old picture recently uploaded to Colin's Instagram. The cumulative evidence was strongly suggesting that whoever Herbert had been communicating with since Sunday was likely not Colin. Can you text me Darlene's address? I asked. Sure, but it won't do you any good. Herbert was partially right. It wouldn't do any good to knock on the door, but that's not what I plan to do. I entered the address Herbert sent me into the map app on my phone, and when we were 2 blocks from our destination in a newer subdivision on the southern outskirts of Santa Fe, I had Ledbetter pull over and park at the curb. I didn't know what kind of rent you had to pay for a house in a neighborhood like that, but I was guessing it far exceeded what Darlene had earned working behind the counter at the truck stop. It made me wonder where she'd gotten the money to maintain such a comfortable lifestyle. Perhaps Darlene had been living beyond her means for years, and this was feeding into her desperation to get her hands on ill-gotten gains. No matter how long I thought about it, I kept coming back around to the conviction that there must be a substantial sum of money tangled up in this whole sordid affair. It couldn't be revenge. Darlene had been the one who'd left Herbert, not the other way around. What's the plan? Ledbetter asked. Colin and Jasmine could be anywhere, I said. I didn't say that they might both be dead, although I'm pretty sure Ledbetter and I were both thinking it. But I have a feeling that they are being held against their will, and what better place to hide them than right under everyone's nose? Who do you think is holding them against their will? Ledbetter asked. I'll let you see for yourself, but it might take a while, I told him as I handed him Earp's leash and put on a pair of dark glasses. As luck would have it, Darlene St. Clair's house sat next to a pocket park, and I let Earp do his business while Ledbetter settled in on a bench with a good vantage point of Darlene's garage door and unfurled his newspaper. What's Earp along for? Ledbetter asked. Camouflage, I told him. Nobody in their right mind would bring a dog along on a stakeout. Dog walkers are above suspicion. I was counting on this subject of my surveillance having taken little interest in any of the residents of Little Tombstone, despite having been on the premises at least once. I walked Earp around the block twice before Ledbetter and I switched places, and I took up a position on the bench while Ledbetter took charge of Earp, who was already weary of the whole procedure. 5 minutes later, Ledbetter came back around the circuit, carrying Earp in his arms. The pug's tongue was hanging out the side of his mouth, and he looked even more disgruntled than usual. Is he all right? I asked. He's fine, Ledbetter told me. I think Earp's just tired of walking. He lay down in the middle of the sidewalk and refused to budge. Earp had gotten slower going up and down stairs, which made me wonder if he wasn't developing arthritis. Perhaps, instead of taking the pug on a stakeout, I should have taken him to see Dr. Bagley, or at least made Earp wear a sweater. How long are we going to hang around here? Ledbetter asked after we'd killed 45 minutes between walking Earp around the block and hanging out on the park bench. Until we see something, or it gets dark, I told him. It was hours till dusk, and by that time any neighbors paying attention might find a tall man, a short woman, and an elderly pug hanging out in the subdivision's pocket park for such an extended period more than slightly suspicious. Fortunately, we didn't have to wait that long. Shortly after Ledbetter had asked how much longer we were going to hang around, Earp roused from his slumber at our feet to the sound of the garage door going up at Darlene's house. I watched from behind my dark glasses, and Ledbetter watched over the top of his newspaper as a silver convertible pulled out of Darlene's garage. The top was down, which made it easy to identify the occupant. Chapter 36. The man emerging from Darlene's garage, as I had suspected, was Darlene's nephew, Zach. Was this Zach's house, too, or had he taken possession after Darlene died? Either way, his presence made me confident of my decision to make this the first place I searched for the missing teens. We watched as the convertible drove away before I said to Ledbetter, "I'm going in, you stay here with Earp and text me if Zach comes back." "You're breaking in?" Ledbetter said in a voice that suggested that breaking and entering would be an extreme move even by my standards. "I don't plan on breaking in unless." "Unless what?" "I'm just going to have a gander around the backyard," I said and headed for the gate next to the garage. If any of the neighbors were watching, they would likely call the police, but if I found what I hoped to find, I would welcome the arrival of law enforcement. When I got inside the backyard, I peeked briefly in the curtainless sliding glass door, which opened onto the back patio. The house was a mess. There were takeout containers and snack packaging strewn on the kitchen counter, and through the archway leading into the living room, I could see 2 cell phones lying on the coffee table. One had a sparkly purple case. I was guessing that it belonged to neither Zach nor the late Darlene. Sparkly purple wasn't Darlene's style, it certainly wasn't Zach's. The other windows at the back of the house had the blinds pulled down, so I didn't bother with them and swiftly moved on to checking the small but solidly built masonry storage shed nestled into the far corner of the walled-in backyard. The shed, which had a single door and one tiny high window at the side, piqued my curiosity. There were no items leaning against the exterior walls of the shed, and a small concrete pad to the right of the shed sat empty. This made what I observed about the door itself even odder than it already would have been. There was an old quad parked so close up against the entrance to the shed that its back tires were nearly scraping the door. The door itself, which appeared to be of quite sturdy construction, and sporting a substantial lock on the door itself, had been further secured with an exterior sliding bolt that looked nearly new and was complemented by a shiny new padlock. I texted Ledbetter for help. He came, but he wasn't happy about it. "I don't want to get arrested for stealing this quad," he protested when I solicited his help in moving it away from the door. "We're not stealing anything," I insisted, "we're just rearranging things a little." Truth be told, I was nervous, too, and became even more so when Earp started to bark in the excitement of Ledbetter firing up the engine of the quad while I clung to Earp's collar to prevent him from running in front of the machine. The key had been left in the quad, which seemed at odds with a householder who felt the need to double-lock their tool shed. When Ledbetter got the quad away from the entrance, I banged on the door but got no response. "If you're expecting a shovel or a rake to answer back, I think you'll be waiting a while," said Ledbetter. He was trying to keep things light, but he wasn't fooling me. I knocked again and still got no response. "Well, that was for nothing," said Ledbetter. "Let's get out of here." Earp was still barking, and Ledbetter nervously eyed the neighboring house's second-story windows, which overlooked Darlene's backyard. I refused to be deterred. I pressed my face to the door and yelled as loud as I could, "Colin. Are you in there? It's Emma from Little Tombstone." This time, although I got no verbal response, there was an answering thud against the door. "There's someone in there," I said. "It must be Colin." "Good," said Ledbetter, "perhaps he will be so kind as to explain to the police why we've been rearranging his mother's backyard." It was about 10 seconds later that I looked up to see a short but sturdy female police officer with a head of bright red curly hair, probably alerted first by a vigilant neighbor and then drawn to the backyard by Earp's incessant barking, pointing a gun at Ledbetter's head and telling us both to put our hands in the air. We did as we were told. Earp, oblivious to the unfolding crisis, ignored the officer, focused all his attention on the shed door, and switched from barking to high-pitched whining. He knew someone was in there, too. I was loath to look away from the officer for fear of appearing more suspicious than I already did. A second officer, this one tall, thin, male, and seemingly afflicted with a bad case of hay fever, had joined the first, and now they'd split up their tasks, so one was covering Ledbetter, and one was covering me. When I finally worked up the courage to look away, Earp was pawing at the base of the door. "Look, officer," I said to the policeman who I'd hereafter think of as Officer Sneezy because, in the course of my short statement, he sneezed 3 times. This made me terribly nervous, seeing as his finger was hovering over the trigger of the gun he had pointed at me. "I know this looks terribly suspicious," I told Officer Sneezy, "but there are a couple of kids trapped in that shed, and we don't have a key, so." "Are you telling us this is your house?" the lady officer asked. The neighbor who called this in. Erp, who'd finally stopped whining, was now throwing himself at the shed door. This was wholly ineffective in freeing the individuals on the other side, but certainly lent validity to my assertion that there were people imprisoned within. "It's not our house," I said, "but it doesn't belong to the man who's living in it, either." "It's a rental?" "The owner died recently," I said, "and one of the deceased's relatives has taken up residence." Ledbetter was keeping quiet. I didn't blame him. He's far more physically intimidating than I am, and I'm sure the last thing Ledbetter wanted to do was give the officer training a gun on him the impression that he was any kind of threat. I was about to delve into an explanation of the admittedly murky circumstances surrounding Ledbetter and me being in Darlene St. Clair's backyard when Earp stopped throwing himself at the shed door and started growling. He was still in front of the shed, but he turned away from the door and bared his teeth in the direction of Officer Sneezy. Chapter 37. Earp's display of aggression scared me. I had no faith in Officer Sneezy's predisposition to suffer being attacked by a dog, no matter how elderly, without resorting to the use of lethal force. However, it soon became apparent that Earp was not growling at Officer Sneezy. He was growling at Herbert, who'd just come through the gate to investigate. "Excuse me," Herbert said to alert the officers to his presence. Officer Sneezy whipped around, although he lowered his weapon. "What's going on?" Herbert said. "Do you own this house?" the lady officer asked. "It belonged to my late ex-wife," said Herbert. "I'm here looking for our son." "He's locked in the tool shed," I said. Herbert looked at me as if recognizing me for the first time. I inclined my head toward the shed door. "Do you know these people?" Officer Sneezy asked Herbert. Herbert said he did, although he did not elaborate on our relationship. "Zach will be back soon," I said, which held little meaning for the officers, but lit a fire under Herbert. Herbert headed toward the door of the shed where Earp still crouched, growling. "May I restrain my dog?" I asked. Both policemen had finally holstered their weapons, which reassured me that Ledbetter and I were no longer under suspicion of attempted burglarious entry or theft of an all-terrain vehicle. I grabbed Earp's trailing leash, but had to resort to picking him up and lugging him away from the door before Herbert could approach the shed. "Are you in there, Colin?" he yelled. There was a thud from the other side in answer. "Is Jasmine in there with you?" Herbert yelled through the door. There was another answering thud, which I took to be a yes. "It's Colin," Herbert said as he contorted himself to press his face to the shed door. "Who is Colin?" "Is that your son?" the lady officer asked, but Herbert was too engrossed in shouting through the solid slab of wood to answer. "Who is Jasmine?" Officer Sneezy echoed. "His stepson and his stepson's girlfriend," I told the officers. "They've been missing since Sunday evening." "Get them out. Get them out," Herbert yelled when he finally turned his attention back to the rest of us. "We'll have to call back up to bring a bolt cutter," said Officer Sneezy as he eyed the substantial padlock securing the entrance to the shed. "How long will that take?" I asked. The policeman shrugged. "Could you lift me up to look through that window?" I asked Ledbetter as I motioned to the tiny window on the side of the shed. The window was far too small for anyone over the age of 8 to escape out of, but if I could get a look inside, perhaps I could shed more light on the situation. Judging by the lack of verbal response from within, Colin and Jasmine must be unable to speak. I wanted to know why. Ledbetter hoisted me up onto his shoulders and carried me over to the window. At first, I couldn't see much in the dark recesses of the shed, but when I made a shield around my eyes and let them adjust to the dim interior, I could see Colin and Jasmine, bound hand and foot with duct tape and their mouths taped over for good measure. They were looking back up at me. "We're going to get you out," I shouted through the glass. It was inconceivable that we would opt to leave them there, but I couldn't think of anything else more reassuring to say. "Someone is on their way with the bolt cutters," the lady officer informed us. "You'd best be prepared for the man who locked those kids up to come back," I said. "He drove away a few minutes ago, but he could be back any time." I was sure that when Zach drove in, he'd see 2 police cars parked at the curb and immediately flee, avoiding arrest, and I said as much. Officer Sneezy was not amenable to direction from a mere civilian like me, but after the lady officer conceded there might be something to what I said, both police persons left to move their cars around the corner. While the officers were elsewhere, Herbert took the opportunity to pop the sliding glass door opening onto the back patio open with the multi-tool he carried in his pocket and gain entry to the house. Who'd given up on breaking down the shed door with his bare teeth, flopped down at my feet and appeared to doze off, but when Rupert the cat strolled out of the open patio door, tail raised in friendly greeting, roused himself sufficiently to keep an eye on the marauding feline. Rupert made friendly overtures to Ledbetter but steered clear of the canine contingent of our little crew. I think Herbert initially went inside primarily in hopes of finding something that he could use to break into the shed, but he came out carrying a cat crate in one hand and a can of cat food in the other. "Anyone seen a cat?" he asked before spotting Rupert, who left off threading her way in between Ledbetter's ankles to trot over chirping at what was clearly one of her favorite humans. Or possibly it was the can of cat food Herbert was in the act of popping open that made her seem like Herbert's biggest fan. About the time Rupert had finished up his meal and was licking his chops, the 2 original police persons came back with a compatriot bearing a bolt cutter, a crowbar, and a sledgehammer. A few minutes later, the padlock gave way, and a few minutes after that, the doorknob had been lopped off by a few smart whacks of the sledgehammer. It was a few minutes more before the crowbar-wielding Officer Sneezy pried the door completely open, and Herbert rushed inside. Not long after, Colin and Jasmine, who both looked pale, stiff, and shaken, emerged from the shed, finally cut free of their duct tape bonds. Colin had a nasty bruise on his cheek and a cut on his mouth. He immediately picked up Rupert and said to Herbert, "We have to get out of here before he comes back." There was no need to ask who Colin meant. They only hesitated long enough for Herbert to slip the protesting Rupert into his carrier. "I think your phones might be on the coffee table in the living room," I told Jasmine, who darted inside to retrieve them, immediately switched on her phone and called her mother. I wanted to hug Colin and Jasmine, although I didn't. I even wanted to hug Herbert. The 3 of them left together over the objections of the police force, who seemed only semi-mollified when Herbert promised to take Colin and Jasmine to the police station to file a report straight after he'd taken them to the clinic to make sure they were all right. I had a bad feeling that Colin, at least, had a lot more bruises than that one on his cheek. I would quite happily have given Zach a few bruises of his own if he'd shown up in front of me, but Darlene's nephew must have figured out that the net was closing around him because even though the 3 officers loitered in wait long after Ledbetter, and I had gone back to Little Tombstone, it would be nearly 24 hours before Zach's arrest. Chapter 38. When we got back to Little Tombstone, Ledbetter and I parted ways, he to have supper with his mother at the bird cage, and I to pop over to George's for pizza she'd picked up on the way home and a report from Maxwell on his second day of school. I decided I could not give Georgia a full account of the troubling events of the day without alarming Maxwell, and even Georgia herself seemed so stressed that I did not want to add to her anxieties by telling her that I'd spent the afternoon breaking a couple of kidnapped teenagers out of a toolshed. "Colin St. Clair and his girlfriend are back safe and sound," was all I said as I took a piece of pizza off the pepperoni side of the cheese, olive, and mushroom pizza that sat in its box in the middle of George's tiny dining table. "Oh, good," was all she had to say. I was relieved she didn't ask any more questions. The truth was, I wouldn't have had answers to most of them. Colin and Jasmine were safe, but I still felt no closer to having definitive proof of who'd poisoned Herbert and who'd been the mastermind behind the crash that had killed Darlene. I did have a pretty good idea who did know, but getting that person to spill the beans would not be easy. I decided to try and put the whole wretched affair out of my mind for the present and asked Maxwell how his trip to the community college library had gone. "The selection was disappointing," said Maxwell. "They only had 3 books on robotics and nothing at all on AI. "That's a shame," I said. "So, what did you end up checking out?" "I asked Miss Hawkins what it meant to go on strike," said Maxwell, "and she found me a bunch of books on the labor movement." Miss Hawkins likely hadn't thought through the implications of introducing a boy like Maxwell to the powers of the collective, but Georgia clearly had. I could see it in her face when I raised my eyebrows at her over the top of Maxwell's head. "Oh? What did you learn?" I asked. "The books were pretty boring," said Maxwell. "But they gave me a great idea." "What great idea?" Georgia asked as if steeling herself for the worst. "I'm thinking of starting my own union," Maxwell informed us. "What kind of union?" I asked. "A student union," said Maxwell. "Students don't form unions," said Georgia. "Unions are for factory workers and electricians and truck drivers and people like that." "Do teachers form unions?" Maxwell asked. "Yes." "Then why can't students?" Georgia was exhausted. She can generally work up a cogent argument to defend any position she takes, but she failed entirely in this instance. "They just don't," she insisted. "Students don't unionize." "But they do," said Maxwell. "When I was on my way to the community college library, we passed a building that said Student Union right on the front of it." "That's a different kind of union," I said. "That's just a place where they keep ping pong tables and soda machines and stuff like that." "What's ping pong?" Maxwell asked. "You have these little paddles, and you use them to hit a tiny hollow ball back and forth across a net." "Like canoe paddles?" No, I was struggling to explain what a ping pong paddle looked like without the aid of pen and paper, but in the end, I was allowed to give up the effort when Georgia succeeded in changing the subject by announcing that Hank and Phyllis had finally taken off on their trip to Vegas. Maxwell expressed a hope that they'd remembered to take along plenty of donuts for car snacks. Soon after, he got permission to go up to my apartment and bring Herb and Hercules back down to the trailer court. While Maxwell was gone, Georgia told me about her first few days of work. She was tired but hopeful that after the adjustment, she'd enjoy her new job. She left unspoken her fear that Maxwell would not follow the same trajectory. "Have you met Mrs. Ledbetter?" I asked Georgia. "Not yet." "How are things going so far?" "You think she'll move here permanently?" "So far, so good," I said. "She's expressed an interest in the cottage next door." As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I realized that I'd not yet discussed the possibility with Ledbetter, not that I expected him to raise any objections either to the remodel or to paying for it. "I haven't talked to Ledbetter yet," I told Georgia, "so keep that under your hat." As it turned out, though, when I met Ledbetter as I crossed the trailer court to return to my apartment, he already knew. "Where's your mother?" I asked Ledbetter. "She just went back to her room," he said. "How much do you need to start the cottage rebuild?" It was a relief that I didn't even have to broach the subject of needing to find the money somewhere other than the preservation fund. "I'll have to talk to Oliver and get back to you," I told him. "What do you think?" "Well, it's certainly a superior alternative to trying to evict Hank." "Do you have a few minutes?" I asked Ledbetter. "I want to pay a call on Al Edwards." "Why?" "I think he knows something." "About?" "Several things." "Can you promise me I won't end up with a policeman pointing his gun at my head?" "I can promise you that," I said, "but it would probably be unwise to expand that promise to include geriatric peacock enthusiasts." "Why me?" Ledbetter asked, strongly implying that he'd already done his bit for the day to restore order and justice to the community. "Janie's working tonight, Georgia is exhausted, Oliver is making a run to the lumber yard, and I don't know where Morticia is." "Oh, all right," said Ledbetter. He wouldn't admit it, but I think Ledbetter was nearly as curious as I was to untangle the unsavory web surrounding the St. Clair's misfortunes. Chapter 39. When Ledbetter and I arrived at A.L.'s front gate, we'd come over from Little Tombstone on foot. We found him in his front yard tinkering with a disemboweled riding lawnmower. I couldn't help but wonder how he'd managed to collect quite so many of such a rare object. Not many people even have lawns around these parts. I decided that lawnmowers must be a personal fascination of his, not unlike his flock of peacocks. "Hello, Mr. Edwards," I said at the gate. I decided to take a page out of George's book. Addressing him formally couldn't hurt. The first time I greeted Al over the gate, he didn't seem to hear me, but when I repeated myself, he motioned Ledbetter and me inside. I expected Albert to keep us in his yard, but he said, "I knew you'd be back," which I was pretty sure was directed at me, and "How's the bike running?" to Ledbetter. I decided that Ledbetter must have enlisted Albert's assistance in making some minor repairs to his luxurious motorcycle. This surprised me a little, but since Al Edwards seemed to like Ledbetter, I congratulated myself on bringing him along. The interior of A.L.'s house was even worse than I had anticipated. When I'd gotten wind that even Hank regarded his cousin's living conditions to be substandard, I'd expected a marginally worse version of Hank's own overstuffed and dirty studio apartment behind the curio shop. What I was unprepared for was the fact that Al had transformed his tiny, run-down house into a small engine repair shop. The place was surprisingly well lit, I suppose so Albert's aging eyes could see to tinker with the jumbled collection of half-disassembled motors that covered the counters in the small kitchen, the table in the dining room, and one end of the couch, which was ineffectively shielded from leaking motor oil by a few layers of newspaper. Through the open door to the filthy bathroom, I could see that even the bathtub had been utilized as parts storage. I supposed that when Al bathed, which probably wasn't often, he simply hosed himself off in the backyard. "I don't usually have guests," said Al, pulling two rickety lawn chairs from behind what used to be a china cabinet but now held a collection of greasy tools, spark plugs and boxes, and a collection of canned goods. I suspected that Albert had invited us inside because he did not want to run the risk of being overheard, which I took as an encouraging sign that he intended to spill the proverbial beans. "I have a few questions," I said after I'd found a place to unfold my lawn chair. "I expected you would," said Al. "Did you know that Colin St. Clair hasn't been seen since the day his mother died?" I asked. "Herbert came around here a couple of times asking if I'd seen him," said Al. "Well, this afternoon, Ledbetter and I found Colin and his girlfriend imprisoned in a toolshed behind Darlene's house. Zach was the one who locked them up." "Are they all right?" Al asked. I had no idea how all right they actually were. Colin had clearly been battered, and I could not imagine that they were not both traumatized, not to mention that Colin had just lost his mother, but Colin and Jasmine were very much alive. I figured that was what Al was really asking, so I just said, "Yes." "Zach get arrested?" Albert asked in a tone that suggested this involvement of Darlene's nephew in the kidnapping of Colin came as no shock to Al. "Not yet," I said, "but the police are looking for him." This did not seem terribly reassuring to Albert, but he didn't elaborate, so I asked, "Why would Zach do that?" "Zach's bad," said Albert, "but he's stupid." "What about Darlene?" "She's evil. Rotten to the core." "Was Darlene trying to kill Herbert?" "Yes." "Did she try to get you involved?" "I didn't do nothing," said Al. "I believe you," I said. "But is that how you know Darlene is evil? Because she tried to get you to poison Herbert?" Albert didn't answer, but he didn't contract my assessment, so I decided I must have hit the mark. "Was it Zach?" I asked. "Was it Zach who poisoned Phyllis by accident and then poisoned Herbert on purpose?" Al shrugged. I believed him. He really didn't know. It didn't matter. Zach had been at the reception with Katie. Days earlier, Nancy had caught Zach leaving an iced coffee, quite possibly with a note purporting to be from Katie, on Herbert's desk. He'd likely never admit to it, but I was satisfied that Zach was the one who'd poisoned the takeout in the kitchen of the bird cage. I was less sure about the belated addition of tainted salsa verde to the delivery Janie had left on Herbert's back porch. Likely, Darlene had discovered her henchman had botched the job and remedied the situation herself. What about the house fire? Ledbetter asked. Herbert says it started from a space heater, but that they didn't have no space heater, Al said. I thought back to the day of the fire and how Darlene had arrived at the house to collect Rupert, the cat, while Herbert and Colin were not at home. Soon after, the house had gone up in flames. Herbert had arrived home from his appointment feeling drowsy. I was convinced that Darlene had substituted his daily medication with a strong sedative, intending that Herbert would fall asleep and fail to awaken when the space heater she'd left on in the spare bedroom caught the place on fire. I was satisfied in my mind that it was Darlene who'd started the house fire, but seeing as Darlene was dead, it was unlikely anyone would ever go to the lengths necessary to prove her involvement in Herbert's house going up in flames. But what about Darlene's accident? I asked. Wasn't it supposed to be Herbert who was driving that car when the brakes failed? Did someone switch the plates? Al clammed up, which was all the confirmation I needed that he'd been involved somehow. You did it, didn't you? I said. You switched the plates. Why would I do that? Albert protested. Why would I get involved? To save Herbert's life? Everybody knows that I hate Herbert St. Clair, said Albert. Why'd I get involved in his business? You switched the plates, I said, but Zach believes Colin did it. Is that why he had Colin and his girlfriend locked up? So, they couldn't go to the police? Albert didn't attempt to refute my hypothesis. I don't think the kids knew much, said Albert. If Zach believed that Colin had switched the plates on Darlene and Herbert's cars, no protestations of ignorance on Colin's part would be believable. I had a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was not too much of a stretch to surmise that Zach had not intended to stop at kidnapping. He'd likely intended to kill those kids eventually and try to pass it off like they'd just run off together somewhere. That's what Zach had been trying to lay the groundwork for by posting pictures to Colin's social media accounts and continuing to communicate with Herbert using the phone he'd confiscated from Colin. Where did it happen? I asked Al, where did you switch the plates? I figured that it would have happened somewhere Darlene and Herbert were making an exchange of Colin or the cat. That would likely be either Darlene's house or the hotel Herbert had been staying at since the house fire. The truck stop, said Al, finally admitting to the part he'd played in saving Herbert's life, but don't you dare tell anyone, I just happened along and put two and two together. Zach was going to jail for kidnapping once the police succeeded in arresting him. That was a watertight case. Proving Zach had tampered with Herbert St. Clair's car, at the behest of a dead woman, would be far more difficult to prove unless he'd done it somewhere there were security cameras. Why didn't you go to the police? I asked. Aversion to becoming involved with the powers that be runs in the Edwards family. I figured Albert's reason would be related to philosophical objections to involving himself with the justice system, but that wasn't what he told me. The kid doesn't need to know, said Albert. It would break his heart. I didn't think anyone would actually die. If I'd known, I might. I was unconvinced that, given the decision to make over again, Herbert would have done anything differently, but it was clear he was bothered by Darlene's fatal accident, so I asked him if he'd had any idea that Zach would try and harm Colin. I didn't think at the time Zach would go after the kid, Al said. After Colin disappeared, though, I was sure Zach had done something to Colin, but I guess you were the only one who thought Zach would keep those kids at Darlene's place. Well, it was just a hunch, I said. I really hope the kid never finds out, said Al. Albert Edwards was showing a side of himself that I would have doubted existed. He was right, though. The last thing Colin St. Clair needed to know was that his mother had been trying to kill his stepfather. I strongly suspected that Colin would eventually put the pieces together and figure out on his own at least some of the terrible truth, but I agreed with Albert. There was no need to make it plain to Colin that his mother was an even more horrible person than he already knew her to be. But why exactly was Darlene so anxious to bump off her ex-husband? I asked. Was there money involved? Albert said he thought so, but he didn't know the details. When Darlene had first approached him about poisoning Herbert, she'd offered him money and hinted that there was a big payout coming for her if Herbert kicked the bucket. I decided that I now knew most of what Al did. Are you worried about Zach coming for you? Ledbetter asked. Chapter 40. When Ledbetter asked Albert Edwards if he was worried about Darlene St. Clair's nephew Zach coming after him, Albert didn't answer for a few seconds. Then he said, I don't think he'd have any reason to. That Zach knew of. I left it at that. I intended to have a conversation with Herbert St. Clair at some point. I had a few things I was still curious about, but I was inclined to let an interview with Herbert wait. He had enough troubles on his mind without interference from a nosy neighbor, even if that nosy neighbor had been instrumental in rescuing his stepson from grave danger. I was exhausted, and despite the perilous day I'd had, I fell asleep that evening as soon as my head hit the pillow. I was up with the birds and had showered and eaten breakfast even before Georgia and Maxwell headed off for the day. I'd taken to standing at the window to watch them go. Maxwell seemed to enjoy the send-off, and he would invariably hang around until he'd gotten a glimpse of Herb and Hercules. This morning, Maxwell left with a stack of cardboard pieces strapped to his backpack. I opened the window and shouted down to him. What's all that? I called down, gesturing to the collection of cardboard flats lashed together with twine. It's a special project, he said. Does your teacher know about it? I asked. Mrs. Murray? Yes. No, but I got the idea. Georgia, who was yards ahead of him, turned around and called back to Maxwell, hurry up. We're going to be late. I hastily hoisted up Earp and then Hercules to wave paw and trotter at Maxwell before admonishing him to dash after his mother. I didn't give those pieces of cardboard another thought until shortly before noon when I got a frantic call from Georgia. I was inside room 4 of the motel, painting over the freshly repaired lathe and plaster when my phone rang. I'm in the middle of a meeting with a client, Georgia said as soon as I picked up. I wondered why it was vital that I be given a play-by-play of my cousin's workday when she got to the main point of her call. There's been an incident at school, she said. With Maxwell? It was a silly question, but Georgia didn't take the time to point that out. They want me to come and get him, said Georgia, but I can't. You want me to go? I have you listed as an authorized pickup person, said Georgia. What happened? I asked. I'm not entirely clear on that point, said Georgia, but as near as I can tell, he organized the entire second grade into a picket line. A picket line? By the time Georgia had finished explaining, hopefully out of earshot of her client, I had a reasonable handle on what had happened. It seemed that Maxwell had used morning recess to organize the juvenile proletariat into a force to be reckoned with. When the playground supervisor had blown the whistle to signal the end of recess, instead of lining up in an orderly manner to return to their classrooms, the entire second grade, egged on by Maxwell, had taken a stand on the tetherball court against the tyranny of the administration. Holding up hand-lettered placards with clearly stated grievances, equal pay for equal work and no more cursive being 2 of their untenable demands, the downtrodden masses had held the line at the swing sets and refused to budge. According to Georgia, it had taken the assistant principal, the PE teacher, and the school counselor, along with the entire second grade staff and most of the cafeteria ladies, to disperse the crowd and corral them back to their classrooms. I was impressed. I'd worried that Maxwell would be bullied and ostracized, but apparently, my anxieties had been displaced. He was a natural leader. It was Mrs. Murray I should have been most worried about. I wanted to laugh, but Georgia was so clearly distressed that I didn't. I'll leave right now, I told her. Text me the school address. When I arrived at the school, I waited to be buzzed in. The secretary informed me that the assistant principal, Mr. Sandoval, wished to see me before I collected Maxwell from the nurse's station. Did Maxwell get hurt? I asked through the crackly intercom outside the glass doors at the front of the school. He suffered a couple of cardboard cuts. I decided not to ask any more questions, although I imagined that Mr. Sandoval was going to have a few questions for me. Ms. Montgomery? Mr. Sandoval said when I knocked on his open office door. Emma Iverson, actually, I said. Maxwell's mother asked me to come get him. Oh, Mr. Sandoval consulted a folder on his desk, to which I expect he'd been making extensive additions after the events of the morning. I see we do have you on file. You are Maxwell's aunt. I am not Maxwell's aunt. I'm Maxwell's second cousin once removed or third cousin or something, but aunt seemed to better characterize my current relationship with young Maxwell, so I decided not to embark on a lengthy and confusing explanation. Mr. Sandoval didn't look like a man who was up to a lengthy and confusing exposition on our convoluted family tree. Mr. Sandoval looked like a man who needed a cold compress for his forehead and a stiff drink. The revolt of the masses had clearly taken a toll on him. I'm going to need to have a meeting with Maxwell's mother, said Mr. Sandoval. I'd expected as much. I'm here to take Maxwell home, I said. The lady out front said he's at the nurse's office. Chapter 41. When I mentioned that the secretary had informed me that Maxwell was with the school nurse, Mr. Sandoval's obvious agitation increased. The secretary said Maxwell had suffered a couple of minor cuts. I prompted Mr. Sandoval, who was transparently fearful that Maxwell's injuries would result in prosecution or a lawsuit or, at the very least, getting yelled at. Unfortunately, Maxwell did sustain some minor injuries, Mr. Sandoval told me. There was an incident when one of our staff members attempted to confiscate an item in Maxwell's possession. Staff member? Mr. Sandoval hesitated. Well, if it's nothing more than a couple of minor cuts, I said, I don't imagine anyone will be facing any blowback from Maxwell's mother. It was one of the ladies from the cafeteria. This didn't surprise me. Those cafeteria ladies don't put up with much. It was the same when I was in school. Georgia is not a proponent of corporal punishment, but nevertheless, Maxwell would soon be facing the wrath of a far more fearsome figure than a cafeteria lady intent on depriving him of his cardboard sign. I was afraid Maxwell was in for a lecture on par with the one he'd gotten the night he'd made a solo midnight excursion into the sagebrush-covered foothills behind Little Tombstone in the hopes of observing Chupacabra under the light of the full moon. Mr. Sandoval looked slightly relieved at my attempt to set his mind at ease about George's likely reaction to Maxwell's cardboard cuts, but I think the man was still so shell-shocked by the scene at morning recess that he was unprepared to accept that the crisis was really over. I toyed with suggesting to Mr. Sandoval that he take the rest of the day off for an emergency session with a competent mental health professional, but I doubted that school boards looked favorably on assistant principals who went home in the middle of the day after the student body had descended into mob rule. I went to collect Maxwell from Miss McCormick, the school nurse. As I neared the open door of the nurse's office, I could hear Maxwell explaining the intricacies of collective bargaining to Miss McCormick, but he broke off when he saw me at the door. Maxwell rushed the door and threw his arms around my waist. Maxwell, as a rule, is not an affectionate child, except where animals are concerned. No one in our family is, but it seemed that the stress of the day finally crashed down upon him the second he saw me. He began to sob. They took my signs away, he said between outbursts. Mr. Sandoval said kids don't have the right to organize. By the time I'd bundled Maxwell into the car, he'd calmed down considerably, although he was still in mourning over the wholesale confiscation of his placards. We'll stop and get a box of donuts at the truck stop, I said. We'll have some lunch, and then you can play with Herb and Hercules until your mother gets home. I'm sure that donuts before lunch are not sanctioned by pediatric nutritionists, but I'm not a pediatric nutritionist. I'm a second cousin once removed or something, and I was convinced of the therapeutic value of a box of donuts. Georgia was going to have some hard words for Maxwell, of that I was sure, but there seemed no point in me making a big deal about it, too. Maxwell's earlier sobbing was sign enough that he was acutely aware that he'd made a significant blunder. After we'd stopped off at the truck stop for a box of pastries, and Maxwell was sitting in the back seat chopping away at a lemon-filled donut, I came as close as I was going to get to delivering him a lecture on his behavior. Sometimes, I said, I get what I think is a great idea, but I've learned something about great ideas. What do you think that is? Maxwell said he didn't know. Sometimes, what I think is a great idea isn't so great. Sometimes, my great idea is actually a terrible idea. Yeah, said Maxwell. I suppose. I've learned something else, too, I said. I looked back at Maxwell in my rearview mirror. He had polished off the lemon-filled donut and started on a chocolate-glazed one. He didn't express the slightest interest in knowing what else I'd learned, but I told him anyway. I've learned that it's usually best to get advice from someone I trust before I take a really big step. Like calling a strike? Said Maxwell. Exactly. You mean I should have asked my mother? Something like that. I don't think Samuel Gompers asked his mother if he could become the president of the Local 144 of the Cigar Makers International Union, Maxwell said. I was personally unfamiliar with this Mr. Gompers, but I assumed he must have been a prominent figure in the early days of the labor movement. Was that in one of the books you read? I asked. Yes. Well, did it say Mr. Gompers didn't consult with his mother? Maxwell sighed deeply and conceded that the book had made no mention at all of Mr. Gompers' mother. I was afraid that Georgia had her work cut out for her in explaining to Maxwell just where he'd gone wrong and why he must refrain from similar shenanigans in the future. Alas, sometimes, the only thing that separates the great vaunted heroes from the misunderstood delinquents is their age. I was pretty sure Mr. Sandoval had been right about one thing: nowhere in the laws of the land was it codified that elementary school students had the right to unionize. Chapter 42. When Georgia arrived home after leaving work early to stop off for a conference with Mr. Sandoval, she came to collect Maxwell from my apartment. Exhausted from the trauma of the day and the inevitable sugar high and subsequent crash after eating 4 donuts in a row, Maxwell had fallen asleep on the couch. Earp was curled up at Maxwell's feet, and Hercules was snoring away peacefully nearby under the coffee table. Georgia motioned me out onto the landing, and I carefully shut the door behind us so as not to wake the sleeping creatures. I don't think school is going to work for Maxwell, she said. What did Mr. Sandoval say? I asked. Officially, Maxwell just has an incident report in his permanent file, said Georgia. But unofficially, Mr. Sandoval expressed that Mrs. Murray has had grave concerns ever since the first day. So, reading between the lines, they're asking you not to send Maxwell back to school? Georgia nodded. Her shoulders were slumped, and she looked terribly tired. Well, it was only an option for a few more weeks anyway, I said in an effort to be encouraging, although after the words left my mouth, I realized it was anything but. I really like my new job, said Georgia, and it pays twice as much as I made freelancing. Georgia is completely on her own in raising Maxwell. The boy has a father somewhere, but Georgia never speaks of him, and I've always been too chicken to ask questions. I certainly wasn't going to ask right now. For every problem, there is a solution, I said. You just haven't thought of it yet, Georgia completed my sentence for me. It was an old saying my late grandmother had been fond of parroting any time one of us kids would complain about some supposedly intractable dilemma. My grandmother hadn't been wrong, though. Almost every problem did have a solution. I just hoped this wasn't one of the few that didn't. As Georgia was waking up Maxwell, my phone rang. It was Juanita. Herbert St. Clair is down here in the bird cage looking for you, she said. When I got downstairs, Herbert was sitting at a corner table. The supper crowd hadn't arrived, but there were a few regulars scattered around the dining room, so he kept his voice low. I thought I ought to thank you in person, he said, and tell you that I got word earlier this afternoon that Zach has been arrested. That's a relief, I said. Why did he do it? I'd meant, why did Zach kidnap Colin and Jasmine? I had my theories, of course, but I wanted to know what Herbert thought. I'm pretty sure Darlene had promised him a cut of the life insurance after I was gone, Herbert said. It seemed Herbert had misunderstood my question, but I was pleased he'd answered a question I hadn't even asked. Yet. You had a policy in Darlene's name? I asked. It was meant for Colin, said Herbert. I never imagined she'd. Herbert trailed off. I couldn't blame him for not wanting to finish that sentence. The poisoning was Zach? I asked. I think so, said Herbert. But I'm sure Darlene put him up to it. And the house fire? Darlene has a key, and she must have brought in a space heater and turned it on next to some curtains in our spare room, said Herbert. The insurance investigation concluded that a space heater started the fire, but I don't believe I even had one in the house. Unfortunately, I didn't figure any of this out until Darlene was already dead. And the car accident? I asked. That's what I still don't understand, said Herbert. That should have been me. The day of the accident, Darlene asked me to come by the truck stop and drop off some clothes for Colin. Was Colin with her? Yes, but he was wandering around the truck stop parking lot and talking on the phone with his girlfriend the whole time I was there. Did you leave your car unattended? I asked. Yes. Darlene asked me to go inside with her so she could get some paperwork for Colin's student loans for next year. There were a few things I needed to sign. Where were the papers? In her locker in the break room in the back. So, you think Zach tampered with your brake lines while you were inside the truck stop with Darlene? I believe so, but I can't prove it, said Herbert. Darlene had parked around the side of the building where there isn't a security camera. She wanted me to pull in beside her so it would be easier to load Colin's stuff into the back of her SUV. Darlene was inside, but she'd left her car unlocked, so I loaded Colin's stuff up in the back of her car and then went in to have a word with Darlene. You think Zach was watching and waiting for you to go inside? Yes, I've told the police everything I've told you. They've gotten the surveillance footage from the truck stop, but, unfortunately, there's nothing on it that could be used as evidence against Zach. Does Colin know any of this? I asked. No, said Herbert, so loudly that the diners 3 tables away stopped mid-mouthful to look over at us. No, Herbert repeated more quietly this time. I hope he'll never have to find out. I feared that was unlikely, but Herbert's heart was in the right place. As was Albert Edwards, Herbert and Albert were of one mind when it came to Colin's need to know that his mother had been trying to bump off his stepfather. After Zach finished tampering with your brake lines, someone had to have switched the plates on your and Darlene's cars, I said. Zach must have thought it was Colin. I'm sure it wasn't Colin, Herbert insisted. If Colin had known Herbert's car had been sabotaged, he would have approached the problem in an entirely different way. He'd have either warned Herbert directly or informed the police. I could not imagine that he would have taken any action which might result in the death of his own mother, even though there was not an insignificant element of poetic justice in her falling victim to the very fate she'd intended for Herbert. But it wouldn't have been enough to simply switch your license plates, I pointed out to Herbert. Someone had to switch your keys, as well. Well, both cars have electronic key fobs, said Herbert, and they look identical, but I don't understand how. Where was your key when you went inside to get those papers from Darlene? I think it was in my jacket pocket, said Herbert. What about Darlene's key? She always kept her key in her purse. Do you remember where her purse was? It was in her locker. I saw it when I went with her to retrieve those papers. Did she leave her locker open and unattended? I asked. She might have, said Herbert. She went to the bathroom right in the middle of our conversation. I think she was stalling for time while Zach was messing with my car. Did you have your eye on her locker the whole time? No, I went out into the main area and bought a coffee, then I went back to the break room and sat down to drink it. Where was your jacket? I might have left it in the break room while I went to get coffee. I do remember putting my jacket back on right before I left, but I can't recall when I took it off. Assuming Herbert had left his jacket lying in the break room, it would have been relatively easy for Albert to enter the deserted break room, rummage through Darlene's unattended handbag, and exchange the keys. "What happened after you came back to the break room with your coffee?" I asked. "Darlene came back from the restroom, and we argued for a while about Colin's college plans. He has his heart set on going to U of A in Phoenix, but she wanted him to stay around here. I finally signed the paperwork, and Darlene left." "Then what did you do?" I asked. "I tried to leave, too, but right as I was going out those sliding glass doors at the front, my neighbor started yelling at me." "Your neighbor?" "Albert Edwards," said Herbert. "He's crazy. Crazy enough to save his archenemy's life, but I wasn't at liberty to say so." "Why was Al yelling at you?" I asked. "Something about how I'd stolen some stuff out of his yard." "What would I want with his old junk?" "So, when you finally went back to where your car was parked, Darlene had already driven away? You didn't notice you had the wrong car?" "No. It wasn't until after I got word that Darlene had crashed into the bird cage that I figured out it was actually her car I was driving. Colin's stuff was in the back. If I hadn't already known who had really switched those license plates and car keys, I'd have suspected Herbert of doing it in revenge for Darlene trying to murder him, but I knew differently." "Who could it have been? Who made the switch and saved your life?" I asked. "I'll probably never know," said Herbert. "It's probably the last person you'd ever suspect," I told him. And that's the closest I ever got to violating Albert Edwards' confidence. "I'm retiring," Herbert said as he stood to go. "Colin and Jasmine both got accepted to the U of A in Phoenix, and my house is basically a teardown at this point. The post office has been offering me partial early retirement for a couple of years now, so I thought I might as well relocate to Phoenix so Colin can live with me his freshman year." Herbert didn't say he was eager to get Colin as far away from Amatista as possible before the kid found out what an evil woman his mother had been. Herbert didn't have to say it. I understood. Chapter 43. For the next few days, I kept repeating my grandmother's admonition that there was a solution for every problem over and over in my head, but no answer to the problem of what to do about Maxwell's education presented itself. For the next week, Maxwell spent his days under my laissez-faire oversight. He entertained himself with Herb and Hercules and completely neglected his studies, not that he couldn't afford to learn nothing more for the next 6 years and still not fall much behind his same-age peers. Then, one day around noon, as I sat in the bird cage scarfing down enchiladas while I half-listened to Maxwell's labored explanation of why robots would eventually take over the world and kept one hopeful eye on the door for the arrival of Jason Wendell, Marcia Ledbetter came into the dining room. Ledbetter was nowhere to be seen, so I asked Marcia if she'd like to join us. Earlier in the week, Ledbetter had transferred a substantial sum into the account of the Little Tombstone Preservation Board, and work had already commenced on tearing down and rebuilding the tiny tourist cottage out back. Marcia had expressed concern that the county or the town council or somebody might expect there to be permits drawn up and blueprints scrutinized and the like. Ledbetter had tried to explain to his mother that there might be laws on the books about such things, but no one in their right mind would show up in the village and attempt to enforce them. I suggested to Ledbetter that he might take Marcia on a stroll past Albert Edwards' place just as a frame of reference as to the lack of enthusiasm on the part of the powers that be to enforce the building codes and regulations regarding the storage of hazardous materials, but Ledbetter had maintained that it might be best to keep such drastic measures in reserve. Besides, Hank and Phyllis were coming back soon, and coming in contact with both Hank and his cousin in the same week might be enough to give Mrs. Ledbetter a stroke. "How's school?" Marcia asked Maxwell after she'd brushed the crumbs off her chair and then used a paper napkin to polish her flatware. "I'm not going to school anymore," said Maxwell. "I've decided to become an autodidact." "Oh?" Mrs. Ledbetter had clearly not gotten the news bulletin that Maxwell had egged on the entire second grade to form a picket line on the playground and gotten unofficially expelled for his troubles. Maxwell is currently in between educational paradigms, I told Marcia. I'm going to be self-taught, said Maxwell in a clear, loud voice as if concerned that Mrs. Ledbetter might be unfamiliar with his advanced vocabulary, despite having only learned the word autodidact quite recently himself. Georgia had other ideas. She'd been looking for a part-time tutor for Maxwell, but so far, she'd not come up with any candidate who was remotely suitable for the admittedly difficult task. What Maxwell means, I said, is that his mother is interviewing tutors. I don't need a tutor, said Maxwell. How interesting, said Marcia. What are the job requirements? Do you know someone suitable? I asked. I might, she said cryptically, then broke off her inquiry to inform Chamomile that she'd like 3 beef tacos, hold the onions, extra lettuce, shredded, not torn, and a side of lime slices. I let the matter of Maxwell's non-existent tutor drop, but later that evening, out of earshot of Maxwell, I told Georgia, I got the feeling that Mrs. Ledbetter might not be completely averse to being asked to tutor Maxwell. I can't pay much, said Georgia. I don't think she needs the money, I said, so it probably doesn't matter that you can't pay much. Why would she want to tutor Maxwell? Georgia asked. I mean, she's supposed to be enjoying her golden years free of juvenile interference? Something like that, said Georgia. Do you think she'd really be able to handle Maxwell? As far as I'm concerned, Maxwell is a truly superior human. He's smart, he's compassionate, and he's certainly creative. He's also extremely stubborn and requires a detailed explanation of why he must do something before he's prepared to do it, cheerfully or otherwise. Not just anyone was temperamentally suitable to tutor Maxwell, and that wasn't even taking into consideration his advanced academic level. According to Ledbetter, his mother is bereft without a project, I told Georgia, and so far, she hasn't found anything constructive to focus her energies. As far as Marcia Ledbetter being able to handle Maxwell, I think she's far more capable than poor Mrs. Murray, who had 28 other children to contend with at the same time, I said. Maxwell and Mrs. Ledbetter might just balance each other out. And keep each other out of the rest of our hair, but I didn't say that last part out loud. Well, I'm sure she'd be capable of providing the structure Maxwell needs, said Georgia. I'll give it some thought. 3 days later, when Maxwell showed up at my door right after breakfast, he informed me that tomorrow he wouldn't be arriving until the afternoon. Mrs. Ledbetter is going to do schoolwork with me in the mornings, he said. I'd already been informed as much by Georgia, but I didn't like to steal Maxwell's thunder, so I feigned surprise. Are you looking forward to it? I asked. Not really, said Maxwell, but I suppose one has an obligation to become educated. I suspect he was parroting the line Georgia had given him when he'd objected to this new arrangement. So, life as an autodidact is temporarily off the table? I asked. Maxwell heaved a sigh that suggested some great tragedy to the community had been averted but at great personal sacrifice to himself. Mr. Hank and Miss Phyllis got back from Las Vegas last night, I told Maxwell. Would you like to take her over and say hello? That cheered Maxwell up considerably. After he'd inserted a grumbling Earp into a tiny argyle sweater vest accessorized with a sequined bow tie and insisted that Hercules not be left behind, although, unlike the pug, the piglet was allowed to appear in public in the nude, our little menagerie made it down the stairs from my apartment, out the back door of the bird cage, around the cafe and over the boardwalk, in through the front door of the curio shop, and, with considerable aid and encouragement from the human contingent, up the stairs to Hank and Phyllis's apartment. Phyllis answered right away to Maxwell's enthusiastic knocking. Hello, young man, she said. Hello, Emma. Hello, Earp. Hello, Piggy. I think Phyllis was slightly taken aback at receiving a social call from a member of the porcine set, but she tried not to show it. How was Las Vegas? I asked as Phyllis showed us in. I didn't ask her how Area 51 had been. I was saving that question for Hank. Phyllis filled us in on the shows they'd gone to, the buffets they'd stuffed themselves with, and showed me the several additions to her souvenir spoon collection before Hank emerged from the bathroom. He looked considerably better than he had before departing for Las Vegas the previous week. Hank's black eye, sustained during a confrontation with the bride's best friend as the result of a colossal misunderstanding, had faded into near oblivion. Hank seemed to be thriving on married life. How was Area 51? I asked Hank as I grasped Earp's collar. Earp has a love/hate relationship with Hank. Sometimes, the pug greets Hank like a long-lost friend, sometimes, he regards the man with aloof indifference, and on rare occasions, he growls at him. This morning, the pug was growling, which is not a behavior I like to reinforce. I figured it wouldn't hurt to remind Earp that Hank was a valued member of the community, not some interloper to be viewed with suspicion. To that end, I fished one of Earp's veterinarian-approved for senior dogs treats out of my pocket. They make my pocket smell funny, but it's a small price to pay for a happy, better-behaved animal, and handed it over to Hank. You want me to eat this? Hank said in disbelief. No, I meant for you to give it to Earp, so he'll know he shouldn't growl at you, I said. Oh, I know why he's growling, said Hank. He's always been that way. He hates the smell of cigars. He only growls at me when I've been smoking. I was guessing Earp also wasn't a big fan of whiskey fumes, but, according to my nose, Hank hadn't been drinking. Perhaps, along with eating kale, getting Hank to cut down on his liquor consumption was another of Phyllis's accomplishments. Hank tossed the treat to Earp, who snaffled it up and stopped growling under his breath, then found a resting place against Hercules' ample abdomen. Clearly, Earp, despite his advanced age, must have a more sensitive nose than I do, assuming that Hank's assessment that it was the cigars that Earp objected to and not Hank himself was accurate. I could detect only the faintest scent of tobacco. I decided that Hank must have been leaning out the bathroom window to smoke his cigar. How was Area 51? I asked, returning to the original theme. It was a bust, said Hank. Didn't see no aliens. I expressed my sympathies. Phyllis had a good time, though, he said, inclining his head towards the tiny kitchen where Phyllis was puttering around, preparing us a hospitable snack. That's good, I said. So, young man, said Hank, how has it been going to a real school? I'm still not certain if Hank hadn't yet heard about Maxwell's disastrous introduction to the traditional classroom or if he just wanted to hear Maxwell's own version of events. It was unsatisfactory, said Maxwell. I'm going back to having school at home now. He didn't mention that he'd be under the tutelage of Mrs. Ledbetter, but I didn't butt in. Hank grunted in reply, which Maxwell took as encouragement to elaborate. He gave Hank a full account of the substandard instruction he'd received in Mrs. Murray's classroom, his excursion to the community college library, and Miss Hawkins' ill-advised, my word, not Maxwell's, indulgence of his interest in workers' rights. By the time Maxwell had gotten to the actual strike on the playground, he had worked himself up into a righteous frenzy. They even took my signs away, he wailed at the conclusion. I was afraid he might start crying, but fortunately, Phyllis interceded with a slice of lemon poppy seed coffee cake and a glass of orange juice, so an emotional crisis was averted. Confiscation of private property, said Hank, clearly impressed by Maxwell's persecution at the hands of the authorities. That's gross government overreach. What are you going to do to celebrate your birthday? Phyllis asked, probably mostly to forestall Hank's brewing rant on the rights of the individual and all the myriad ways he believed the government was wont to interfere with a citizen's self-determination. Maxwell's birthday was 3 weeks away. He'd be turning 7. I haven't decided about my birthday, said Maxwell. Well, if you want, I'll make you a trifle, said Phyllis. What's a trifle? Maxwell asked. It's a dessert. It has lots of fruit. Fruit's healthy, said Maxwell, as if that automatically disqualified any food substance containing it from being considered celebratory fare. It also has lots of whipped cream, said Phyllis, and jam and angel food cake. Maxwell was still transparently doubtful about the merits of trifle, but he's fond of Phyllis, so he said he'd take a trifle for his birthday. As the conversation lagged and the silence was punctuated by an occasional snore from Earp, who'd finally relaxed and dozed off with his head resting on Hercules' outstretched front trotters, Hank broke the stillness by announcing, "I thought you might be pleased to know I've patched things up with Al." "Your cousin Al?" Al had all but ruined Hank and Phyllis's wedding just because Hank had refused to help Albert stuff pig manure up Herbert's St. Clair's tailpipe. I couldn't blame Hank for having been livid with his cousin. "He apologized," said Hank, "so I've decided to let bygones be bygones." And that was how it concluded, the whole preposterous saga of pig manure, poisonings, arson, and sabotage, with lemon poppy seed cake, orange juice, and the promise of a birthday trifle. The end.